Angel Rice, good to see you. Amazing, good to see you. Valentine, good to see you. T-Pag, good to see you. Orleno, good to see you. Oh man, hi everybody. It's so good to see you guys. Thank you guys for being back here and joining me this evening. How are you feeling? I'm feeling sick. I didn't go live last night. I didn't really do anything yesterday because I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna take the day. I'm gonna take the day. I was like, I'm super sick. I'm still pretty sick right now. But you know, I took the day off yesterday from live, being like, well, you know, now I'm just like, I feel okay. I'm just congested, man. So anyway, but we are. It's good to be back, everybody. If you're just getting in the live, make sure to double tap the screen, boost those likes. Let's try to get to 100,000 likes, plural. It's plural. And if you are new here as well, make sure to drop a follow if you haven't already. You can still hear it in your voice a little bit. Yeah, just a little bit. We're getting there. I think we're on the mend, though. Hopefully. And I'm getting a haircut tomorrow. We're feeling better. We're feeling better, everybody. Haircut tomorrow. I promise it's not, hopefully not super short. Hopefully. We don't do that. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Make sure to double tap the screen. If you're just getting in here, 100,000 likes super quickly. That goes an incredibly long way. Also drop a follow if you haven't already. Spam share the live down there. It helps boost the live. And of course, you know what we're doing here this evening, ladies, gents, boys, and girls. You know what we're talking about. You know who we're talking to. If you are MAGA, if you are a Republican, if you are I thought I lost my background in my camera roll. If you are a MAGA lunatic, which I would describe many of them as, if you're a Republican, if you're a conservative, if you dislike Joe Biden, if you dislike Kamala Harris, if you dislike me, if you dislike the Democratic Party, whatever your beef is, whatever your gripe is, you let me know, and we'll talk, all right? Ugh. I can feel it in my chest, dude. You know that sick, you know how when you're like congested, you can like feel it in your chest, man? I can feel it. Anyway, if you're MAGA, let me know. I'm in the chat. I'll bring you up. Just type MAGA and I'll bring you up. All right. And you can request up in the box. Mucinex D. You're right, Carrie. I gotta get on that, man. Cody is spamming MAGA, but he's not requesting up in the box for some reason. I can't invite him up here for some reason. Cobra. Let's give Cobra an invite. See if he wants to come up. Who else we got, man? Who else we got? Alvin. Yeah, I don't have high hopes for this guy, but we'll bring him up. Watch this. I'm telling you, I don't have high hopes. Hello, bro.
How's it going?
Yeah, how old are you? Yeah, all right, bro. Get the hell out of here. I told you. I'm like, yeah, I do not have high hopes for this guy. All right, if you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up. If you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up. I can feel it, man. It's such a terrible feeling. Let's put up this guy. I think I saw this guy spamming. Hello, how old are you?
I'm 25.
All right, why are you MAGA?
Because I love Trump. Well, thank you, Harry, for having me here. But I love Trump.
Okay, why?
Because Trump has done a lot for the community.
Wait, Sorry, one sec. Continue. Sorry, I feel like Sorry, continue. Keep going. Keep telling me. No reason. You don't have anything else to say. Oh, you're muted, dude. You're muted. Come on, figure it out. There you go. I feel like I just saw Katie. Is that? I
saw it. So I love Trump because I think he's a pretty good candidate. I support his economic agenda, tax cuts, deregulation. I think his pro-business policy is pretty good. For me as a supporter, it points to economic growth. He wants to lower unemployment rates, and basically the stock market performance during his presidency is a pretty good evidence for his effective economic leadership. Another thing I can think about is the conservative judicial appointments. I think Trump's appointment of 3 conservative Supreme Court justices, numerous federal justices, is a significant factor for me as a voter. And I think he prioritizes issues like abortion, religious freedom, and gun pew rights. And then the last thing I would say is, border security and immigration are pretty good. America First policy. asserts American power on the global stage, has been pretty good, particularly, with China. It stands on trade deals and efforts to negotiate trade agreements like the USMCA. So those are the things that I can think of for now. Thank you.
What policies did Donald Trump pass when he was president that helped the economy? You're muted again.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, for example, I can think about tax cuts and the Jobs Act in 2017.
Yeah, how did that help the economy?
Yeah. He lowered the corporate tax rate from 35% to 21%.
How did that help the economy?
But I thought you wanted me to list those first and then talk about how it helped.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. So you listed a bunch of these things. I'm asking you how did that help?
Yeah. So, like I was saying, so I think I'd argue that, job creation, because we're seeing corporate tax cuts from 35%. It made it cheaper. It made it cheaper for companies to operate in the U.S., for example. There has been proponents even that argue that benefit from tax cuts were able to hire more workers and increase wages. And
really? Who's that? What proponents? And what data do you have to suggest that it actually accelerated job growth? Because if you look at unemployment, it goes down pretty steadily. There's no exponential decrease in unemployment, and there's no exponential increase in jobs. So what data are you looking at that says that it created jobs?
Wait, but you're asking two different questions. First, you want to know who are these proponents?
Yeah, you said that they're proponents of this legislation, of this law, say X, Y, and Z. I'm asking who are those people that you're referencing? And then what data are you looking at that suggested accelerated job growth?
Yeah, well, proponents point to the Bureau of Labor Statistics data.
Okay.
That shows a significant decrease in unemployment across various demographics. I don't know if you know about that.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
So if we go to the Bureau of Labor...
before the COVID-19 pandemic hit in 2020. Even African Americans, unemployment among African Americans reached record lows during Trump's presidency.
Actually, but fun fact, it's actually gone lower under Biden. I don't know if you knew that. My point is also went lower during Trump's presidency. That's my point. I mean, sure, I have no issue with Biden also lowering that too. So here's the unemployment rate, and you can tell me where you see an exponential decrease, because it looks pretty steady to me. This is Trump's presidency. You can see 2015, Obama was still president, and then you can kind of adjust in your mind where 2017 would be right around there. Right around there. And where's the exponential decrease in unemployment? This is men and women, so it's gendered. Where is it?
Well, I said since 2019. In 2019, the unemployment rate for Black Americans fell to 5.4%.
I'm not even talking about Black Americans. I'm just talking about people generally.
That's what I'm talking about. The lowest since the LBLS started tracking the data in 1972.
Yeah, I mean, if we go to Black unemployment as well, it's going to show the exact same thing. Again, this is men and women. This is all Americans, right? So where's the exponential decrease in unemployment? It's not there, right? It doesn't exist. So if you're arguing that,
why is the graph showing going down?
Why is the graph going? Because there was a steady decrease in unemployment, but there's been a steady decrease in unemployment for quite some time. I mean, if you go back to the housing crisis in 2009 and the recession, right? Unemployment since then had gone down pretty steadily until COVID. So there's no major decrease in unemployment as a result of Trump policy.
Yeah, but I'm saying we have records that under his prominence among African Americans reached record lows.
Yeah, but you'd actually have to tie the law that you're citing to a record low in Black unemployment, and there's no data to suggest that one caused the other.
What do you want me to provide source?
Yeah, I mean, if you can cite me data that says that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was the deciding factor in reducing unemployment for Black Americans, then by all means.
Yeah, sure. So
okay, go ahead.
The sources for this that I would say is you can look into which one? The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Yeah, so the graph I was just citing took data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
How do you know that? Because I didn't see
Because it said
that.
at the bottom, it said source. It came from the Washington Post. They compiled it, but it came from the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
But I didn't see that how it was drawing from the labor statistics. All I saw was a graph.
I mean, here.
that
So how
was
about this? How about this from the BBC, which also cites Bureau of Labor Statistics between 2010 and 2020. And you can tell me on this graph where you see an exponential decrease in unemployment for Black Americans. Where do you think that is?
Well, okay. Wait, can you move it a little bit to the right? African American unemployment rate. Um,
It doesn't exist, right? There's no exponential decrease.
yeah, it's not, but it's not. I'm not saying that it's exponential though. Did I?
Yeah, Matt. Well, I mean, you'd have to like draw some form of conclusion about Black unemployment rate. Are you just saying that? So what are you saying that it did for the Black unemployment rate, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act?
Yeah. So my the only logical pros I can present under this rule is um, that essentially all I'm trying to say is that the unemployment rate among African Americans reached historical lowest levels. Because like in 2019, the unemployment rate for Black Americans fell to 5.4%, and the lowest figure since the Bureau of began tracking the data in 1972, right? So it was a decline in unemployment was attributed to overall economic growth.
Shout out everybody coming from
However,
Parker's Live. So you're not saying that there's any like actual anything in the data that we can cite that said, oh yeah, Trump's tax cut reduced the unemployment rate for Black Americans. You're just saying that, oh, it went down, thus it must be because of Trump's tax law. Shout out to everybody coming from Parker's Live. I
well,
appreciate y'all.
like he played a role in it. That's all I'm saying. Like he
Yeah, but
helped play a
what's the role that
in
it
the
played?
president.
What's the data that suggests it played a role? What's up, everybody coming from Parker's Live? I appreciate all of you guys.
This is something that all presidents their it's their duty to make sure that they're representing the American Republic, right? Like if there are some sort of struggles in like demographics, right?
So yeah, I'm asking a question. Like, what data is there to suggest that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act helped Black unemployment? Like in a big way, like in a discernible way that you can actually point to a connection.
I just pointed you I don't know, like asking. I'm confused.
I'm asking you to what date. Again, shout out to everybody coming from Parker's Live. I appreciate all you guys. What data are you citing that suggests that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act actually helped Black Americans when it comes to lowering unemployment? Like, what's the actual connection here that you're citing?
Like I don't know what you guys would evidence. I told you the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Yeah. So
data
what? Okay. Then, for
shows
example, what does the Bureau of Labor Statistics say in your favor?
right, and I presented it to you that it shows that like the African Americans reached record lows during Trump's presidency. In August 29, the unemployment rate for Black Americans fell to 5.4%, and the lowest. And this was lower since the BLS started tracking the data in 1972.
Yeah.
Right.
So I'm still asking for the connection between the unemployment rate hitting a record low and Trump's tax law. Like you're just saying, oh, all you're saying is, oh, the unemployment rate hit a record low, which means it must be as a result of the tax law. I'm saying that we can't just make that conclusion. We can't just jump from one island to another. We can't say this is because of this. You actually have to prove that this is because of this. So what's your proof?
Okay, thank you. So, I guess like now that I think about it, could we use like the corporate tax reduction, for example?
Yeah.
Was that okay? So, like the TCGA, the Tax Cuts Job Acts of 2017. I mean, I would think that like that might provide business with more capital to reinvest in expansion, hire more workers, and increase wages. So, like, if I'm thinking about that, and I'm thinking about like the connection would be as business saw tax rate, many used the. I noticed that many use extra capital to expand operations, and African Americans benefited from those new employment opportunities in industry like manufacturing and like retail, for example, in healthcare. And this was all, and I'm sure there's going to like criticisms, but was alongside Trump's presidency.
Yeah. So do you have like actual data to suggest that this is the case?
Yeah.
Okay. What is it?
So, so the data here would be like, to support that this is the case would be like, I don't know what else to give you, like Trump's cuts and the Jobs Act, the TCGA.
Yeah, you're just saying. Okay, so you're just saying like this act caused this, that provided more unemployment or more employment opportunities for Black Americans and things like that, right? You're saying that that's the claim.
That's
you're saying
what you
that
asked.
Yeah, you're right.
Earlier.
I'm asking you a different question than what you're answering, though. You're saying that, the law caused this. It provided more employment opportunities for Black Americans in a discernible way, right? In a way that's actually meaningful. And I'm asking you, what's your proof that this did this? And you're just saying, well, Trump's law did this. You're not providing the middle answer, which is, how do we get there?
So,
Do you want to just move on, or do you want to keep?
I can just present this to you.
Okay.
To see what you think, and if you don't like it.
Now, go ahead.
So, like, I would say my only proof would be, like, literally, the source would be Bureau of Labor Statistics, the tax cuts and job creation, the deregulation and economic growth, the counterpoint. I think that's what I would say.
So what's the
The
what are you
American
reading right now?
Presidency Project would be another one to look into.
What are you reading right now? What's your source for this?
I mean, right? I'm just thinking from the top of my head, but
You're obviously reading something in front of you. What are you reading in front of you?
No, I'm just thinking from the top of this is things that I memorized that I use as arguments.
Okay, so
But you can look into like Bureau of Labor Statistics and like, you know,
So
I also know what.
to be clear, the Bureau of Labor Statistics is just data driven. So I'm asking, like, it's going to show me a bunch of graphs and a bunch of numbers, but I'm asking you, like, to interpret these numbers in a way and provide evidence that these numbers suggest that Donald Trump's law was beneficial for Black Americans. You keep saying the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and Bureau of Labor Statistics is a great place for data, but it doesn't prove what you're arguing right now.
How about the Cato Institute?
Okay, so what does the Cato Institute say?
So, I'm just paraphrasing here. So, like, from what I understand, like, it says something about how, like, it like basic attributes like economic boom, for example, and low unemployment rates during his period. And the idea was that it reduced taxes for businesses and it led to more capital investments. I think that's the only paraphrase I can give you for the Cato Institute.
So say that again. What did it specifically do?
So according to the Cato Institute, right? So what my only paraphrase that I can give you is that the only proof of that was that it attributed to more economic boom, lower unemployment rates during his period.
Okay.
And then there was like reduced taxes for businesses, and it led to more capital investment and job creation. I think that's what.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm simple. Like, you're just saying like things that happened under Trump's presidency, which is there was an unemployment rate of X, Y, and Z, or, you know, investment was X, Y, and Z. I'm asking, like, what in the law caused that to be the case, and what in the law actually proves that to be the case, right? And like, you can continue to say, oh, unemployment was low. Nobody's saying that unemployment wasn't low, but I'm asking you to prove that the law caused it to be that way.
Okay, no, I'm not a stat major. You went. I just give it to you.
No, it's not. You don't have to be a stat major. It's just that
I usually argue for philosophy and religion, but you don't have to agree with me. I can just paraphrase all of these things for as best as possible, but I'm going to lose, so it's all good.
All right. I'll move on to another guest. All right, man. Thanks for coming up.
There's reasons though for Trump. I have religious reasons for Trump. If you want to talk about that,
You have religious reasons for Trump. What religious reasons do you have for Trump?
religious reasons why I think people should vote for Trump.
What's your religious reasons as to why you should vote for Trump?
Right. So I think that, for example, when it comes to religious reason, like the dude is like a Christian. I think we've seen a transform heart. He is.
Wait, so just to be clear here, Donald Trump, the guy who called his political opponent the other day mentally disabled, has a changed heart.
Bro, like everyone says that, bro. Like
not everybody says that.
Transformation is a journey, though. Like
he said that the other day.
Put that on him.
He said that the other day. Do you think that like a religious person, someone who has like a good heart, says something like that about other people? Especially the vice president of the United States. What?
I mean, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, when it comes to religious studies, like, I mean, people mess up here and there. I mean, Kamala Harris says things that are crazy too. My point is this, that when it comes to like pro-life stance, like it resonates with many evangelical Christians who prioritize like opposition to abortion from what I understand. And then also like, and it resonates with like the Mexico City policy, for example. And then also you can think about like when it comes to like opposition to Equality Act, right? Like he's done a pretty good job. Like I don't think he's like concerned about like pushing away the LGBTQ rights. I think he's trying to do his very best to just critique the status quo that he recognizes in like the LGBTQ rights, but necessary to push it away. I think he supports religious freedom. I mean,
all right,
more like that.
Okay, yeah, you have a good rest of your night. Yeah, I had to cut that one off. That was yeah, that's a no for me, dog. I think that's a saying. If you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up. Brittany, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you with the blue heart. Thank you so much, Brittany. I appreciate you. Juliana, thank you for the $5 as well, saying, or $5.55, saying Godspeed, man. Yo, Juliana, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the $5.55. Venmo, Cash App in the link in the bio if you want to support the live. Hannah, thank you for the Forever Rose. I appreciate you. If you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up and we can talk, all right? You can tell me why on earth you're possibly MAGA. It makes no sense, man. It makes absolutely no sense. Bringing up the next guest. Here we go. God, bruh. Hello, Sam. Why are you MAGA?
I didn't mean to request. You can go on to the next person. My fault. Have a good night,
bro. You're good. Even though he was spamming MAGA in the chat, that's why I brought him up. Let's bring up Mr. Louis. If he's still here, I don't know if he's still here. We'll bring up this guy then if this guy's not here. This guy's spamming MAGA in the chat like relentlessly. Hello, how old are you?
Hi, I'm 22.
All right, why are you MAGA?
I just wanted to ask, how's Piers Morgan?
I don't know. He's probably doing good. I don't know. I don't talk to him.
You don't?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't know him.
I thought you guys were friends.
No, we're not friends.
What?
Yeah, nice. Very insightful guy. Dawson, let's give Dawson a chance. I don't know, bro. These MAGA people be crazy, bro. Hello?
Hey, how's it going here?
How old are you?
I'm 20.
All right, why are you MAGA?
I'm MAGA for a plethora of reasons. It would be the border, for one.
Okay, why are you MAGA based on the border?
What's up?
Why are you MAGA based on the border?
Because the border needs to be a lot better than it is currently.
And why do you think Donald Trump's the guy to do that?
Because he's tried to do it in the past.
Like with what specifically?
With the wall. Whether the wall was a good idea or not, it's an effort to close the borders.
And you're saying that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden haven't tried anything like that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So Biden introduced an immigration bill on day one of his presidency, and they tried to pass a bipartisan border bill in 2023, and Republicans shot it down, specifically because of Donald Trump. So I don't know why if you're concerned about the border, why would you vote for somebody who killed a bill that you would probably agree with?
I didn't agree with the bill. Have you read the bill?
Yeah, what did you not agree with?
I didn't agree with the statutes that limit the bill, like 5,000 illegal immigrants having to come across a day for the legislation to be.
That's not what it says.
It does. It says 3,000, and then it says 5,000 for legal reasons.
It says, first of all, it says 4,000, then 5,000. 5,000 is Border Patrol, 4,000 is presidency. But it's also not undocumented migrants coming across the border. It's people seeking asylum. which is
Correct.
a legal process under international law and American law. So it's not just a bunch of people undocumented come in and we close a border. That's not what it is. It's people seeking asylum. And we rewrote in the law, it rewrites the asylum laws so that it makes it harder for people who asylum doesn't apply to actually claim asylum generally.
Yeah, but I mean, if we have 1,800 to 2,000 people coming across a day right now, asylum seekers, what would 4,000 to 5,000 do? It wouldn't do anything.
Well, right now we have like really low amounts of people coming across the border. So, I mean, this is actually, we're like in a really good period. So to compare that now until to a period of a high attempt of crossing of the border is not a fair comparison in my view. But when we have it capped at 5,000, it doesn't mean that it's 5,000 every single day. It's 5,000 and then the border is shut down. Then we don't accept any more asylum claims. And that's on a rolling basis per week.
Yeah, but if it gets to 4,999, there's nothing that's going to happen.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it could also be 40,000 a day. And right now there's no legal cap.
Yeah, which I think there should be. But
Okay, so
I
that
think,
bill proposed a legal cap.
yeah, but I think the legal cap shouldn't be at 5,000. I think it should be close to
2,000?
Yeah.
Yeah, except that just doesn't make any sense because, first of all, we actually have to allow for people to seek asylum given that it's legal under international law and American law, and 5,000 is a nice kind of balance that balances kind of both of these things, both of these goals of like, yeah, we want a secure border and we want to limit the amount of people seeking asylum, but also give people the opportunity. And like seeking asylum is not a bad thing. And like when people come in on asylum, it's not a bad thing.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think that there should be, you can't just say, I'm seeking asylum, let me in. You know?
Yeah, exactly. That's why the bill not only capped asylum claims on a rolling basis, but it also rewrote the law, which made it harder for people to seek asylum who it doesn't apply to.
And so what part of the bill, what would asylum seeking be covered under that bill? So like
What do you mean?
Like what would be considered seeking asylum in that bill if it was
Seeking asylum is essentially, I mean, what's considered seeking asylum wouldn't change. It's based on protected traits listed on the Department of Homeland Security. Essentially, people claim that they're being persecuted on their religious belief, their sexuality, and other things like that in their home country, and that they need to seek refuge. So that wouldn't change under this bill, which is also the international definition of seeking asylum. But what would change is the barrier to actually have your asylum claim temporarily approved and being able to pass your credible threat interview. So more questions would be added, more difficult questions would be added, a further burden of proof would be put on the person seeking asylum. Right now, it's pretty easy to pass a credible threat interview at the border. That's the main problem right now. It's people seeking asylum. It's not people walking over the border undocumented. So this is what this bill targeted, and that's a really good thing. And having a legal cap is a good thing, but Trump killed the bill.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with you there. That I think the legal cap's good. I didn't actually see that part in the legislation.
Yeah, I mean, Trump lies about it all the time. He's like, oh, it just lets 5,000 people in every day. It doesn't do that at all. And given the fact that the asylum laws would have been rewritten, it would have never hit 5,000 a day. But Trump blocked this bill anyway. And let's just say even you're like, yeah, you know what? I think it's going to hit 5,000, which it wouldn't. But let's just say you're like, yeah, I think it would. Would you not want a start? Isn't that how progress made? Like we don't like often in the United States, progress isn't in one bill, one fell swoop. It's more of like a gradual walk toward progress. Like wouldn't you want something done now to at least help it as opposed to just having nothing done?
Well, yeah, I mean, of course, I would be in favor of the bill, whether it does anything or not, because it's a piece of legislation against the border. But
so then why would you vote for the guy who blocks it? That makes no sense. And why would you vote for the guy who, anyway, continue. Sorry. Answer the question.
Yeah, no, you're good. I think that in Trump's head and in a lot of Republicans' head who are in politics, that was a way of the Democratic Party to get a win. That is a win of like, hey, we passed a border bill, but in reality, the border bill doesn't do anything unless there's 4,000 or 5,000 people passing.
Yeah.
So I
but
think
that's also not true though. It wasn't just people coming in. It like invested in immigration courts, making it easier for us to address asylum claims. Because right now there's like a huge backlog of, and right now it takes like 5 to 7 years for somebody seeking asylum to get to their case and have their asylum claim heard. This bill would have dropped that down to under 6 months. So let's just say that there are 5,000 asylum claims on a rolling basis per week. We'd be able to address these claims in a much quicker way if this bill passed than we would previously. And the bill also included crucial funding for ICE, which allowed ICE to detain more people who are undocumented, specifically, like, for example, people who commit crimes. And because the bill didn't pass, ICE had their funding dramatically cut, which reduced their ability to hold people and detain people. And Donald Trump, again, like blocked the bill. It makes no sense why he would do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think some of the things you said aren't really Republican views, like it being quicker for asylum seekers. I don't think that's something that I necessarily, worry about on a day-to-day basis, just because I'm not, one of those people. I don't think that. Let me think about this for a second. So basically, what you're saying is,
the first thing you came in here, you said you were talking about immigrants, and now you're like, well, I don't think on it on a day-to-day basis.
No. Well, what I'm saying is, I'm talking about the amount of time it takes for them to come in.
But don't you want these claims addressed quicker to see if they have a valid asylum claim or not?
Yeah, but I don't think they should be in the country unless they have been found, proven that they have a valid asylum claim.
Where do they go?
They stay where they are until we can prove that they have.
Why would we if they're seeking asylum because they're being persecuted on a protected trait? Why would they stay in the place that they're being persecuted? It's like the opposite of what being a refugee is.
Yeah, because the odds of them seeking asylum is a lot less. Let's say there's more people seeking asylum that shouldn't be seeking asylum than there is people that are.
Thank you for the rhythmic there. I appreciate you. Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's the case right now, that there are more people seeking asylum who it doesn't apply to than it actually does apply to. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't disagree.
I'm picking the lesser evil there. So I would rather, if we can keep 75% of the people out, let's just say on a give or take, then of course I want the 25 people who actually are seeking asylum to get in, but I don't want the other 75 to wait here and it take forever. And I understand that the bill would have got it quicker, but I think they shouldn't be here in the first place.
But then wouldn't you want, if we can get it down to below 6 months, isn't it not that big of a deal if they're waiting in the country? And also then that gives us the ability of protecting the 25% that it actually applies to, and addressing the other 75% quicker to see if it actually does apply or not. Isn't that a better balance to strike than just sending them to where the home country that they're requesting asylum from and hoping that they don't die in that time period? Like, I feel like that's crazy.
I would say that I would agree with the bill that should have been passed. Whether
so then don't vote for Trump, my man. It's that easy. If you're like concerned of this, if you're concerned with this issue, and this is the number one issue you brought up when you came up here. The first thing you said is immigration. If this is an issue that you care about and you're concerned about it, and this is like maybe the main thing at the top of your mind, then when you're voting, then don't vote for somebody who blocked progress on this issue. Because right now, this issue could have been addressed, and the law could have been in place for a year now, and we could have had the systems funded, have everything in place, and have like a really smooth immigration system, way better than we have right now. But we don't, because of the guy that's running in the Republican Party. So if you care about it, don't vote for the guy that blocks progress. Vote for the girl who wants the progress.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from there, but I mean, the border's not the I wouldn't say the main reason I'm voting. It's just something I brought up first.
What's the main reason you're voting?
Gun legislation for one, and then the second thing would be the middle class.
And when it comes to gun legislation, like, what do you mean?
Have you seen the interview of Kamala Harris saying that she wants to put an executive order on assault weapons buyback?
Yeah, I think that was from 2019, right?
No, this was more recent. In the interview, I think she stated that after the debate, she was like, I know I said in the debate this, she said, I'm talking about something, and I'm talking about assault weapons buyback, which I'm going to executive order if Congress does not pass it in the first 90 days.
Yeah, I don't think she said that after the debate. I think this clip is from 2019. Her position on guns has evolved in the past 4 or 5 years. Like previously in 2019, she talked about a mandatory buyback. Now she doesn't talk about that. That's not part of her platform. I mean, like in terms of like a buyback that's voluntary, I think that's a good idea. But that's not part of Kamala Harris's gun platform right now. So you don't have to worry about that.
So she didn't. So after the debate, she didn't state that she was going to executive order assault weapons buyback.
I don't know. Maybe I don't know what clip you're referencing, but I know the one that's mainly circulated by Republicans is from 2019. It's not a recent clip.
I think I saw one the other day, and I could tell it was recent because she was stating how when she becomes president, which obviously she had to be running, which is recent.
Yeah, she was running in 2019. She ran for president in
2019.
Yeah, she ran in the Democratic primary in 2019/2020, and now she's running for president in 2024.
Oh, I was not aware of that.
Yeah. So that's why I say it was from 2019. It's
Did she do debates in 2019?
Yes, there were Democratic
debates.
Yeah,
then that's probably what it was. I don't know why I saw that clip.
So you don't have to worry about that. I mean, like, look, Kamala Harris recently said that she herself is a gun owner, so she's not going to come for all of your firearms. We just want like common sense gun reform, probably gun reform that you would agree with, like training, permits, safe storage, expanded background checks, mental health checks, and things like that. This is not like, oh, we're trying to come take your guns. It's nothing like that.
Yeah, because I mean, I don't think that would be a very valid thing to do.
No, don't worry. He doesn't want to.
Yeah, because I mean, I understand that her views can change, and I believe that, but I just don't understand where she was coming from anyway in 2019. Like, who with a couple brain cells would say that or would think the things she would thought?
I mean, I don't think that what she was saying was all that crazy. I think we do have a serious gun problem here in the United States. Now, do I think like a mandatory buyback is the way to go about solving it? No, I think that would probably cause a lot of problems, but I think it's coming from a good place of like wanting to help people. And I think like Donald Trump doesn't have a gun policy. Like he sees the issues that are happening in the United States, that we have the most mass shootings that of any other economically comparable country. And he doesn't want to do anything about it. He doesn't want to pass common sense reform. Whereas like the Democrats are saying, well, maybe we should do that. We should preserve the Second Amendment and your right to bear arms and protect yourself and all that stuff. But maybe we should, work on this issue a little bit,
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I can see where you're coming from there as well. And one more thing I wanted to touch on before I let somebody else up. About the middle class, I see a lot of I debate Dean and Parker sometimes, and their main arguments are can you name me one thing that the Trump administration passed that helped the middle class more than it helped the rich people? And I just think that's a poor way to word that, because if you look at any data, it shows 7 economic points for the middle class versus 8 economic points for the rich. And then Joe Biden's best policy, like his best policy passed, was 1 economic point for the middle class and 0 for rich. So technically, Joe Biden did do more for the rich. I mean, do more for the middle class, but it was only by 1 economic point versus 7.
What are you talking about? This point system? What are you talking about?
If you go and look at, there's a couple data places that use points for economics, just things like Rutgers and things like I don't know. There's a couple news outlets out there that, but they go on a point system, and Tax Cuts and Jobs Act helped the middle class a lot, as well as his opportunity zones and things like that.
Opportunity zones, not so much. But anyway, all right. I will look into the points. The funny thing about the opportunity zones is that he claimed it was to help working Black Americans. It ended up only getting exploited by like these rich, wealthy contractors. So there's actually a great NPR article on this if you want to look it up. It's really good. But yeah, I'll leave it there.
Source for that.
Yeah, I think it's NPR. It's let me see if I can find it. I don't know. I don't think I took this down. Trump's opportunity zones. I think it's this one. I'm not 100% sure. It's called. I think this is one. White House looks at an opportunity zone extension in wake of COVID-19. It was written in 2020 by NPR.
Okay. Yeah. I'll have to look into it.
Yeah. All right, man. Thanks for the conversation, man. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Have a good one. Yeah, no. Devon, thank you for the $10 saying thank you for all that you do and keeping me informed. Harris 2024. I appreciate you, Devon. Thank you so much. It's incredibly kind. Annie, thank you for the $10 saying showing grace when dealing with ignorant people. Man, some of these folks, not necessarily the last gentleman, but some of these folks that we talk to are something. I'll put it that way. Molly, thank you for the $5. Super excited to tell you I was able to vote early today. Painted my ballot blue. That's amazing. That's amazing. All the way down the ballot. I love that. Make sure you're following her lead and get out there and vote blue, everybody. It's so important. Lizadia, thank you for the $2 as well, saying I love you on Cash App. I appreciate you. Venmo, Cash App. In the link in the bio if you want to support the live. Also drop a follow if you haven't already. We do these lives all the time. You know the good stuff. Hi from Georgia. Oh, Lindsay, amazing. All the way down there in Georgia. That's amazing. Tammy, I just sent you an invite if you want to come up. Or if you are MAGA, just say you're MAGA in the chat. I'll try to bring you up. We'll get a conversation going. You can let me know. I voted today as well. Daniela. Oh, you're amazing. Absolutely amazing. just voted mail-in ballot. Harris Walz. Everybody, please get out there and vote early. Please get out there and vote early. Vote early and often, as the saying goes. That's how it goes. Get out there and vote early, man. Get out there and vote early. Let's see here. Sounding a little better. A little bit. We're getting there. The voice is still a little bit congested. But anyway, if you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up. Arizona Conservative. I just invited you if you want to come up. Michael. Oh, here comes Michael. A little bit better. Oh, two of them are coming up. One of them will have to wait. Michael, why are you MAGA, buddy?
Hey, man, I'm MAGA just because when I got out of the military.
Have I talked to you before?
No, you have not.
I've never. Are you sure?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I'm trying. Oh my God, 3 of them are here. I mean, do you guys all want to talk? You guys can all talk at the same time if you want, or I can go one by one. What do you guys want?
Oh, it's fine. We can all do it together.
You all want to talk together?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, let's do it.
Arizona Conservative, are you good with that?
Supply chains in the United States.
Is this guy? Hello?
What's up?
Are you good with talking about all these 3 people at once?
I absolutely am.
All right, let's do a 3-on-1. Venmo, Cash App, link in bio. If you guys want to support the live again, drop a follow. All right, guys, just generally tell me, why do you guys support Trump? And then we'll get into it. Why?
Because he supports America, unlike you Democratic fucks who are leaving the fucking stuff.
Okay, I'm sure this is going to go great already.
Right now, literally.
I'm sure this is going to go great. Why do you think that Donald Trump cares about America?
Well, he was down in Georgia today, fucking spending his money supporting the motherfuckers, while your Democratic bitches
Jesus
were
Christ.
fucking supporting fucking Ukraine.
So, Joe Biden approved emergency declarations for every single state that requested one. And the governor of Georgia today literally said that Biden called him yesterday and offered him whatever he needs anytime. He said, call me directly if you need something.
That's not the truth.
That's what the governor of Georgia said today.
No, that's not what the governor of Georgia said.
That's literally. You want me to pull up the video?
I want to see proof of this.
Yeah, show
me something. Show me something. Don't talk. Show me, bitch.
You don't pay attention to the news?
No, I read more news than what you read.
I'm sure you do. That's why you've definitely seen this video.
I just spoke. The president just called me yesterday afternoon. I missed him and called him right back. And he just said, hey, what do you need? And I told him, we got what we need. We'll work through the federal process. He offered that if there's other things we need, just to call him directly, which I appreciate that. So,
and that's why the governor of Georgia today said that they were left with nothing but $100 million.
That's not true.
Donald Trump donated more than the federal government.
That's not true. That Georgia wasn't left with $100 million or whatever number you're saying. That they were only left with X amount of money to deal with this. That's not true. Governor Brian Kemp literally said in that video that he didn't need anything else.
He would give him $100 million. Today,
the governor of Georgia.
Donald
wait,
Trump
first of all,
donated $250 million.
If he did not, what are you talking about? Where are you getting this from?
Donald Trump donated $250 million.
Okay, prove that.
No, it was $25 million.
Dude, you're getting fact checked by your. Oh my
network,
God, bro! You're getting fact checked. I don't even know if it was 25 million. I don't even know. But point is that the president of the United States approved Georgia's emergency declaration, which they asked for. He approved it the same day that they asked for, and the governor of Georgia is saying that Biden's been great. The governor of Virginia said Biden's been great. The governor of North Carolina said that Biden's been great. All these different Republican governors. I think it was Alabama. I think as well. The governor said that it was great. I mean. All these governors that are Republicans, except for the one in North Carolina, are saying that, Biden's been incredibly helpful.
Okay, look, bro, I'm not trying to argue with you. For real. I love
you came in here all hot and bothered saying the Democrats are terrible people, and now you're backing down.
Look, don't push it. I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you. Show me some proof of this.
What proof of what? I just showed you the governor. What else do you want? The emergency declaration approvals?
You show me some fucking bullshit.
That's the governor of Georgia.
Show me some real proof.
Wait. Okay. So first of all,
the
governor of Georgia saying that an emergency declaration has been approved and that he called the president is a pretty good source of information when it comes to this stuff. Now, what proof are you asking for of what?
I'm asking for real proof, not just
Of
some
what?
bullshit
Proof of
that
what? Thank you for the
showed.
sunglasses. Proof of what?
Proof of what you just said.
So, for example, here's proof from whitehouse.gov of all the emergency declarations that have been approved. We have
Do you actually
in the
believe
top.
WhiteHouse.gov?
These are official statements by the government. And
Since
all
when?
of them have been verified by the governors who asked for their emergency declarations. And by the way, all this funding is public, so we know when emergency declarations have been approved. So we have North Carolina, we have Alabama, and we have Florida and Tennessee. All in these, this 4 grid I have right here. It's very nice. All these emergency declarations have been approved.
What website is that?
That's
Who else am I
whitehouse.gov.
on here with?
That's whitehouse.gov,
Well, look,
my man.
I'm going to go check it out, sir. Look,
You should go check it out. You know what you should also go check out? The fact that in 2017, when Donald Trump was president and Hurricane Matthew hit North Carolina, he only approved less than 1% of the funds that they requested to deal with the hurricane. He denied over 99% of federal funds that they requested, and that came directly from the North Carolina governor's social media accounts that he put this out.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna almost balance with you and go check this shit out.
You should go do that.
I'm a full-hearted Trump supporter, but I'm gonna balance out with you.
You should do that. You should go. You should, and also you should not vote for somebody who politicizes tragedy. So that little campaign event that Donald Trump had today in front of a broken building in Georgia. I mean, what the hell is that? And when he's president, he politicized funding for these tragedies. Don't vote for that. Don't vote for somebody who does that. Donald Trump's. He is. Wait. Another one of Donald Trump's former advisors in his White House came out today. I think her name is Sarah Longwell. She used to work in the Trump administration. She said today on social media, I saw firsthand how Donald Trump politicized disaster response. So you shouldn't vote for somebody like that.
Well, let me ask you a question, sir.
Okay.
Today,
Sir.
all over social media, they're saying the Democratic government donated $2.6 billion to Ukraine.
Oh my
But
God.
wait a minute. Meanwhile, our country is suffering right now. So what do you have to say about that?
See, this is so funny. My latest video is on this meme that was posted on social media. 2.4 billion for Ukraine, nothing for American communities, because this is not true. So we have funded for Ukraine. We have funded Ukraine for a while now. Even under Donald Trump's presidency, we were funding Ukraine, just not to the degree that we are now because there wasn't an active war. But also, we are funding every single area where there's been a disaster. FEMA is in all of these places. So I don't know where you're getting this, like, oh, we gave nothing to these communities. FEMA is in all of these places. I also have a statement here, because I came prepared for this stuff. I knew this talking point would be here. From a FEMA spokesperson, Jacqueline Rothenberg, a FEMA spokeswoman, said, President of the United States Biden has directed FEMA to stay in North Carolina until the situation is stabilized, and listed the things they have there, such as 900 search and rescue personnel, 200 federal ambulances, 40 Starlink satellites, 25 trailer loads of meals, 60 trailer loads of water, C-17 cargo planes of food, water, and other commodities, and more. It's all happening in North Carolina right now.
That's great. I appraise that. But what
Do I get
about the
cut off, or
$2.6
what are we doing
billion to Ukraine?
Well, I don't know where you're getting this $2.6 billion number from. I mean, we have funded Ukraine, but it's not like today we just were like, yeah, let's give Ukraine $2.6 billion. This is like an ongoing.
Yesterday, they donated $2.6 billion.
I don't know.
Joe Biden praised that.
I don't know where you. First of all,
Veterans.
That was on every network yesterday. $2.6 billion to Ukraine.
yeah, I don't know where you're getting this
He thought that
2.6.
was amazing.
I don't know where you're getting this $2.6 billion number from, but remember, we're the United States of America. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. So we can make sure that our communities here in the United States are taken care of in the wake of a hurricane,
while also veterans sitting on the side of the fucking road.
Look, let me tell you.
Well, hey, listen up. You know, the Biden
until-
administration has given more money to house homeless veterans than the Trump administration
they
did.
haven't.
Did you know that the Biden
You're
administration
full of
passed the
shit.
first piece of major veteran healthcare reform in like decades?
Oh, no,
You
you're
are so
full of
fucking
shit,
full
dude.
of shit.
Oh,
Let
now
me see
now
the
you got
facts.
Tweedledee
Show
over
me
there. You
some
got Tweedledee and
facts. I know
Tweedledum.
for
Dumber and
a
Dumber are
fact.
getting now
The
they're
Biden
now Dumb and
administration
Dumber are
has
like
done
going off
nothing
each
but-
other's energy right now. They're all screaming. They're all getting hot and bothered. It's like you guys are playing off each other's energy right now. Look, is he leave? Oh, he left because they were all getting angry. Now it's just you two. Do you guys have any comment on what that guy was talking about?
We're all not like that.
Well, are you voting for Trump,
No.
Tammy?
Yes, I am.
Well, that's such a goddamn shame. Both of you are voting for Trump. Why? Tammy, why?
Let me ask you a question. Why do
Okay.
you hate Republicans so much?
I don't hate Republicans. I have many of my longtime friends I've known since I was like 7, 8, are people who disagree with me, kind of libertarian, a little bit conservative. People who disagree with me. I don't hate Republicans. I love Republicans. I love having personal disagreement with people. I like debate. You're seeing it right now. But what I don't like is supporting Trump. That's not being a Republican. That's being a coward.
No, I have to
Yes.
disagree there.
Yeah, no, it is. He's a felon. He assaults women. He commits business fraud and bank fraud. I mean, this guy's been indicted in 4 jurisdictions, convicted of 34 felonies. I mean, and this guy bullies people. He makes fun of people. He talks badly about people. There's nothing patriotic about voting for Donald Trump. There's nothing patriotic about voting for an election denier. Nothing.
Hey, Harry.
Nothing.
Harry,
Yes,
I
what's up, Mike?
really enjoy watching you. I really do. You're really educated.
Thank you, Tammy.
But don't you get on there and bully people too?
No, this is not bullying. This is not bullying. If you can't come
talk
up here and
down
defend,
to them.
yeah, if you can't
Hey,
come up
Harry.
here and defend your views, that's not my fault. What's up, Michael?
Hey, so how many NFL people, are indicted and stuff like that? Like, how many have felonies? But I'm just asking.
I don't know, but also I'm not voting for any of these people to be president of the United States. I'm like, if you get indicted of a felony and you're like convicted of a felony and you're signed by an NFL team, do I think that maybe depending on the crime, an NFL team should have you on the roster? Probably not. But throwing a football and catching a football and being like a super athlete is different than running a country, right? So I don't care.
Is it?
Yes, of course, yes.
Well, can I ask you a couple questions?
Yes.
How old are you, bud?
I'm 22.
22. Okay. So born in 92? Okay. So you were born during a time of war, correct?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Did you consider joining the military?
I've spoken about this before. There was a point in my life where I thought about joining the military, but I didn't follow through with that. Obviously.
No. And dude, that is just cool. You got your own deal and stuff like that. But I served under Obama.
Amazing.
And well, not really.
Well, I'm saying I appreciate your service.
Well, no, I appreciate that, but served under Obama, and there was a time when it was during the government shutdown back in, I want to say it was 2011.
Yep.
We didn't get paid for a month and a half. Man, I didn't get paid for 3 weeks.
It's terrible.
Well, and it didn't get back paid, but I'm 33 years old. I have never voted. I don't believe in the political system. Honestly, I think that there's people out there that are good. There's people out there that are bad.
Okay.
But to my opinion, it's WWE wrestling out here.
Okay. I guess
They know who's going to win the belt by the end of it.
Oh, it's not rigged, my man. There's no rigged in this, dude. There's no rigged in this.
And I agree, it's not rigged, but they know 100% who's going to win by the end of it.
Who's they?
Shit, I don't know.
Well, okay, well there you go. It's like you can't just like this is what's so frustrating about Republicans and conservatives. I'd say more Trump supporters these days is that you guys like scare yourselves. It's like you hypothesize about these big bad scary people who are controlling all of this stuff, and then it's like this mystical creature, and you don't have to identify them. You just think that they're out there like coming for you or coming for democracy. There's no they. There's no like, oh, they know what's going to happen, and they know what's going to be the conclusion of this election. It's none of that. Just it's a very simple formula for a successful country. Vote for competent people. And this is for both of you. Vote for competent people. You have a former district attorney, former attorney general, former senator, current vice president of the United States, highly educated. Person who has dedicated their life to public service. Then on the other side, you have a guy who's grown up with a silver spoon, who uses a golden toilet in Mar-a-Lago, who's I won't swear, who's a criminal, right? What's the hold up here, guys? What's the hold up? Come on.
Okay, Harry, but didn't she put innocent people behind bars?
No.
Can you prove that?
Yeah, what do you reference? What innocent people are you saying she put behind bars? Because, like, to be clear here, the criminal justice system is not perfect. So there are certainly innocent people who have gone to jail in America's history in every single state, right? It's not perfect. But in terms of Kamala Harris, like, knowingly doing that, no.
But didn't the judge order her to turn over the evidence to set people free?
There was a judge ordered more testing for a certain case, and Kamala Harris supported that more testing. That same person who more testing was asked for is still sitting on death row and in jail because they committed the crime.
Okay.
Well, and I will say, Harry, but like you voted one time, correct?
Yeah, one presidential, one midterm.
Okay, so just you voted one time, bud, and shit. I was in fourth grade during 9/11, man. You know, you've got your whole life that you don't quite see. And I'm not trying to go back to the first feller. And well, it's sad that he left. I mean, he may have drank a little bit, but
maybe, I don't know.
but you need to straighten out that comb hair you got going on there.
I'm getting a haircut tomorrow, don't worry.
I appreciate it. But man, I think people are just not seeing where the bullshit's going on. I like Trump. I like Kamala. There are certain things on both sides that are good.
But
okay, there's certain things on both sides that are not stuff that I like. But I think honestly that it's something that we all need to just look at and just sit back as Americans.
Yeah, I mean, oh man, look. First of all, me being younger means nothing because I we have books, we have like articles, we have news stories that we can all read about like a Trump presidency and who Kamala Harris is and who Donald Trump is. So that means nothing.
So did the Romans, man.
So who?
So did the Romans. The Roman Empire.
No, I know. Yeah, I know the Roman, but what? What is that? I don't know what that means.
The fall of the Roman Empire, man. They had the entire democratic system that went up with it. They had all sorts of republics and everything. Man, it's.
Yeah, no, you know what? A lot of collapses of empires in history are due to failures from leadership. Because bad people get into leadership. Bad people, because sometimes they play into people's biggest fears and they play into the conspiracy theories that these people somewhat believe a little bit. So I'm just simply asking you
it's history,
to not.
Dude.
Yes, it is history, but I'm just simply asking you to not allow these people to play into fear and don't have incompetent people in office. That's all.
No, I 100% agree. And
all right, amazing.
I don't touch into the politics, and I saw what you were doing.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess we will leave it there. All right.
All right.
All right. Thank you, Mike. Have a good one. Jeez. And then we were left with 0. We started with 3. We're left with 0. My God. Amber, thank you for the $20 on Venmo saying, so now I'm training people to canvass in Pennsylvania as well as going out myself. And I literally tell people to watch your debates to learn policy and how to talk constructively to Trump supporters. Wanted to know you are making a difference. Keep it up, Harry for Prez. Amber, you're making a difference. Thank you for the boxing gloves, everybody. Jose, I appreciate you, my man. Amber, you're making a difference. I hope you know that by going out every single day, canvassing, telling people to canvass, teaching people. That's amazing, man. Amber, seriously, thank you so much for all that work you're doing. And thank you for your support. Raul, thank you for the $5 saying Texas is going all blue with all red. Hopefully. That'd be amazing. Landon, thank you for the $2.24 saying support the dock workers, people to the power to the people. There's about to be a strike. Hopefully it doesn't get to that. Roberta, thank you for the $5 saying feel better. Thank you, Roberta. I appreciate that. Felicia, thank you for the $20 saying, dude, you rock. Sorry, people are jerks. Kamala 2024. Felicia, I appreciate you. Thank you. Alicia, thank you for the $5 saying the Utah Blue Democrats. Sometimes I feel like I'm the only one. You give me hope. Thank you. You're not the only one. Maybe a blue dot in a red state, but I can tell you there's so many amazing people fighting for democracy out there. You can see them in the chat. Amazing. And Carrie, thank you for the $35. Please show some love for Carrie in the chat. Some W's for Carrie. Harry, 35 days to go. So buy Mucinex D behind the counter because we need you. Because every day counts. Your voice is important and respected. Yeah, Carrie, I appreciate you. Got to power through. Got to power through. You know, democracy. Sickness will end. You know, the cold will end and will heal, but democracy won't if Donald Trump wins. So. You know, Daisy, thank you for the $1. Thank you for all that you do. I'm 30 and learn from you, Daisy. I appreciate that. Cadence, thank you for the $5, and Ashley, thank you for the $5 saying destroy MAGA. I don't hate that. All right, if you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up and we'll talk. All right. Venmo, Cash App in the link in bio. Andrew, $10 that just came in. Gen X does Gen Z save the world, please. Andrew, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate it, man. Venmo, Cash App in the link in the bio if you want to support the live. Andrew's saying he's MAGA. Let's give him a shot. I'll bring up 3 of them again, man. Hello, Andrew. How old are you?
19.
All right. Why are you MAGA?
Well, it's more that I don't really want Harris as president.
Why?
Well, there's a lot of cons about her. I mean, she's just not as qualified as Donald Trump.
Are you trolling, dude? Are you kidding me?
Do you want me to get into specifics?
Sure. What are the cons about Harris in terms of her qualification? I mean, you got to be trolling, dude.
I mean, well, first of all, she struggles with messaging on immigration.
What?
What do you mean, what?
What the fuck? Wait, okay, continue. Sorry, continue.
Numbers.
Continue.
And then she can't even handle on the southern border crisis.
I don't what? Oh my god. Okay. So just immigration generally is an issue you have with Kamala Harris, yeah?
I'm talking about the southern border crisis right now.
Which is an immigration problem, right?
Yeah, you can say that.
Okay. So then why are you against Kamala Harris, who supports a bipartisan solution to the problem? And why do you then support Donald Trump, who killed that bipartisan solution to the problem?
Okay, you're just cherry picking stats right now. You're picking one good over like 15 bad.
I was at a cherry. That's literally not cherry.
And then you just want to only talk.
It's not cherry picking stats. First of all, I didn't cite a statistic. Number one. Second of all, it's not cherry picking stats. This is a major thing that's happened in American politics. In 2023, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden put forward bipartisan immigration reform. It was a bill that was written by Democrats and Republicans. It included a lot of things I'm sure you would agree with, right? Donald Trump killed that bill and brags about killing that bill. Why would you support somebody who killed that bill and brags about doing it?
Why would you support Harris, who's literally racist towards immigrants?
What? How?
And how are you? You can't even vote for her.
How? Yes, I can. What are you talking about?
You're not even old enough to vote.
I'm 22 years old.
You literally have school tomorrow. I knew this guy. This guy is trolling, bro. I knew this guy was trolling. I was like, "What are you talking about, dude?" He has to be trolling. And I'm gonna hope that he was. I think that he was. You never know with these folks. Make sure to drop a follow if you haven't already. Venmo, Cash App, link in bio. How are you, MAGA?
I've been around long enough to see some politics, and over the course of, I'd say, the last 20, 25 years, my question for you, I guess I was going to say it, but I'm going to rephrase it. You tell me what president has been elected and followed through on more than, say, 25% of what they said they were going to do.
I don't know if I have like a statistic on that in terms of like what president has accomplished X, Y, and Z of what they wanted to do. But the point is about when a president lays out an agenda is this is what they want to do. This is what I stand for. And this is what I would try to fight for. Now, Biden has managed to achieve a lot of what he set out to do, a lot of the major things he set out to do. And of course, he didn't get 100% done that he wanted, probably not even 50% of what he wanted done, but a lot of good stuff. And Kamala Harris would do the same. That's the point here.
Okay, but when you say that, like the things that you think or that you say that Kamala Harris is standing for, she didn't stand for that until recently. Some of the major, not everything, but some of the major things, she has just recently changed her views on and her objectives. Where were these objectives while she was vice president?
No, she's agreed with everything she's running on right now has been policy pushed by the Biden administration. So and this is also policy that she herself has voted for. The VP right now, VP Harris, has broken more or has had cast more tie-breaking votes in the Senate than any VP in American history. And this includes a lot of Biden administration policy, like the Inflation Reduction Act, of which include a lot of major investments in fighting climate change and healthcare, things like that. She agrees with those policies. And it's reasonable to assume that she agrees with the Biden administration policy, of which she's been fighting for the past 3.5, 4-ish years.
Okay, but she's been in politics I don't want to say her entire life, but the majority of her adult life, she's been in politics, and she doesn't understand policies. She doesn't communicate policies the way that, let's just face it, Trump just comes out and says what he's going to do. And I think that people don't like that, and I don't personally like it either. I don't like the way that he speaks. I think if he just understood how to talk, people probably wouldn't have as much of a problem with him as they do. If you look at the policies that he set in place and the things that he was doing for America, the jobs that were opening, he was bringing back manufacturing to the United States. He was giving tax cuts for businesses.
You just contradicted yourself in your own sentence, by the way.
No, I did not. Ford literally brought manufacturing back to America.
You said that Kamala Harris can't speak well. Donald Trump can. I just wish he knew how to speak. If Donald Trump can speak, you wouldn't wish to know it. So you just contradicted yourself. Can Donald Trump speak or can he not?
He speaks, but he speaks like an idiot. If he would speak with...
So he doesn't know how to speak. So then your objection to Kamala Harris is that she doesn't know how to speak. And now you also acknowledge that Donald Trump doesn't know how to speak. So that would be a criticism of Donald Trump.
Yes, it's a criticism of how he acts. I'm sorry if he's too blunt for people.
Yeah, so just riddle me this. When Donald Trump is talking about Hannibal Lecter and boats sinking with batteries and sharks and things like that, what policy is he outlining there that makes you compelled to say, oh, this is the guy I want to vote for?
I don't care about when he's talking about anything like that.
Okay. So you're very nitpicky when it comes to Kamala Harris.
You wanted to talk about how people say, well, Trump did this and Trump did that and he's been indicted. And have you looked at the facts of some of those cases?
Yes.
Literally.
What case do you take objection with?
Okay, let's look at the real estate thing. Where he was convicted. Or not convicted, indicted. Kevin O'Leary himself said every person would be arrested because of what they claim that Trump did.
I couldn't care less about what Kevin O'Leary says. I couldn't care less. Why does that have any implication on the law? Donald Trump went to court on this and was found liable for extensive business fraud based on the facts. So, Joe Schmo over there could say that Donald Trump is guilty. It's like, that means absolutely nothing. The facts mean more. Do you know the facts of the case?
Somewhat, yes.
No, you don't.
I didn't read specifically everything there is because there's too much there. Don't shake your head at me and act like you know better.
Yeah, you don't know the facts of the case. You just cited Kevin O'Leary as a source as to why he didn't do it.
You don't know all of the facts either because there's no way that you would have read 1,200 pages of the indictment.
So there's not an indictment in this case.
That's not in this one.
So
I was
what
talking
indictment?
About the real estate.
Yeah, the real estate case is not an indictment. That was not criminal. There was no indictment in that case. And also, the legal filings were not 1,200 pages. Indictment. You can read the judge's conclusion, which was around 90. It's not that tough. He goes through all the different witnesses, all the evidence, and his conclusion in the case. I don't know what indictment you're citing. I don't know what indictment out there is 1,200 pages, by the way. What?
You obviously don't understand law whatsoever, but in order to
it's me. Yeah, no, for sure. That's the conclusion here. Okay. You just said that there was an indictment in this case that was 1,200 pages, and it's civil. I don't think
1,200 pages of paperwork to go through if you wanted to understand everything that they were throwing at him.
No, you literally could just read the judge's conclusion. The judge went through all of the major witnesses, wrote what they testified, what the significance of their testimony was, and the evidence against Donald Trump in the case. You can do all of these things. You can just go read it.
Absolutely, you sure can. But
and you didn't, unfortunately. And you don't even know the facts of the case, right? You don't even know the fact that Donald Trump claimed his penthouse was over 30,000 square feet in New York City. In reality, it's under 10,000, which is a huge difference in value in terms of New York City real estate, especially. It'd be a big difference anywhere, but in New York City, absolutely. You don't know the fact that Donald Trump claimed that there was land he was going to build 7 mansions on, that he ended up not doing that because he didn't have the permits to do so and it wasn't going to be profitable. He valued that land at over $150 million. Appraisers that the Trump organization hired said it was valued around $5 million. That's an $145 million difference in valuation that Donald Trump claimed so you'd get better loans and better interest rates and things like that. You don't know the fact that Donald Trump said that to these big banks in the United States, he was going to build thousands of condos over there in Scotland, hundreds of them, and then he was going to sell them all out and rent them and things like that. Turns out he wasn't doing that. The number was significantly different, and so he could get better loans because he's claiming he's so wealthy. You don't know any of this stuff, and you don't know that all this was brought to court and he lost.
Oh, I do know. I watched it.
What do you mean you watched it? There was no cameras.
No, I watched it on Facebook and on all these wonderful social media sites that report all the truth.
Yeah. It's all the truth if it's on Facebook, right? No, I love that. My God, what? What about the document case? Do you know anything about that?
Which one? I'm sorry.
Okay, that answers that question.
No, I seriously didn't hear you. What'd you say?
The document case, the classified document case.
The ones where he took them.
Yeah,
I'm aware.
So what do you think about that? You didn't think that was just a bunch of BS?
Well, no, I don't know. Here's the deal. I'm not trying to stall, and I'm not trying to try to understand, but I think that this happens more than just with him. I don't think it was right. I'll agree with that. I don't think that it was right. But do you really think that Hillary Clinton's deal was right? And she never got in trouble for any of that stuff.
What deal for what? Deal for what?
Her classified server being at home, which was completely...
My God, she was investigated like 3 different times by the FBI of this and cleared every single time.
And the FBI was also investigating Trump for the Steele dossier, but that was completely... They've come out and said that was completely false.
Yeah, so the Steele dossier had a lot of unverified claims that they looked into, which is natural, because if they are given something that suggests that there was a crime that took place, they look into it. It doesn't mean that they were trying to get Trump. That's what the FBI does. They look into claims of criminal activity. That's what we want the FBI to be doing. But again, I just want to be clear that the FBI investigated Hillary Clinton multiple times surrounding this. She was exonerated every single time. And to be clear, that doesn't exonerate.
Right. I just think that it's funny that all of these other politicians do a lot of the same things. Like, for instance, they literally just brought this up. Okay, they just brought this up. That there's, I think 16 or 17 million in hush money that has been paid to people that have committed sexual assault against other victims and whatnot. And this was literally in, the Senate and Congress. And I'm not saying it's one side or the other.
Who did it?
They're saying that there's 16 or 7. There's an investigation going on right now that there's 16 or 17 million dollars in hush money that's been paid to hush people. My point is that everybody.
First of all, hush money is not illegal.
It is when it's the taxpayers' money.
Well, okay, if it's taxpayer money for sure. But what are you talking about?
My point is simple, that you keep saying that Trump's done this, Trump's done that. You shouldn't vote for him because he's done this, he's done that. If we all said we're not going to vote for people who did things wrong, there's no one that we could vote for.
Yeah, I'm not saying you vote. I'm not saying that Kamala Harris is a Puritan in the sense that she's never done anything wrong. She's never, she's never said something wrong or she's never lied or anything like that. Nobody's perfect by any stretch of the imagination. All I'm asking is that you don't vote for a criminal. You don't vote for somebody who assaults women. You don't vote for somebody who commits business fraud. You don't vote for somebody who bullies people and very likely broke the law in all of his other cases, right? That's all. It's a very low bar. It's a very low bar when you think about it. That's all.
No, and I agree with you on a good majority of the points that you're saying.
So then you're not voting for Donald Trump, right?
No, actually, I don't know if I'm going to vote for either one of them, to be honest with you, but you can't convince me to vote for Kamala Harris because she's part of the system.
Oh my God. So, I know that Facebook.com, right, is a source for you where you think that, the government is investigating $16 million in hush money, but I don't even know what the hell you're talking about. But if you're willing to sit back and say, yeah, I'm okay with sitting on the sidelines and possibly allowing a criminal to get into the Oval Office, then I don't know what to tell you. This is truly a very consequential election, and you should be doing your part to help whoever you care about in your family, whether it be a partner, kids, friends, whoever it might be in your life that you care about, or just other people generally you don't even know, and make sure that this person does not get into office. Like, it's crazy, the ambivalence here.
Well, I think that I thought it would be an interesting chance to talk to you and hear some of the things that you had to say. You do know quite a bit about certain things, but you also don't know everything there is out there, just like I don't know everything out there.
Of course.
But I find it hard. The reason why I asked that question about what have other presidents done that you could say, yep, they did what they promised, is because, believe it or not, for the most part, Trump actually did do a good majority of the things that he said he was going to do. And my biggest reasoning for voting for Trump would be immigration.
Yeah, okay. Voting for the guy who killed the immigration bill. Yeah, he voted for he blocked the bill to clamp down on this stuff. The bipartisan border bill, bill blocked it. Killed it.
Question about the bill, because I'm not entirely clear on it. And I know that sounds horrible, but I'm not entirely clear.
That's fine. That's fine.
Was the bill to be basically rerouting immigrants to ports like they are now, or is it something else?
Rerouting? What do you mean rerouting? Like,
okay, so they're saying the news, and this is on CNN as well as Fox, and they are talking about the border crossings and how the numbers are way down compared to what they used to be.
Correct.
But what they're doing is they are rerouting people directly through the ports. So, and this is what they're reporting, they're saying so they can track the immigrants better by pushing them through the ports.
Well, the United States government always prefers people go through ports of entry. And that's like where you mainly
but it's still illegal immigrants, and they're literally just basically taking their name down and letting them in.
No, to be clear here, if somebody's getting let into the country, they are most likely seeking asylum, which means that they're legal. So they have this credible threat interview at the border, and then we let them in if they pass the credible threat interview.
I understand that. If they're seeking asylum, that's one thing, but a lot of and again, this is on the news, they're saying a lot of the illegal immigrants that are coming through are not asylum seekers.
That's not true. The majority of people seeking asylum, or people coming to the border right now, are seeking asylum. Oh, here. Let me get Law of the Wild up. This is a lawyer. He can talk to you about it. He works with immigration cases. He's great. Any comment on that, Law of the Wild?
Hey, Harry. Yeah, so when somebody's coming through a port of entry, one of three things happens. They're either granted some sort of a status here, whether they're a refugee, asylum seeker, if they're a victim of trafficking, something like that. They're allowed into the country. If they're asylum seeker, they have to go through what's called a credible fear interview to determine whether or not they have a credible fear of returning to their home country. If that's established, and only about half of them make it through that credible fear interview, they're allowed in until they can have a final hearing. Right now, because of the backlog and the lack of resources, it's about 4 to 8 years, depending on where they are in the country, that hearing is going to take place. If there's somebody who does not have a claim of entry, so if they're not one of those people that doesn't have a visa, doesn't have an asylum claim, there's one of two things that happen. If they show up at a port of entry, they're just turned around. They're said, sorry, you can't come in here. If they show up between ports of entry, that would be a violation of 8 USC 1325. It's crossing the border without inspection. One of two things can happen. One is we say, hey, you can turn around and go back home, or they'll deport them, or they are detained until they actually have a court date. Now, most people don't want to be detained, so they go back home to their home countries. But there are no people who are let in at the border who do not have a valid claim of entry.
Why is the news saying that they are?
You're going to have to be real specific with what the claim is in order for me to address it.
Okay, so and this has been on multiple sources. This isn't just like some right wing. This has been on CNN talking about border crisis, and they're saying that the border crossings, illegal border crossings, are down because people are crossing through the ports, and they're saying that it's not asylum. It's not. They're just filtering people through.
Because they are.
Well, I mean, nobody can be allowed entry unless they meet one of those criteria that I just talked about. So, what they are doing, part of Biden's executive order, is that it's normally the case that when somebody comes to make an asylum claim, they can do it at a port of entry. And this is under 8 USC 1158. They can do it at a port of entry or between ports of entry. Now, when somebody is encountered at the border and they have an asylum claim, what they are doing now under Biden's new executive order is bringing them to the nearest port of entry in order to process their credible fear interview, whereas previously they could stay up in the country until for up to 1 year under current law. Now, that aspect is actually being challenged in court right now because executive orders can't override federal law. But as of right now, that's the process that's going on. But still, there is zero people that are being let in just because they show up. They have to meet one of the criteria that permits them entry into the country.
Maybe that's what it was, the extended year that you're talking about. Maybe that's what they were talking about.
Maybe I don't know.
But anyways, it was good chatting with you.
All right, Ronald.
I know we don't see eye to eye, but it was good chatting to you.
Yeah, all right, man. Have a good one. Appreciate it.
You too.
Pamela, thank you for the $25 saying, keep going, Harry. Thank you. Pamela, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here. Christy, thank you for the $5 as well, saying, thank you, Harry, for fighting for our democracy. You sound like you have a bad cold. Rest up. We do, but democracy matters more. I appreciate you, Christy. Sheila, thank you for the $25 as well, saying, you're seriously incredible. You make me excited for the future and all the good you'll bring to the world. Happy belated birthday and get well soon. Watching always, Sheila. Thank you so much, Sheila. I appreciate you. That's incredibly kind. Thanks for being here. Yeah, very nice. And Victor, thank you for the $50 saying, I love your TikToks. First time catching you live. I love your debate style. Thanks for fighting the good fight against MAGA ignorance. Yo, Victor, thank you so much. Throw some W's for Victor in the chat at $50. Get at least 50 W's in the chat for Victor. I appreciate that so much, man. Thank you. And Jared, thank you for the $5 as well, saying deep state DNC payroll payment. That's how we do it, folks. We funnel it through Venmo. It's a beautiful way. Julie, thank you for the $3 saying, Harry got my bumper sticker for my car for Harris. I love that, Julie. Fantastic. Venmo Cash App, link in the bio. Yeah, I think that's it.
All right. Harry, I got to go for a minute, but everybody here, we have 5.8 thousand people watching, and Harry isn't even at 1 million. This is a little ridiculous. What I need everybody to do who's watching is fill up the bar one time. Just tap the screen until that bar fills all the way up. Harry will be at 1 million in no time. Now, we do know there are some MAGA people who are hate watching right now. I would encourage them to take a break from punching drywall and just punch Harry's face with your finger for a little while. That would be do it. But if you guys are feeling generous, if you're one of the generous Democrats that are out there, you can be like a blue state and subsidize a red state and tap that bar, fill it up 2 times to make sure that we get Harry over 1 million.
Dude, Harry, I'm insane right now.
Yeah, Harry, I might pop back up in a little bit, but I'll let you do your thing.
All right, thank you, La. I appreciate it, man. As always,
take care, sir.
One. Yo, man, we love Law of the Wild. Wow, it's actually going insane. The likes are going crazy. He wasn't lying. We love Law of the Wild. You guys see him all the time in different lives, man. He's the GOAT, man. He really is the GOAT. He's really the GOAT. He's like the final boss and all this stuff, man. He's the final boss in terms of debate, man. He's a remarkable guy. And if you don't already follow him, you should. I think he's like about to hit 30K. I mean, the fact that he's not at 30K yet is criminal, you might describe it as. All right, if you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up. He's a good guy. I've seen with Parker and Dean. Yeah, he's killing him, man. If you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up and we'll talk, all right? Remember, only request up if you are MAGA. We are only looking for some debates this evening. And of course, the Venmo Cash App is in the link in the bio. And we're like on our way to a million likes. This is remarkable, ladies and gents. It is remarkable. He's so good at getting likes up. That's a trick I didn't even know about, the whole bar thing. I mean, I knew that there's a bar when you watch lives and stuff like that, but that's like a good individual thing to really get it up there. We're going like 10,000 likes every 2 seconds, man. It's crazy. You guys are going insane on the likes. What's up, Sam? Are you MAGA?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I am 18.
All right. Why are you MAGA?
I am MAGA because me personally, I am a Christian. So I vote based off of my Christian beliefs, but I'm not going to sit here and say that Kamala Harris is completely bad. She has good points. She has good policies. Just me personally, I vote based on my beliefs. So me personally, I'm going to vote for the candidate that aligns with my belief.
And how does Donald Trump align with your belief?
Quite simply because whenever I look at who I'm voting for, whenever I go based off of my belief, I start with the defenseless. So I am against abortion. So that's really the main reason.
And so you're voting for Donald Trump because you're against abortion?
No. I'm not. If RFK was still in the running, I might consider voting for RFK. I'm not completely MAGA, but I am MAGA as of right now.
Because of abortion?
Partially.
So why does that make you want to vote for Donald Trump? Like, why are you pro-life?
Quite simply because I don't agree with it at all. I think it's murder.
Why don't you agree with it?
Because I think it's murder.
Why do you think it's murder?
Because you're causing a life to not be born by going in and murdering it. Well,
so you would define murder as like an unjust taking of a life, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So obviously you don't one sec. This guy's fucking one sec better. We'll talk to you in a second. So obviously not every taking of a life is bad, and I think you'd agree. Like if you have a family that unplugs a brain dead patient, would you consider that murder?
If they're struggling, I would view it as more of a sense of like how you put a dog down, in a sense. I think like how you said, the unjust taking of a life.
Yeah. Okay. So and then in like so just to point out that there is the point of me asking that is that there are instances of which taking a life is justified. Now, why do you view an abortion as unjust? Like if a mother is like, or a woman just generally is like, yeah, you know, I don't want to bear this child. I don't want to go through 9 months of this, and maybe I'm not in a financially stable position to do that. Why do you view that as an unjust taking of a life?
Just because I simply view it as that is a life and you are going in and murdering it. So I view that as unjust. But on the offhand, if like if the mother's life is in danger, like if the mother would die if she gives birth, that's the only time that I think abortion should be considered personally.
What about in the instance of assault?
In the instance of assault, like rape?
Yes.
I think if it's like a young woman under 18, then I think, yeah, personally.
But if she's like 25 or like 20 and she gets assaulted at college, she doesn't have the right to do it, in your view?
I mean, yeah, still. I do think that if they are raped and they are assaulted, that, yeah, I could see that being a point.
Okay. So then why is it unjust for just like a woman who maybe had a mistake with her boyfriend and she's like 17? Why is it a mistake? Why is it wrong and unjust for her to have an abortion?
Trump didn't say it was. He gave the red light for that.
I'm not talking to you.
I don't care. Stop lying and spreading fake.
I'm not even talking about Donald Trump. I'm not even talking about. Can you stop talking? I'm not even talking about Donald Trump right now. I'm asking him his belief. I said nothing about Trump.
Okay, but it's up to the states, right? You get that. It's not presidential.
Yeah, I'm saying nothing about Roe v. Wade and whether it's up to the states right now. I'm asking about his belief on abortion. I said nothing about Donald Trump. You guys are on like. You're something that Trump called that every negative thing you hear about a view that you guys have. You're just like, oh, it's Trump.
What your fight is so ignorant.
What are you saying? What's so ignorant?
What I'm saying is that the argument why you're saying you're voting for Kamala or why you're against Trump has nothing to do with the presidents. You get that, right? It's all in the state. So prove me wrong why Harris is better than Trump. Why are we even talking about abortion? That's up to the states. So that's got nothing to do with Trump and
Why
Harris.
is it up to the states now?
Because it should be. It shouldn't be on one man's shoulders.
What
it shouldn't be on one man or one woman's shoulders.
Hello? What changed it to make it to the states?
Trump gave it to the American people.
Okay, so wait. What body overturned Roe v. Wade?
It should have been a long time ago.
Oh my God! Can you answer a question? What body overturned Roe v. Wade? What government body overturned
and
it?
many presidents tried before him.
Holy shit! I'm asking. So, do you know who actually overturned Roe v. Wade?
Donald Trump.
Are you
the
stupid?
American people. No, I'm not stupid.
Who overturned Roe v. Wade?
Donald Trump did.
Are you familiar with the Supreme Court?
Yes, the Supreme Court, because he fought against it. He fought against it. It should never be on one man's shoulders. It should be on the states. It should be on everyone voting for it. It should be on every American citizen. It should not be on one man's shoulders. That is ridiculous and disgusting.
It was never on one man's shoulders. It was never on one man's shoulders.
The president, you want the president to decide on that? Whoever the president is?
The president does not control Supreme Court cases.
Yeah, because now it's Roe v. Wade got overridden.
I don't think you know how the government works. The president doesn't control Supreme Court cases. The president doesn't tell the Supreme Court what cases to control. And abortion, when it was Roe v. Wade was the law of the land, was never dictated by the president.
Yes, it was on one man's shoulders. Donald Trump gave it back to the states.
Oh my God, this is so painful. The Supreme Court, the reason that Roe v. Wade or abortion was protected federally was because of the Supreme Court case Roe v. Wade.
And Roe v. Wade should have never been in law.
Whether you think it should be in law or not is different than what I'm talking about right now. It was never on one man's shoulders. None of these Supreme Court cases are on one man's shoulders.
Okay,
I don't know why you keep saying that. But point is,
who decided it? Who decided
the Supreme Court
where abortions were legal? We gave it back to the states and not the federal government.
The Supreme Court decided it, and 3 of those justices were appointed by Donald Trump. So it was both the reason that Roe v. Wade got overturned.
But it doesn't matter who was appointed by who.
Yes, it does. Yes,
no,
it does.
Doesn't.
Yes, it does. Because you know why? Hey, you know why? Because if the 3 Supreme Court justices that were appointed by Donald Trump were appointed by a Democrat president and they were liberal justices, Roe v. Wade would not have been overturned. But Donald Trump appointed those 3 people, so Roe v. Wade was overturned. So it does matter who the president.
It does matter in the hands of the people.
You keep saying the same. You are so two-dimensional. You keep saying the same thing over and over again.
No,
I'm trying to explain to you. I'm trying to explain to you the Supreme Court.
The murder of children, which more than half of America thinks.
Well, that's great. You're welcome. That's not true. First of all. Second of all, I don't know what data you're citing. Third of all, I'm not talking about your views on abortion. I'm trying to educate you on like basic civics and like how the Supreme Court and the presidency works.
This decision should be in the hands of the states.
Why?
It should be in all of our votes.
Why?
We should all vote for it.
Why?
Because this is something that America should choose, not a few handful of people.
Why should a majority be able to deprive women of basic health care?
Okay. Listen, Harry, you little cunt. I've had an abortion.
Oh, you're so angry now. Why are you angry?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not angry.
You're
I'm
angry.
saying that this decision should be in the hands of the people.
Why?
Because we are the people. Our voices matter. Our voices are the ones that matter. We are.
So then, wait. Well, then why are you supporting?
Children.
Then why are you trying to support Donald Trump, who tried to overturn our voices in 2020?
Because he put it back in the hands of the people.
But you're saying our voices matter. It should be in our hands of the people. Then why are you trying to support Donald Trump? Why are you trying to support Donald Trump, who tried to overturn the election in 2020 and tried to take the voice of the people away?
He got voted in. Are you ridiculous? He is the only person going to all these
Holy
things.
Shit,
all
man.
these, no, really.
He lost.
Who's down south right
he
now?
lost in 2020 and tried to overturn.
He won 100%. That
Really?
is why
What's your
he
evidence
is
for
the
that?
only one.
What's your evidence
He's
for that?
the only president going
What's your
to
evidence
these
for that?
big political things.
What's
He's the
your
only one
evidence
there.
for that?
He's the
What's
only
your
one they're
evidence?
asking.
Hello,
Why is
what's your
Ben not
evidence?
you?
What's your evidence?
Okay,
What's
so
your evidence?
why are these other leaders of countries ending up at his house? Because that's our capital.
This
that
happens.
Is our capital. No, tell me some other president, some
Can I answer your
ex-president
question?
where they end up at his house.
Can I answer your question? This happens every single. This happens every single presidential election. All of these different
Joe
leaders
Biden on
meet
a
with.
beach is
Can
not
you
our
stop
president.
talking? Can you stop
Ma'am,
talking?
quit interrupting him.
Do you not get it?
Can you stop talking? Like, do
You
you,
don't
do you
get
have
it.
a filter by any chance for like 5 seconds? Are you 5? So in presidential elections, world leaders will meet with both candidates because it's either going to be one or the other. So these world leaders meet with these people ahead of time so they can make their voices heard, their concerns heard, and because this person might be the president of the United States next, right? It happens with
So
both
when war
candidates.
is going
so
on,
they meet with both.
Yeah,
exactly.
is in war right now.
Exactly.
No, tell me another case.
Exactly.
Tell me
These
another
world leaders
case where
these
they've
world
met
leaders do both
with
of
a
these things,
president.
right?
No. Tell me
These
one
world
other
leaders
case
meet
where
with other.
No, there is no other case.
Holy
no other
fuck.
case where they've met with a president running
That's
for
not.
president.
That's just. It's
They
just
meet
not
with
true.
him
You
right
must
now
have like
because he is
short-term
the
memory
leader
or
of
something
our
like
country.
that.
He is leading our country. George was already said, yes, we lost all these votes. All these other countries have said, we hit all these votes. We know who our president is right now, and it's not some dude on a beach taking a fucking nap while our country down south
I don't know.
is
I don't know why
dying.
you keep screaming your face off. You're just like you're screaming
Because
relentlessly.
You're a moron,
you need
Harry.
to. You need
I've
to
never
put down.
seen
You need to
before,
put
but
down the
you are a
line, my man. You need to put down
I have
the
a
line.
son your age that's a Marine.
Yeah.
You're a cunt.
Good for him. You're so
non-American
angry. Look at you. You're so
fucking
angry.
cunt. Because
It's just
you're
you
a
have
piece of
this
shit
willful
bitch.
ignorance.
You're a
You have this.
non-American. You're a
It's so, man, I'm so glad you got muted. You have this willful ignorance, right? Where you're just talking out of your ass. You don't understand that in every single election in modern American history, world leaders will meet with candidates from both parties, right? Because one of them is going to be the president of the United States. So Zelensky, for example, recently met with Trump and Harris. And that's smart tactically. I think she's leaving right now. That's smart tactically because one of them is going to be president. So he has to talk to both of them to say, hey, this is what we want to accomplish in the future. We hope that you accompany us in that goal. That's called smart foreign policy on behalf of these leaders. And this has happened. You can go back in 2008 when Obama was running and became president-elect. World leaders were meeting with him and John McCain before the election happened, even though none of them were in the White House. Because it's just standard procedure in elections, okay? So you might have, like, I guess, bad memory when it comes to election history, and that's, your problem, not mine. But this happens all of the time. And also, I'm still waiting for an answer on to my question. What evidence do you have that Donald Trump won the 2020 election? I'll give you the opportunity to answer the question.
Oh, God.
Yeah, oh, God's right. I sent you an invite to unmute. Now let's see if this MAGA lunatic can find out the most difficult test of all: unmuting yourself on TikTok Live. It's a challenge for many of these folks.
MAGA, but it's pretty obvious that he didn't win the election.
Thank you.
I'm sorry that you can't have a proper debate with her because she interrupts you all the time.
It's all good, man. She's crazy. Can you not? Hey, you up there? Can you not figure it out? You literally press your thing. You press your little square and press the unmute button at the top. Okay. Figure it out here. I'll give you 30 seconds to figure it out. You got to figure it out here. I bet that she is still screaming on the other side of the phone. She's screaming into her phone right now.
Because you're a fucking cunt, you un-American.
Look. You have an echo. You have to swipe up out of the app.
Screaming.
You have an echo. Swipe up out of the app and come back, and then I'll unmute you. Okay? You have an echo. So swipe up. Go out of TikTok. Go ahead. Still can't figure it out. Really can't.
Go ahead.
Oh my God. Swipe up out of TikTok. You have an echo. So swipe up out of the app. What? Am I speaking? Okay, yeah. Okay, good. I was like, am I speaking a foreign language? Okay, come on. Come back. Come back. Bro, it's like trying to do Einstein's equations with this person. Come back. Come back to TikTok Live. Come back here. I'm giving you 15 seconds to come back, and then I'm going to move on.
I really wanted to.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh, what a shame. Oh, no, you have to go. All right, Sam, sorry about that. Golly.
It's fun. The thing with me is, like, I'm open to both sides. Like, I'm not founded in one side.
Yeah.
So I see Democrats' points and I see Republicans' points. It's just, I guess in a sense, I'm not really educated enough at my age right now to kind of fully understand everything.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, you know, it's a complex world out there. All I'd say is that, I mean, look, I know your views are grounded in religion, and so like can be like a very fundamental thing to you when you vote. But I would just say that like this election is very consequential. It's very important that Donald Trump loses, just because this is somebody who is wants to abuse the power of the presidency like we've never seen before. And, you know, he wants to get rid of his criminal charges so he doesn't ever have to face a court date. And he's just a criminal already. It's like these things really matter. And I don't think we should have somebody in the presidency who's willing to abuse power and willing to go after people, as he's said. So, I mean, he reposted something on Truth Social calling for military tribunals for Liz Cheney. Right. It's like, you know, regardless of political belief, I think that, you know, I hope that a lot of people put aside, you know, maybe their political leaning and just put America first and the country first, and, you know, put political party second. So that's all.
Yeah, I agree with that. But can I ask you something real quick?
Yeah, for sure.
So for you personally, why is it that you view Kamala Harris like as the person you should vote for? Like, even if Trump wasn't a felon, like, because I assume you still think policy wise that Kamala's better than Trump, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I just think she's significantly more qualified. I mean, she's worked her way up the political ladder. I don't know if you can become more qualified for the presidency. She was a district attorney, attorney general, senator, now vice president. She's dedicated her life to public service, and I just agree with her policy more. So wanting to build like 3 million houses in 4 years and give $25,000 in down payment assistance to help the housing shortage, I think is great. Like, she actually has a housing plan. Donald Trump doesn't. I think her view on like fighting climate change is vital, you know, kind of saying that fossil fuels need to be phased out, but we can't just do it immediately, but also investing in renewable energy, which creates jobs, is great. I think her view on healthcare is great. We now have more people insured than ever before because of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. She wants to continue that work. I think is great. So just in terms of like these policies and experience and morality as a person generally, I think it makes her the right person for the job.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's understandable.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just for me personally, I mean, geez, some of these MAGA supporters, man, they are absolutely, they don't know how to debate properly. They don't let people speak. So it's kind of not leaving a good impression on people, especially for people who do support. Sorry.
Yeah, and I mean, like, look, I don't think that everybody that supports Trump is automatically a bad person. I think there are a lot of like misguided people out there who think that Trump's going to do X, Y, and Z, and in reality, he won't. But I just think like what we just saw right there is actually representative of Trump. We saw him in the debate with Kamala Harris, right? He was like name calling her. He was saying that people are eating dogs and cats or whatever. Like, he was getting very angry and interrupting her and screaming at her and bringing up her race and things like that in the middle of a debate. So you might see something like that and you're like, wow, that's like atrocious. That's really terrible. It's who Trump is. So just understand that, you know, it's not one for one, right? But it is like incredibly concerning that's sort of how Trump behaves. So
I don't really, to what that guy said, I'm not going to be like that other guy before, but I do think he doesn't know how to speak properly.
That's for sure.
I think he tends to be more aggressive with his speech and like kind of just straight out mean with things he says.
Yeah, he's a bully. I mean, he's a bully. That's what Trump is. He goes after vulnerable people. He targets people. He makes fun of people. That's who Donald Trump is. And I don't think that's a good quality in a leader. You know, honestly, character really matters, despite what a lot of folks say. Like, character matters in a leader, and his character is god awful, man. So just do me a favor. You're going to the ballot box this November. How old are you again? How old did you say you were?
I just turned 18 in September.
So you just turned it. So it's your first time voting, right? You're going to the ballot box November. Just think about all this stuff, you know. And I know you're very religious, and I totally respect that. There's no problem. Just, you know, just understand that, or I shouldn't say just understand. Just think about the guy who is running in the Republican Party, and, you know, that's all I can ask.
Yeah, I'm not blinded by just one side. I view all the sides. Like, I view RFK, like I view Kamala and I view Trump. But
yeah.
I mean, I'm currently taking in all the information until it's November, right?
Yeah, amazing. That's all. That's all I can ask of you, man. That's all I can ask.
Yeah, and well, I just hope for the rest of the time that you can find people who will actually debate you and not yell.
Yeah, we'll see, man.
Interrupt you all the time, but I thank you for taking some time out of your day to discuss.
Yeah, no problem, Sam. Thanks for taking time out of your day to discuss as well.
Thank you.
Have a good one, all right?
Yeah, you too.
Thanks, bub. God. See, Sam was nice. That other screaming lady, I mean, my God. You'd think that if, with all that screaming, she'd be able to figure out how to mute herself. No can do, apparently. It's a tough task. It's like asking her, solve Einstein's equations. Do you know quantum physics? It's basically the equivalent for her. It's a tough task. It's very difficult. Very difficult. Owen, thank you for the $3 saying, not old enough to vote yet, but enjoy watching your videos and will be voting blue soon. Amazing, Owen. I'm so glad to hear that, man. Thank you. Sean, thank you for the $5. You're an idiot. Kamala is stupid, and if they win, we will be screwed. Well, thanks, Owen, for the $5. I appreciate that. Donna, thank you for the $100 saying you have an amazing future. So smart. Please show Donna some love in the chat. Spam the chat with W's for Donna. I appreciate that. Thank you, Donna. $100. That is crazy. Show Donna some love, please. That is amazing. I appreciate that. Shout out, Donna. $100 is crazy. Thank you so much, Donna. I appreciate you. And thank you for being here and supporting. It means a lot. I really, really appreciate that. And Krista, thank you for the $10 saying manifesting your 1 millionth like. Oh, well, Krista, I'm happy to report we're at 1.4 million. So it's all shout out to you guys. Thank you, Krista. I appreciate that. Carly, thank you for the $3 saying, did you see about the Georgia abortion ruling? Also love watching your lives. Can't wait to go vote blue in November. Carly, I appreciate that. And yeah, the Georgia abortion ruling is amazing. They overturned the 6-week ban, which is fantastic. Emma, thank you for the $10 saying, thanks for what you do and putting up with all these people. Young Voices in Politics gives me hope and makes me proud of our generation. It's my second presidential election, and I'm doing what I can to turn Ohio blue. Emma, thank you for that. That's amazing. You have a very important Senate race in Ohio, and I know you're working hard on getting Sherrod Brown elected. And of course, hopefully Kamala Harris wins the state. If she does, that'd be great. I'm not holding my breath. But Katie, thank you for the $5 as well, saying this woman is embarrassing. My husband is ex-special forces and infantry, and we love watching you. Veterans for Harris. Katie, please, thank you guys for your service. I appreciate you guys so much, and thank you for watching. Yeah, that woman was crazy. JW, thank you for the $25, my man, saying, sending you lots of love and joy, brother. Thank you, Jason. I appreciate that, my man. Thank you for being here again, always supporting. It means a lot. It's very kind. Raymond, thank you for the $25 as well, saying, boot her, Harry. There you go. She's gone. And Matthew, thank you for the $20 saying kick her blank. I can't say that on live, but thank you for the $20 as well. Daisy, thank you for the $5 saying I can't send more, or excuse me, $2 saying sorry, I can't send more, but I love you and have me giggling today. Daisy, please don't apologize for not sending more. The fact that you're just here supporting means the world to me. You don't have to send anything at all. The fact that you're just here means more than anything else. So thank you for being here. And thank you for the $2 as well. It means a lot. But yeah, Venmo, Cash App, one sec. Still a little sick. Venmo, Cash App in the link in the bio if you want to support the live. Also, drop a follow if you haven't already. We do these lives all the time. And double tap the screen. Let's try to get to 1.5 million likes. We're super close. Fill that bar. Taking the law of the wild method. Divine, hello, are you MAGA?
Yeah, man.
Why?
Yeah, because I'm pro-life. And ultimately, although I don't think Trump is pro-life, I definitely vote for a more pro-life candidate if I could. It's just ultimately I think abortion is wrong.
Wait, what state are you voting in?
What state am I voting in?
Yeah.
Yeah, Philadelphia.
You're not from the United States, man. Nice try, though. Nice try. Philadelphia is not a state, mama. It's not a state, mama. Golly. It's not. That ain't a state. That ain't a state, cuzzo. That ain't a state, cuzzo. All right, if you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up. Louis. Let's get Louis up here. I appreciate the hey, you named an American city. It's props. Hello, are you MAGA?
What's going on, Harry? Yeah, I'm MAGA.
How old are you?
24.
All right, why are you MAGA?
I'm MAGA for a lot of reasons. Main reason, without bringing Kamala into it, for me, just on Trump's record alone, is Trump's foreign policy from his first term.
Okay.
Specifically what? What's that?
Specifically what about his foreign policy did you like?
I liked his relations with foreign leaders. I can give a few examples, but so you're familiar with President Teddy Roosevelt, right?
Mm-hmm.
So President Roosevelt his foreign policy was to achieve peace through strength. And like the quote that he had was like, speak softly and carry a big stick. That basically meant like, have strength in the military. And by that, you'll be able to have peace throughout the world with foreign leaders. So like Gen Z, like when we were growing up, like I feel like you'd agree with me, like under the Obama administration, there always seemed to be a lot of tension with countries like North Korea. And the idea of a president having good relations with Kim Jong-un seems like an impossibility up until 2016. So Trump meeting with Kim Jong-un and developing a good relationship with him, crossing into the border of North Korea, which had never been done before, is really impressive. And at that time, we felt safe as Americans because the leaders of the world respected the United States, respected Trump, and that was through peace through strength in his words and in policy.
So yeah, I don't buy that at all, because North Korea was still threatening the United States after Donald Trump met with him in North Korea in the DMZ. So there wasn't a great relationship there. They were still testing their missiles. They were still accelerating their missile program, still moving toward a nuclear weapon. Like nothing in the United States relationship with North Korea actually changed.
How could you say it didn't change?
They were still threatening us.
North Korea border.
They were still like that means
So
nothing.
no standing president had ever done that before, going back to the Korean War of the 1950s. So that's not a big deal to you. That's a sign of peace. That's a sign of peace and strong relations. Have you seen the video?
It doesn't matter to me if nothing changes. Like North Korea was still threatening us when Donald Trump was in office. Like after they met, after
threatening us. But I mean, like if you watch what Trump said about that, Kim Jong-un would threaten with a nuclear missile, and Trump would say, "I also have nuclear missiles that are much
Does that
stronger."
sound like peace?
Well, it goes back to what I said, peace through strength. So Trump is saying, okay, you have a nuclear weapon, but we have a stronger nuclear weapon. So if you fire yours and we're firing ours, and ours will win, and North Korea will be in ruins. And that kept Kim Jong-un at bay. So yes, that kind of proved my point. Peace through strength on foreign policy.
Has Kim Jong-un not been kept at bay under the Biden administration? What has he done like significantly differently than under Trump?
He just didn't. There seems to be like a new Axis powers. He just joined with China and Putin, did he not? That they kind of just.
I mean, they've always been connected.
But they just They just, I don't know if they signed something, some type of pact or something that they have united those three countries, and that started happening since the dollar became the U.S. dollar. Became like not the world's currency, which is also another sign of the Biden and Harris.
What are you talking? Wait. The dollar is still the world's currency. I don't know where you're getting this from. Also, there's no like major. The question, I knew the answer to my question. That's why I asked it. There's no major difference in terms of like how North Korea is operating with the United States under Trump than Biden now. Russia and China have always supported North Korea because they have like terrorized South Korea, Japan, and of course the United States as well. So this is not new. And again, I just want to reiterate that nothing major changed in the relationship between North Korea and the United States. Like Trump saying I have a big nuclear weapon means nothing, right? It means nothing. It didn't change anything. It only made things worse, right? It only made them threaten us more. And
I strongly
at the end of the day,
disagree.
it doesn't like if Trump says like, oh, we have a big missile, that doesn't mean anything, right? Because North Korea knows what the United States, it does not. North Korea knows what the United States military does. So whether the president's on Twitter saying we do or don't means nothing. And I actually think that diplomacy through with competence is much better than diplomacy with incompetence. And incompetence is getting on Twitter and saying I have a big red button.
That's more towards the American people, and that's just Trump's strategy. You're also undermining Twitter, the use of Twitter, and Twitter is how most people. It's how I get my news today. So that's how people hear from the president. But also, I think you're strongly undermining Trump stepping into North Korea. No American leader had done that prior. So I don't understand how you're undermining that accomplishment.
Why does that matter?
Would Joe Biden or Kamala Harris be allowed to step foot into North Korea the same way Trump did today?
Maybe, I don't know, and they shouldn't, right? Because that's just legitimizing a dictator. This is somebody who starves his own people. Yes, it is. That's why do you think no other president has gone there, both Republican and Democrat?
Because they can't. They aren't able to negotiate.
You think it's because they can't? You think that every modern American president before Trump just didn't have the ability to negotiate? You know, some of these people are lawyers, military generals, and all these people. You just think that Donald Trump is somehow above all of these people? I mean, are you kidding me?
Outside of the 21st century, the Cold War was in effect. So, yeah, it would be much less likely for a president to go to North Korea during that time.
Yeah, but I mean, even think about President Clinton, Bush, Obama. You think that
Bush had his administration full with the Middle East? No.
Wait, yeah, just because the Bush administration was certainly involved in the Middle East doesn't mean that they couldn't focus on other countries and talk to other countries as well.
Like,
do you really think that? Just to be clear here,
Obama
your view is that Donald Trump is just superior to all these people, and thus all these lawyers and military generals that came before him just are unable to negotiate, and all these military generals who are in Biden's administration right now are just unable to negotiate. I mean, really?
I think Donald Trump is a very good negotiator, and he shows the might of the American military in terms that foreign leaders could actually understand, because he puts it very plainly. It's the same thing with Putin. If you want to move over to, if you want to switch over,
this is such delusional crap. I can't even lie. Like,
it's not delusional.
It's utterly delusional. Like the fact that you think that like Donald Trump is just somehow like holier than thou and so much better than all these other presidents that came in before him. It's nonsense. It's like, if Donald Trump was such a good negotiator, why was North Korea still accelerating their missile program and still testing missiles? Why didn't he negotiate his way to make North Korea not do that? If he was just so good at
that in a second term, perhaps he would have done that in a second term.
Wait, but he's such a good negotiator. Why didn't he do it in his first term? If he was such a good negotiator, he would have done it the first time, right?
He was making progress. He stepped foot into North Korea.
But he's a great negotiator. But he's a great negotiator.
Than anyone that things like denuclearization of the world take more than one term.
Is that why he pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal?
That was a poor deal by the Obama.
What was bad about it? What was bad about it?
Did it not give permissions to Iran, give them any type of leeway to be in possession of weapons?
No. What was bad about it? What are you talking about? No, it's the exact opposite. What was bad about it?
It seemed to me at the time, we were both pretty young, but it seemed to me at the time that it just kind of bent the knee to Iran.
A global agreement stopping Iran from getting a nuclear weapon? How is that bending the knee to Iran?
Well, I know a lot of Republicans disagreed with.
But why do you disagree?
Iran. Why do I disagree?
Yeah, why do you disagree? Leave with that mustache.
Well, I don't really. I would say with the Iran nuclear deal, I don't know fully.
Okay, but we know that Donald Trump pulling out of it allowed Iran to get closer to a nuclear weapon, to enrich more uranium so that they can get closer to having a nuclear weapon. So you're saying, denuclearizing the world takes time. Well, Donald Trump undid years of progress with pulling out of that deal.
I don't think I'm reading a bit about the Iran nuclear deal, but I don't think that there's a correlation between that, him pulling out, and leading to more nuclearization in the world.
Wait, so just to be clear here, Donald Trump pulling out of the Iran nuclear deal, which limited the ability of Iran to build a nuclear weapon. You don't think that has any connection to the world becoming more nuclear?
No, I don't.
Oh my God. This is what I'm talking about. It's just utter delusion. This is what I'm talking about. It's just utter delusion. It's utter delusion, right? If you're like just to be clear here, your view is that Donald Trump is the best negotiator in American history.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all.
Well, that's the implication by you saying that he's better than all these other presidents
in the 20th century were living through the Cold War, so there was less likely to cross into a communist country and shake hands with the leader than post-Cold War presidents.
And
I said President Bush was focused on the Middle East.
Yeah, I mean, we're focused on a variety of different countries at once. So we can multitask because we're the United States. We have like
post
diplomats.
Post 9/11, come on.
Yeah, exactly. Post 9/11, our relationship with other countries didn't just end because we had more focus on one part of the world. You're basically saying that Donald Trump is way better than all these other presidents at negotiating. And except literally there's nothing to show for it. The world just become, our enemies just got closer to nuclear weapons, and North Korea just continued to accelerate their missile program. Like, nothing changed.
All right, so I did a bit.
Wait, let me just ask you this. Let me ask you this. If Donald Trump's relationship with North Korea was so great, can you name one thing that changed in our relationship with North Korea?
Yeah, we didn't have to be so afraid of a president of Kim Jong-un despising.
I'm asking about like something that's tangible, right? Not just like, oh, we the people didn't have to be so afraid. Something that's tangible, something that's like in writing, like a deal or something. Do you have anything that's actually tangible that we can all see for ourselves that changed in the relationship between North Korea and the United States because of Donald Trump? Is the typing a sign of no?
I'm just checking myself just to make sure. I don't understand how you're undermining
so the answer is no.
A president's diplomacy by stepping into a hostile country as not something tangible to reduce tensions and develop dialogue.
So I also think that it's not helpful for the United States to have dialogue with dictators of which there's no ground to be made.
So what's the alternative, though? What's the alternative from having dialogue?
Well, can you answer my question first? So just to be clear, there's nothing tangible that you can cite that in a relationship change with North Korea.
I think having a sitting president step into North Korea's border is something tangible.
So nothing.
How is that nothing? It's the.
I'm asking for like something. I'm asking for like something in writing, something like a deal that changed, like a relationship that was developed in a positive way for the United States. It's just they stepped in. It's just he stepped into North Korea and that changed everything, even though it changed literally nothing.
Singapore summit.
Singapore, and what about the Singapore's? What about it? What about it?
It included commitments from North Korea to work toward denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula and to reaffirm the goal of peace.
And what happened as a result of that?
Well, I see that there's a lot of stalled negotiation, and yes. Okay, but Harry, it's the efforts. It's the efforts that count. And a second term could have led to more development.
Oh wait, I thought he was such a good negotiator. He should have got it done the first time. I mean, that's the claim here, that he was just so good at it.
He's working against world dictators, Harry.
Exactly. So here's one of the points as to why
understand that.
I don't disagree that it's not easy, but here's the point: is that working with countries like North Korea is meaningless. Utterly meaningless when it comes to stuff like this.
So again, what is
it's utterly meaningless to step into a country because Kim Jong-un is crazy.
I'm aware.
There's nothing that the United States can do that doesn't buck the knee to the country and legitimize him more and his country more that actually solves this issue. So you're asking, why haven't these other leaders stepped into North Korea? It's not because these people are scared or that they're not good negotiators or that they're not smart. Even Republican presidents in history have been smart people, even if I disagree with them. It's because the United States sees little to no value in engaging with Kim Jong-un, more than it, like, oh, we don't think you should shoot missiles at us, right? There's nothing to be gained from working with Kim Jong-un. There's no trade deal. Kim Jong-un is not looking to democratize his country and open up a trade agreement with the United States. There's nothing tangible and nothing positive that comes from it, and we're seeing that. Trump walked in North Korea and said, oh, everything's going to change. They still shot missiles into seas around Japan and South Korea, and they're still testing missiles and still going toward a nuclear future.
There's merit to what you said, and I agree, but I think you're leaving out a big part of it, which is the military-industrial complex, which is why many people in Washington would not want to engage with Kim Jong-un, because walking towards peace is defunding the military-industrial complex, which up until Trump really was the Republican Party's platform, and Trump revamped the entire Republican Party by claiming the Iraq War was a complete mistake, which kind of completely shifted the mindset of Republicans. Now it seems that the Democrats are the party of war in the modern day.
That's utter nonsense as well.
How is that utter nonsense?
How is the Democratic Party the party of war?
I'll tell you exactly why, and I guess we'll get into Ukraine and the Middle East.
Sure.
One, Kamala Harris went to go meet. I don't know exactly. No, she met with Putin, but then 3 weeks later, the Ukraine war broke out, and and we're not even really talking about Kamala yet, but that's really because Kamala is completely incompetent, and I think Putin, I think Putin realized that, and then 3 weeks later he invaded Ukraine, and then similarly October 7th happened in the Middle East. So, and these wars are being at least Ukraine is being funded an insane amount by the United States. And there's no end in sight. And Kamala Harris, like when I watched her at the DNC, her pledge to stand up to foreign leaders spells out to me that she's willing to go to war with these leaders, to stand up against them. And Tulsi Gabbard, who I don't know why Democrats don't find her credible. I don't know your stance on Tulsi Gabbard, but I respect her. Lunatic?
Yeah.
I heavily disagree. But she said that she doesn't believe that, bless you.
Thank you.
She doesn't believe that Kamala could stand up to the military-industrial complex like Trump.
I don't care what Tulsi Gabbard says. She's a Putin puppet.
All right, but everything that I say, you just brush off like it's she's a respected.
No, she's not.
Yes, she is. Maybe on the Republican side now because the Democrats have cast her out.
Yeah, maybe the Republicans respect her, but I don't.
Elected official. She served our country.
Who the fuck? I don't care if you're an elected
Who
official.
The fuck cares
right?
Who the fuck cares if you served our country?
No, I specifically said if you're an elected official. Who the hell cares if you're an elected official? There are plenty of elected officials in country. There's a plenty of elected officials in our history that you don't respect. I'm sure you don't respect all the people who are segregationists, right?
The ones that have done dastardly things and are
corrupt, I think that Tulsi
but
Gabbard has done bad things by spreading Russian propaganda. I think it's bad.
Yeah, see, this Russian thing, I think that's ridiculous. I think
she spread lies about Ukraine having like developing chemical weapons in Ukraine at these factories, which is just not true. There's literally no evidence for that, which is something that, by the way, Putin himself has spread. So I don't think that spreading Putin talking points is beneficial for the United States. And, I know that Tulsi Gabbard and Donald Trump and all these Republicans like doing that, but I actually don't think it's good for the United States to be parroting Russian talking points that they want us to be parroting that helps them. I don't think that's a good thing. And I don't think anybody that does that is a good person.
I've never seen
anyway, on a lot of what you just said, I don't care what Tulsi Gabbard says. Oh, Kamala Harris, I don't think she could do this.
Well, that was just one point. Yeah, the overall point was that Kamala Harris is weak on foreign policy, and I don't think she can stand up to the military-industrial complex. And me personally, I will not go to war for Kamala Harris.
Okay, so if Donald Trump was so about peace, why did he increase drone strikes 450% in the Middle East, and why did innocent Afghanistan deaths increase 330% from 2016?
Did Obama not do the same thing?
He increased drone strikes 450% from Obama.
Isn't Obama called Drone Obama or something like that?
And the name is like completely unjustified given the fact that Donald Trump came after him and he increased drone strikes 450% on top of what we were already doing. Now you can take issue with Obama's use of drone strikes, like that's if you have issue with that, that's fine. But Donald Trump increased it 450%. And innocent Afghanistan death, for example, went up 330%. And in 2019, Donald Trump literally changed the law surrounding drone strikes so that the United States didn't have to report as much as we were previously innocent deaths as a result of drone strikes. So how is this about peace? How is Donald Trump the not wartime president if he's just using drones to blow up people all the time?
Well, I don't agree with killing civilians as a result, and I don't agree with censoring the amount of civilian deaths. However, that you know very well that there's good reason, and I'm sure, even Obama, to drone strike the Middle East, like dealing with ISIS and other terrorist groups.
Yeah, that's not what I'm arguing. I mean, in some cases, drone strikes are justified, but in a lot of the cases, Donald Trump would just willy-nilly them and just kind of send them regardless.
How would any of us know if he's willy-nillying drone strikes? Wouldn't we have to be in the military or
no? I mean, we have like pretty good examples of war. No, we have pretty good examples of this that we can, we the people can logically conclude. Like, for example, 5 days after Donald Trump took office in 2017, he authorized this raid using Navy SEALs that President Obama specifically declined to do because of its risk, and Navy SEALs died as a result. If the former administration is rejecting to do something based off of risk and the new guy comes in and just like says, yeah, and 5 days into his presidency says, yeah, fuck it, let's do it. And then a Navy SEALs die. then I think that's pretty careless. And I think that's just like kind of sending people in without regard for their lives.
Well, Harry,
I think the fact that
go ahead.
And I think the fact that innocent deaths in Afghanistan went up 330% is a pretty good indicator that, yeah, maybe Donald Trump wasn't being super precise with drone strikes, right?
I just want to confirm that fact here. I appreciate you. I appreciate the way you debate, Harry. I appreciate the way you debate a lot.
No, well, likewise, man. I always appreciate the conversation.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, what I'm saying is that when it going up by exactly 300% is not necessarily true without context. But I definitely do see that civilian deaths do see an increase under Trump's presidency.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not good, man. Yeah, I don't think we should. I think it's like the opposite of. Trump is like literally the opposite.
To really make an impact on terrorist groups like ISIS that President Trump did, what would be the moral but effective way for a president to maintain Obama's level of drone strikes?
No, I think that there's I don't think that increasing drone strikes to take care of terrorist groups is inherently like a bad thing to think about, right? Like, it's intuitive that you might be, you and I talking here, be like, yeah, well, let's increase drone strikes to hit terrorist groups. Except in practice, it's not all that effective because sometimes like our intelligence is bad and that person we're trying to target isn't actually there. And it turns out it's just a bunch of innocent people. And so I think to a degree, it's almost better to just not go after these terrorist groups in that way. Because look, there are bad people all over the world. There are bad people in every single country. There are terrorists in every single country. Is the United States just going to say, hey, we're going to start drone striking every single country? I'm not sure that's effective foreign policy. And I don't think that Donald Trump saying, yeah, you know what, let's just drone strikes all of these groups is effective foreign policy either. I think like certainly there are instances of which it can be used. And I'm not saying that every single instance that Donald Trump used it is bad, but that increase and that level of innocent civilian deaths increase is certainly concerning.
I'd say it's concerning. However, ISIS being basically destroyed by the end of Trump's presidency without the United States military, having to actively engage on a large scale is effective. And yeah, that I agree with you that developing military strategies to accomplish military missions is a goal for future administrations. But I do think Trump was effective, yes, at the cost of civilian lives, which isn't right. I don't think that disqualifies him from being the president, and I don't think that makes him bad on foreign policy because, like I said, it was effective against ISIS.
Yeah, I'm not saying that like if an innocent person dies in a drone strike that you're automatically disqualified from the presidency, but that level is, and also like
it's a bit careless. I definitely
well, we shouldn't have a careless president. Number one, and number two, it's like you're never. First of all, ISIS is still a thing. Like, no matter how much Donald Trump...
they regrouped under the Biden administration.
Well, it's not... They were regrouping under the Trump administration as well. So the thing is, like, we can't...
How you think Trump would have allowed to have that happen in a second term?
Yeah. Because look, the United States can have all the intelligence we want. We can't just drone away these groups, right? We can continue to take out leaders who continue to go after Americans, but we can't just say, yeah, you know what, we're going to bomb every single country of which we think ISIS is, and hopefully the group deteriorates. It's like, that's never how a terrorist group is going to deteriorate, right? We can't just drone our way out of that. So there has to be more effective strategy, and there also has to be a point where we say, we have to have effective mitigation strategy and not just send bombs when we feel like it. Because not only is that expensive, but then, a bunch of innocent people die, right? And again, I want to make it clear that I think drone strikes in certain instances are absolutely justified. No problem with that. But not in the way that Donald Trump did. But my point overall in this conversation is that Trump is not the anti-war president, right? He's not. He claims, "Oh, I'm against this. I'm against that. I hate war." It's like, please. We were attacked by Iran. Donald Trump went after Iranian generals. Donald Trump bombed the hell out of the Middle East. This is not somebody who's a pro-peace, and and now he's saying, like, with the Middle East, he's like, Israel has to finish the job, right? If they take care of it, and they can do whatever the hell they want. It's like, come on. And he also said for Russia that if he were to win and a country doesn't pay their dues for NATO, he would let Russia do whatever the hell they want to that NATO country, and he would not support them. That is insane.
All right, yeah, so these are good points. So let's start with his 2016 run. So I think he is the anti-war president because, like I said at the beginning of this conversation, going into the 2016 election and those debates, he went up against every Republican candidate on that stage to declare that the Iraq war was a mistake. That's before he gets into office. That's one of the first points that he made that shifted the mindset of the Republican Party. So that alone promotes an anti-war agenda. Then during his presidency, there's no new wars started, which hasn't been done essentially since the military-industrial complex was coined by President Eisenhower after World War II. So I think his record has been upheld since he began running for president, that he is against war. He's not against peace through strength, which is how I started this debate.
Yeah, I don't think you can say that he's anti-war if he's increasing drone strikes in that level. Like, I'm sorry, like those are two like completely contradictory points. You can be like, yeah, you can say like, yeah, I want Donald Trump and the U.S. president to go after ISIS and terrorist groups more heavily, sure, but then you can't simultaneously say like, oh well, he's anti-war. Those are two like.
Well, drone strikes are different from warfare. Drone strikes are different than dropping kids. Like, all right, no, it's okay. It's warfare, but
come on,
ground warfare. He's not sacrificing American lives like you or
Joe Biden.
They were a draft.
Right now, we're in less war directly in terms of Americans on the ground than we were under Donald Trump. Right now, Joe Biden, the United States is not at war for the first time in a very long time. Right now. Well,
now we're walking towards the Afghanistan withdrawal.
Well, we can talk about the Afghanistan withdrawal, absolutely. But I just want to point out that you're talking about anti-war, we're in less war right now. We are not in war.
Yes, I agree with you. We're in less war. However, we are closer than ever to World War III, and that's because of the incompetence of Biden and Kamala Harris. Come on,
come on. Maybe be real with yourself.
Come
on.
To see the tensions.
Be real with yourself. There have been tensions in different areas. Come on.
Since the Israel-Palestine escalation, and since Putin's invasion of Ukraine, it's been escalating worse than ever. And like I said before, with that point, Kamala Harris is not afraid to send kids like you or I to die for that.
What gives you that impression?
What gives me that impression?
Yeah, what gives you that impression?
Whether you respect her or not, Tulsi Gabbard's view is that she will. She is not afraid. She 2 points. She cannot stand up to the military-industrial complex because she's too much of a puppet career politician.
But I don't care what Tulsi Gabbard says. Why do you think that? Like, are you just basing your view off of what Tulsi Gabbard said?
No, but these are people that I respect, that I watch. RFK, Vivek. These are people that okay. I mean, come on.
RFK Jr., the guy who had his brain eaten by a worm.
I respect. These are highly respected people in America today.
Just to be clear, Vivek Ramaswamy, the guy who said we should get rid of the FBI, and RFK Jr., who had his brain eaten by a worm, and he placed a bear carcass in Central Park and cut off a whale head and took it home. And when he was asked about sexual assault allegations against him, he said, "I'm no church boy." And he recently had an affair with a New York Magazine reporter, cheating on his wife. And Tulsi Gabbard, somebody, as I mentioned, literally spreading Russian propaganda talking points and got laughed out of Congress and laughed out of the presidential race, and then was a Democrat 4 years ago and now became a Republican.
The Democratic Party changed the terms of the debate so that she couldn't be on the debate because she single-handedly ended Kamala's campaign by exposing her record.
So Tulsi Gabbard didn't do anything to Kamala Harris's campaign, and the major point that people talk about, Tulsi Gabbard did this.
Why did she drop out soon after that debate?
No. Well, she dropped out before Iowa because there wasn't a path forward to victory. It wasn't because of Tulsi Gabbard.
Because her numbers tanked after Tulsi Gabbard.
Her numbers. You can look at the debate. Her numbers didn't tank after the debate. It wasn't.
Why is that moment so infamous in recent American?
Yeah, a lot of people cite that moment on the Republican side, but the fact of the matter is that moment that people like to refer to a moment, she was lying. what she said in that video of like, oh, Kamala Harris did this to these prisoners was not true.
But why couldn't Harris defend her record? She
did. Just nobody cites her defense in the conversation.
That she's proud of her record, but I mean,
she should be.
I don't
because fucking Tulsi Gabbard lied about her record in that moment in the debate. But the point is that the people you're saying are respected have absolutely no idea what they're talking about, right? Kamala Harris has stood up to people her entire life. I want to remind you that she prosecuted murderers, drug offenders, bad people as district attorney and attorney general. You don't get a coward to stand up to these massive trafficking organizations. And it doesn't take somebody who's weak. That takes somebody who's strong to send these people into court and then jail them for the offenses that they committed. And you don't get somebody who's vice president by being weak, right? There's no weakness in terms of that. There's no weakness in her.
If her record checks out for, her record as DA and as a prosecutor, I would have to look into that myself. But
you should. But you know who is weak?
She became vice president because she backed President Biden into a corner by accusing him of being racist. So
that's not true.
It is true. President Biden had to pick someone that's DEI as his
fuck president. Off. No, don't do this shit with the DEI crap. She's qualified. It has nothing to do with who she is. She's qualified for the job.
Why did she? Well, you were going to make a point.
Well, no. What were you going to say?
I was going to say if she's qualified, so this leads into a lot about her now. Why?
Well, before we do that, 1 second, I want to make the point. You know who's actually weak? Donald Trump. You want to talk about people who are respected in the Republican Party or people in the Republican Party? Nikki Haley said that Donald Trump got weak in the knees when meeting with Putin. John Bolton, Donald Trump's former national security advisor, said world leaders from China, North Korea, and Iran would laugh at Donald Trump behind his back because they knew that they could take advantage of him. Mark Esper, Donald Trump's former national security advisor, also says that he will not be voting for Donald Trump because he is incompetent and his incompetence is dangerous. All these people who know Donald Trump. H.R. McMaster, Donald Trump's also another former national security advisor because he just rolls through people, also said that Donald Trump is incompetent when it came to foreign policy. He will no longer be voting for him. These are all staunch Republicans. They've been Republicans their entire lives. So I think that if we're valuing people's opinions when it comes to strength in foreign policy, we should be valuing the opinions of people that know these people the best. These people know Donald Trump incredibly well. Whereas with Kamala Harris, you have just the other day, over 700 former secretaries of state, secretaries of defense, national security officials came out and endorsed her. These are people who served under Obama, Clinton, Bush, whatever, Bush Sr., Bush Jr., Republicans, Democrats. These people are saying, yeah, we trust Kamala Harris in our professional opinion. Tulsi Gabbard over there, who the hell is Tulsi Gabbard? Let's listen to the people who know Donald Trump, his former advisors that he picked, saying that he's incompetent.
Yeah, so there's a lot to unpack there. There's validity. I mean, we'd really have to go through the records of every single person that has endorsed either Trump or Kamala to really break down whose voice is worthwhile listening to. But I mean, a lot of those didn't really add up. We just spoke about how he was too aggressive in the Middle East, and then you mentioned something about being weak to Iran, and then Nikki Haley, who was running against him in the primary, obviously is going to slander him, but she did end up endorsing him when he became the nominee and spoke about,
she's cowardly.
That's not cowardly. It's unification of a party to win an election.
Nikki Haley's a coward. Donald Trump insulted her husband, who's now serving abroad, saying, "Where's her husband? He just disappeared." He was serving abroad when he did that. He called her bird brain, and she endorsed him anyway. You look, there's political differences in a primary. There's no doubt when you're insulting somebody like that.
Freedom is at stake because the Democratic Party is corrupt. But that we can get into that. But the last point before we were going to talk about Kamala, the last point that I'll make, you could respond obviously, is how could he be weak in the knees at Putin when he threatened, same as Kim Jong-un, peace through power, speak softly and carry a big stick, as in peace through strength, threaten Putin on many occasions, and Putin did not invade Ukraine under President Trump. So that's obviously just a talking point of Nikki Haley if she said that, or if anyone said that.
Really? Again, I just want to remind you, all of these people are national security advisors of Donald Trump. Many of them are very critical of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. None of them, some of these people are not even voting for Kamala Harris or Joe Biden, or I should say Kamala Harris. But they're still saying it. Yeah, Donald Trump's utterly incompetent. And when it comes to Putin, again, Donald Trump talking a big talk also means nothing. Because if I just say, oh, I'm going to do this, I'm such a big guy. And then when push comes to shove, none of it happens. It's like, okay, well, what was the big talk for anyway? It's like, like a boxer saying, oh, I'm going to beat the hell out of this guy. I'm going to beat the hell out of that guy over there. I challenge him to a fight.
You wouldn't
and then
want
saying,
push to come to shove. You wouldn't want that. That's what's happening now.
No, push comes to shove meaning that meaning anything.
Shove, and we're going to see.
No. Push come. I'm not. When I say push come to shove, I don't mean like actual war. I just say like when it's time to actually deal with these people in an official capacity. Trump crumbled. I want to remind you the things that Donald Trump has said about Putin. That he's strong. That he's a good leader. He rules with an iron fist. That he was intelligent to go invade Ukraine. That he said that if Russia invades a NATO country and the NATO country didn't pay their dues, that he would allow Russia to do whatever the hell they want. We have a bunch of people and a bunch of articles on this about how Donald Trump wanted to pull out of NATO, which is one of Russia's biggest dreams for the United States.
Donald Trump has an America first mindset and platform, as many Americans do. Donald Trump does not want the United States to be ripped off and doing more of their share than other countries.
Yeah, except
it's the whole argument that America is not the world's police.
Yeah, we don't have to be the world's police without engaging in groups like NATO. Like we can do both. We can be like, yeah, we're not going to like fight in every single conflict, while also saying like, yeah, if you attack a NATO country and you're threatening world peace, we have something to say about it. And if a NATO country gets attacked and, Russia is just going from country to country in Europe and invading them and killing innocent people, millions of innocent people, then I think the United States should have a say in that, because we've seen how this works before in different world wars where they go one and one and one and they keep going. And then it turns into a disaster. And then eventually the United States gets involved. So NATO maintaining its legitimacy, maintaining its strength is a good thing. Donald Trump threatening that strength and that global peace that's come with NATO is a bad thing. Ronald Reagan's rolling in his grave right now.
Other countries should also be doing their fair share and maintaining that.
No doubt. I agree. But right now, more NATO countries are paying their dues under Joe Biden than under Donald Trump. Right now, it's around 23 out of 31 nations are paying their dues. And you know what? Joe Biden didn't have to threaten them. He didn't have to say, yeah, if you don't do this, I'm not going to defend you. He does it quietly. He does it through strength in private without insulting these countries and maintaining these relationships. That's a good leader. Donald Trump saying, oh, I'm gonna let Russia invade you if you don't do this, is so dumb. It only pushes away our leaders and emboldens Russia. I mean, it's crazy what this guy does. And it's crazy that people think that this guy is like some foreign policy whiz. I mean, my God,
You're making interesting points. I'm just reading up a little bit.
No, you're good. You're good. Just no reason to elect this guy. I mean, this guy's just utterly incompetent.
Well, perhaps I think I gave you some pretty good points. We disagree on some of them, but I think I gave good arguments as to why.
No, listen, you bring up things that we can fundamentally disagree on, and that's perfectly fine. Like, for example, with drone strikes, I don't think that you saying like, yeah, I want to go after ISIS with drone strikes means you're inherently bad, right? I don't think that. That's like, I disagree with the method, but I don't think that means you're inherently bad. But I think that overall your views are not backed up by Donald Trump as the candidate. You're saying like, I believe in strength. I believe in this. I believe in that. I believe in like standing up to these leaders and things. I totally agree with that. But Donald Trump is not that guy. He's not the guy who's going to do that.
He is. And the state of the world just shows that. You don't even need to do the research that we do to understand that. All you have to do is just look around. The wars are breaking left and right because the America is weak.
Look around. You're right.
That's what you were saying, that
American excellence is literally on display
in maintaining world peace.
American excellence is literally on display right now. You're right. Look around at how the United States manages this stuff. When Russia invades Ukraine, which is not, by the way, has nothing to do with the American president. When Russia invades Ukraine, America stood strong with our ally, and we united. And Joe Biden, something that nobody thought was going to be able to get done, got 50 Western countries to invest in Ukraine, give them weapons, give them artillery, and Ukraine and Kiev still stands. That's American excellence right there. That is what the United States does.
Excellence to this day now. We're going on two plus years.
Hell yeah.
Insane amounts of money to that.
First of all, we're not spending that much. It's honestly around like 2% of our military spending every single year.
Dollars into this Ukraine war at this point.
Yeah, that's like 2% of our military spending every single year. So it's really not that much in the grand scheme of things. Also, given the fact that our GDP is trillions of dollars, this is like a rounding error for the United States. And this is such an amazing investment for a couple of reasons, because not only, number one, with the foreign policy perspective, we want Ukraine to win. We want Ukraine to stand, because if Russia takes Ukraine, they become more powerful. They have more natural resources. They have more access to trade routes. That's bad for the United States. We don't want an enemy becoming stronger. But number two, we want an ally in Europe. We want a democracy in Europe, and we want pro-democracy allies to win. So number one, from a foreign foreign policy perspective, it's good. But number two, from a United States perspective, what we're doing is sending Ukraine old weapons from our reserves, then investing in new weapons in American companies. So not only do we get the best of the best, but we also get investing in America's economy, helping the economy. And number three, we've invested trillions of dollars since the Cold War and during the Cold War in combating Russia. Trillions of dollars. But now, and with like $150 billion, we've been able to indirectly, without having an American troop killed, take out half of Russia's original army, a bunch of their ammunition storage places have been bombed.
That's what led to the end of the Cold War. Yeah.
Yeah, but think about the investment we've made, taking out a bunch of Russian troops, taking out a bunch of their weapons, taking out a bunch of their ships and their planes and things like that. Are you kidding me? This is such an amazing investment for the United States and remaining a stronger country than Russia. This is good. And again, like this is like the principles that Reagan talked about, who I hate. But Reagan was like, yeah, let's stand with our allies. And now Donald Trump is just like, no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't affect us. Of course it affects us. Of course it does.
So Harry, I'm gonna. These are you're making solid points. I hear you. So I want to tie this into what we were talking about earlier with drone strikes.
Yeah.
So your argument about poor leadership then was Trump's recklessness in firing drone strikes that ended up killing 300% more civilians.
Yeah.
Is it not the same concept of dragging this war on endlessly and leveling Ukraine to a point where it's not even a country anymore, and tons of volunteer people in Ukraine's military dying? I mean, both sides really. Both in Russia's military and in Ukraine's military. I'm sure the civilian casualties are through the roof right now. So, at what point does it become irresponsible on the Biden-Harris administration and possibly the Harris administration to continue this war at the cost of human lives and infrastructure of a whole entire country?
Look, the United States position is we don't want this war to continue, but we will not stand down to Russia. We will not bend the knee to Russia and allow them to take Ukraine. There's a really simple way that this war could end right now, and that's Ukraine pulls out all of their troops, stops firing missiles into Ukrainian apartment buildings and hospitals and schools, and just get out of Ukraine. And we can go back to the borders we had prior and end the war right now. But as long as Russia continues to invade an ally, we, the United States, should stand with them. Because if we don't stand with them, then as I mentioned earlier, Russia will just take Ukraine. They'll just have more economic opportunity, more natural resources, more trade routes.
Trump's strategy to end that war, as he claims like day one he's going to end it, is just give Russia.
Oh God! It drives me up the wall. There is not a single national security official out there, not a single military official who's like, yeah, I think Trump's going to end it in one day. That is utter nonsense. If he does end it in one day, he'll end it by, I don't know, giving Russia basically all Ukrainian land. That doesn't mean it's a good ending to the war, right? And it doesn't mean that innocent people won't die. Because here's the thing. Right now, Donald Trump could come into office and say, you know what, Ukraine, give up half the land, all right? Just give it to them. And maybe Ukraine is like, well, the United States won't fund us anymore, so maybe we'll do that. What's stopping Russia from 5 years from now from rebuilding and invading Ukraine again and taking the other half? It's like we need solid...
I would say a transition of power, ideally to someone that maintains Trump's foreign policy.
Oh, give me a break. Yeah,
exactly. That would be
the
intention of Trump, to maintain peace after his second term.
Yeah.
And another reason I believe that Trump would end that war in a way that works for everybody, and a strong attribute of his with diplomacy is the Abraham Accords. I think that's a good part of his record that would be displayed in a deal between Russia and Ukraine that would work. Yeah. Again, peace through strength. He would. I believe he would be threatening everybody. But maybe recklessly, as we've been talking about. I think his people that have worked with him say that he's incompetent because, one, he's reckless, he's big with words, and he's not a lifelong politician. But many Americans empathize with that, and honestly, me included.
Yeah, but here's the thing: many Americans connecting with that doesn't mean it's good foreign policy.
But it is. It is, because I brought up a few really solid foreign parts of his foreign policy here. The Abraham Accords were brokered by the United States.
The Abraham Accords included two countries, of which relations were somewhat already normalized. So, no, I wouldn't say that the Abraham Accords were consequential and a huge peace agreement in the Middle East. Again, we're seeing that not be the case right now. So that
I disagree. I think you undermine the strong points that I make about his foreign policy because many Arab nations.
I'm sorry to break
recognize
this to
Israel.
you. There's no strong points in Donald Trump's foreign policy.
In terms of major changes, listed a lot. I think I listed a lot tonight. And I think I listed a lot of flaws of Biden and Harris's foreign policy. Just the fact that Harris went to go negotiate 3 weeks prior to Putin's invasion.
That's actually not true.
That's not true?
Yeah. Do you want me to pull up a fact check for you on that?
Go ahead.
This is a weird lie. Is CNN good for you, or MSNBC or AP?
Honestly, it's CNN. It's literally a fact check. Than MSNBC. We'll do CNN.
Okay, so CNN fact check. Fact check. This was back in August when Donald Trump was still making this claim. Trump falsely claims Harris met with Putin before Ukraine invasion. Facts first. Trump's claim is false. Harris never met with Putin. In reality, she met with U.S. allies, including Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, at the Munich Security Conference in the days before Russia's February 2022 invasion of Ukraine. Putin was not at the conference.
I think that's a, you know what, I think I've already actually known that fact. I think I actually did learn that.
But Donald Trump keeps saying it. He's a pathological liar.
But come on, Harris spews the same garbage, and
not true.
She does.
Not true.
At the debate, they were fact checking Trump and not Harris. And
because Trump's lies are so egregious. Like Harris. And by the way, I'm not claiming that Harris is perfect again, that she's never lied in her entire life and she's never, misquoted a statistic or something. I'm not saying that. But in terms of lies at the debate, Trump's lies were so egregious. Again, he said that Haitian immigrants were eating pets.
They are Harry. They are Harry. They are Harry.
Oh.
They are Harry.
All right, wow. I mean, this is crazy.
They absolutely are.
This is really because the local mayor, the local police, and the governor of the state, who was, by the way, Trump endorsed, said that it's not happening. They have zero credible reports of it happening. Matter of fact, the person who originated it, one of the people that the Trump campaign cited, posted in a Facebook group, was interviewed by news agencies and said, "I wish I never said it. There was no basis for it. It was not true."
A lot of the people started.
One of the people that the Trump campaign cited as their cat was eaten by Haitian immigrants, a bunch of news agencies went and talked to them. Turns out their cat was just in their basement. And there was another, seriously, lost in their basement. Like, what? And also, there was a video of this woman who was eating a cat, actually eating a cat. First of all, that didn't take place in Springfield, Ohio. Second of all, that woman was a native-born American citizen. This has all been circulated by Republicans. None of this is true. None of it is true. J.D. Vance also said he made it up.
Who said he made it up?
J.D. Vance.
J.D. Vance didn't say he made that up.
Yes, he did.
I'd never seen him say
I'm not joking.
He said something like, if I have to make these points, I will. Isn't that what the comment was?
No, he said if I have to make up stories, I will.
Yeah, I don't think that's him saying that he's making. I think
he did.
I don't think that's what he meant. I think he misspoke there.
Wait, he said, quote.
So let's forget the cats and the dogs.
Wait. This is important. This is important.
Go ahead. Yeah.
He said, this is from The Guardian. Are you okay with The Guardian?
Sure. And I know the quote you're going to say.
J.D. Vance admits he's willing to, quote, create stories to get media attention. Vance's remarks came during an appearance on Sunday on CNN State of the Union, where he said he felt the need to, quote, create the story so that the media actually pays attention. Asked by the CNN host Dana Bash
whether create is the wrong word there. I think he means cite stories.
Oh, please. He said, really? Because Dana Bash, the CNN host, said, a story that you created. Vance replied, yes.
Dana Bash has no credibility whatsoever.
Well, okay, whatever you think about Dana Bash, that's I think she's great. I think she's a good journalist.
My response to that is that I think create is the wrong terminology.
But he said create stories, and then she was like, a story that you created. He said yes. So not only did he say it, he then doubled down on it.
Yeah. He did do that, but I don't think I think
so it's not true.
He's citing stories from residents in Springfield.
But that's not what he said. He said create.
But Harry,
create and cite are two different words.
The accounts of people that live in Springfield that are explaining what's going on there.
In Springfield, the local officials there, the police, the mayor, and the governor have all said that there are no credible reports. So somebody can get on Facebook Live.
Citizens there?
Hold on. Somebody can get on Facebook Live or go to a town hall meeting and say that this is the case. But it doesn't mean that it's actually happening. And if they have zero, and I mean zero, credible reports of this actually happening, then maybe we shouldn't just be listening to lunatic narcissists like Donald Trump who are willing to say anything to get media attention and win political points.
Trump started using it as a political point after the story became viral from citizens of Springfield. That wasn't something that formed in the Republican Party and started being, told to all media outlets. It came from it.
Yeah, it went viral on social media. And the funny thing is, it went viral mainly on Twitter. And a lot of Republicans were openly acknowledging that it wasn't true. And it got so viral that Donald Trump actually saw it and repeated it, which means that Donald Trump saw a story on Twitter and then repeated it at a presidential debate. That is insane. Don't you want somebody who fact checks their stuff first? Kamala Harris would never say such a thing.
They didn't fact check Kamala, and she lied a lot.
What did she lie about?
I don't know if she lied about being a gun owner, but she lied about taking guns away. She has proposed many buyback programs, and she's been very radically left on gun control.
Her gun policy right now does not include any mandatory buybacks or anything that's radical.
All right, maybe that's her policy now, but have you not seen her speak about potential buyback programs?
People evolve over time. People have different views. I always make this point that Kamala Harris might have been more left in 2019. I was also a strong Bernie Sanders supporter in 2020. I was full Bernie, bro. Now I'm full Biden, bro. Now I love Joe Biden. I'm a moderate Democrat liberal.
Just
people can change over time.
Did you work with Bernie?
No, I never worked with this guy, man.
Oh, okay. You don't know an economist named Stephanie Kelton, do you?
No.
Okay. All right. No, just carry on.
No. The point is that people change over time. So Kamala Harris's policy in 2019 doesn't really matter now because what she's running on now is
it's very vague what she's running on now. That's another fallacy of hers. It's extremely vague what she's actually running on now.
I disagree. I think that her policy is pretty clear.
How come? And I know about corporate tax rate and $25,000 towards a new home, the child tax credit, but how come every time in the very few interviews that she has done that somebody asks what her plan is to make everyday life more affordable for more Americans, why does it always start with a very clearly scripted talking point? I grew up in a middle-class family, etc. There's no legitimacy to that. It's so clearly fabricated because she doesn't know. She either doesn't know how to articulate what her actual policies are, which is not good as for a presidential candidate, or she doesn't actually have any.
So again, I just want to make the point.
She didn't have any policies on her website, so Republicans called her out on it.
Because she was in the race for 4 weeks at that point. Donald Trump has been in the race the entire time.
I think at that scale, policies on your website in 2024 is one of the first things.
I like policies on a website are great, right? But I think that listening to them speak in interviews and speeches is way more valuable.
She didn't do any interviews, Harry. She didn't do for the longest time.
That's not true.
How long did it take to get one of the first ones? CNN?
She gave speeches. I think speeches are
far more... Speeches mean nothing, Harry. Speeches mean nothing.
Well, if she's outlining policy in speeches, that's obviously very significant, right? People
running for office have a responsibility to be asked hard questions and in front of the American people, not give...
Is that why Donald Trump always does interviews with Fox News and Newsmax?
Harry, Donald Trump does interviews with everybody.
Really? When was the last time he sat down with CNN?
I don't even think CNN would have him, but he sat at what was it, the African American convention? What was that? It was African American.
ABJ?
I believe so. That was a very hostile environment.
Yeah, and you know what? His campaign, he was meant to be up there for an hour. His campaign pulled him after 30 minutes because it was going so badly.
Because they were late. It was an incredibly late start, Harry. That's what happened.
It wasn't because they were late. They pulled him because he was bad.
Harry, they were late.
Where are you getting this from? That is not true.
And Harry, come on, we're talking about Trump here. Trump doesn't care if that's something Kamala would do. Trump would not walk away because his staff is saying, "Oh, you're doing a poor job." He would tell them to go scratch. We know that.
No, that's not true. First of all, Donald Trump dodges stuff like this all the time.
Trump doesn't listen to anybody. We know that.
Yeah, which is also not good. That's a terrible quality in a president because a president is not an expert in everything. You have experts around you in very nuanced fields and very specific fields, so they can give you the best advice possible.
I agree, and I think he's working towards that with these people that
if you don't listen to these people, if you don't listen to he didn't do it the first time. A lot of these people he would just fire. which was terrible. And then he would put in loyalists. So if you don't listen to these people and you don't listen to these experts, that's a bad quality in a
How would
president.
Trump have loyalists in Washington when he was brand new to politics? What loyalists?
Oh, really? By the end of his term, he just had an administration full of loyalists like Mark Meadows, and then bringing in lawyers like Sidney Powell and Jenna Ellis and Rudy Giuliani, all these people who were just telling him what he wanted to hear. And he would fire people and push back on people who were telling him what he didn't want to hear when it came to voter fraud. I mean, please, his administration at the end of it was just loyalists. And now look at who he's surrounding himself with right now. There's not a single like moderate Republican in his campaign.
Elon Musk was a Democrat.
I could talk about Elon Musk and his evolution because he's a lunatic. Elon Musk being a Democrat also means nothing. Just take a look at what he's saying now. He's lying about immigration.
I mean,
he's lying
multiple
about
Democrats,
the election.
and you don't really give credibility to any of these people's records.
Listen to these people's actual views.
I've
They're
already
not
been say
moderate.
Tulsi again because you feel very strongly about her, but she is a former Democrat and Elon.
Okay. Yeah, I don't care. Like again, like RFK Jr., Elon Musk, and Tulsi Gabbard all have like incredibly extreme views.
Elon Musk only became "quote unquote" a lunatic in the eyes of Democrats after he began supporting Trump, because he
That's
feels
not
that
true.
the Democrats are the party of war. They're the party of surveillance.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we hear these talking points all the time, except there's literally no evidence to back it up.
There is, Harry.
That's just not. It's just not true. There's no evidence
Musk
to back
has
this
said
up.
that the
And also,
Democrats'
Elon
plan
Musk's
is to-
entire like thing right now is immigration. He's like, oh, the Democrats are trying to
Yes,
bring
he
in
want-
people
they
to
wanna-
vote. That's
do
utter
you
nonsense.
agree that they are busing and flying in these migrants on purpose in the
Purpose
hundreds
for
of
what?
thousands? What's that?
Purpose for what? What's the purpose?
I'm sorry. When did I say purpose? I
Did you say they're bringing them in on purpose?
Yes, I did say yes.
So what's the purpose?
To get them registered to vote.
No.
Yes, and then these swing states will become left, and they'll become blue.
Yeah. First
Harry,
of all,
Harry, there's
a lot of
video. There's video of illegal migrants, I believe, in Arizona that came out recently. That a translator is asking them, "Are you registered to vote?" And they say yes, and they say, "Who are you voting for?" And they say Kamala Harris.
Yeah, because if you see a video of people on audio claiming to be undocumented migrants, and if they say something, it must be legit, right? And it also must mean that that's the case, that they can do that legally. Here's the thing. We have data on this as well. We know that a very, 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 and I mean very minuscule amount of people who aren't allowed to vote in elections. It happens, but it's not election altering. It doesn't have any impact on the elections results, right? Also, we're not bussing in or flying in people with the purpose of voting. There's no legal method for that to happen. And a lot of these programs, which do include migrants flying into the country, have been in effect for a long time now. Some of these programs go back to the 1990s. So unless you think that Clinton, Bush, Obama, and Trump and Biden have all been doing this, then I think you have a pretty tough argument to make.
Well, Obama deported more people than I think any of those.
And Biden has deported hundreds of thousands of people. So if the goal is to bring people in and have them register to vote, then Biden's doing a really shitty job of it.
So you're saying that the border issue is really not an issue at all, and it's fabricated as Republican.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that, yeah, I agree that we need immigration reform. Also, if the goal is to bus in people and have them register to vote, then why was it Joe Biden and Kamala Harris working with one of the most conservative senators in Congress to pass an immigration bill? Isn't that kind of counterintuitive if that's the goal?
The immigration bill, first of all, when was it introduced? When was it blocked?
2023.
2023. So that's 2 years into their administration, close to the election, that it finally got proposed.
Biden introduced an immigration bill on
This is
day
after
one.
Kamala Harris, who pretty much admitted in one of her foolish interviews that she did not visit the border. She said, I also haven't been, quote, I also haven't been to Europe.
Yeah, that was in 2021, like 3 months into her term.
So you think she's been to the border multiple times since then?
Yes.
I disagree. I disagree.
Pictures of her doing it.
Because if you, I've never seen them. I've never seen those pictures. The first time I've seen her go to the border was just the other day. But then why is it that if you asked Border Patrol agents, they would not support her?
I don't know. I mean,
you don't know. Wouldn't they know better than anybody?
The Border Patrol Union endorsed the immigration policy we're talking about right now.
That got blocked by Republicans.
Correct. They endorsed it.
I think it was blocked because
by the way, here she is in 2021 at the border. You can tell the date on the article, this is from the Houston Chronicle, or excuse me, the Texas Tribune. The date on it is June 25th, 2021. And you could also tell it's 2021 because she has a mask on.
she has a mask,
actually visited the border.
I mean, that's going on 3 years ago now.
Yeah, at the beginning, like in the beginning of her term, she's been there since January, and she visited 5 months in. Also, I never understand this. Like, what's the significance of visiting the border? Nothing changes if you visit the border, right? It's just like,
I think it's just a sign of leadership. Like you're putting yourself out there. You're showing that you're quote unquote in these streets. As
I'm not big on the performative stuff. That's why let's get something done. And Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have tried to push for something to get done, and Republicans keep blocking it. Again, if the goal is to keep people in here and have them vote, then I don't know why they'd be pushing for an immigration bill, which would have really made it more strict to do something on the.
I think it has too much focus on asylum seekers. I think that's why it was pushed. I'm just getting.
That's the main problem. Asylum seekers.
Right. That is the main problem before a mass invasion of illegal migrants into the country. And that's something that I think our generation has to tackle in politics.
That is the reason why so many people
really need to get to the bottom of changing the immigration system so that it's easier, less than 5 to 7 years. Like you were saying earlier, 3 to 6 months, the bill supposedly would have accelerated to.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's a goal as our generation gets into politics that we really need to settle once and for all. But right now, the issue is securing the border first and foremost,
which the bill would have done.
I don't think all of those things can be done in one bill.
Well, we could let's at least get a start on it. I'm not
in Congress, but it just seems, especially if it's a Democratic, if it's a bill from the Democrats.
It's not a bill from the Democrats.
Where it was from the Biden-Harris administration specifically?
No, it wasn't. It was from Democrats and Republicans. It was written by both parties.
Let's see.
Look up Senator James Langford's immigration bill. He's a senator from Oklahoma, one of the most conservative Republicans, endorsed by Donald Trump.
Let's see.
And there's Republicans like Mitt Romney who have slammed Donald Trump for blocking this bill, saying that the reason it's a problem is because of Donald Trump.
All right, Langford.
Terrible.
Securing America's Borders Act?
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, I see it. Yeah. Do I think that Republicans blocked it simply for the reasoning that Trump would want to, use it as a campaign talking point and take credit for it if he did solve that issue in his second term? No. No.
Is that why Donald Trump said? Is that why Donald Trump said, if the bill fails, please blame me? Is that why Representative Troy Nehls from Texas, one of Donald Trump's biggest supporters in Congress, said that I will not work with Joe Biden on immigration because it will boost his poll numbers? You can look it up. That's exactly what he said. Is that why all these people are saying these things?
Yeah, I don't think so. Especially on the we can agree to disagree on that. I don't think.
If Donald Trump is saying, please blame me for killing the bill.
To say it'll help my poll numbers.
What was that?
You said that Trump has been quoted to say something along the lines of,
no,
it'll help my poll numbers to run on that issue or something
Representative, first of all, we know that Donald Trump called his buddies in Congress and told them to kill the bill. Second of all, Donald Trump himself said, please blame me if the bill fails. He said, please blame me. So let's blame him. And then third of all, Representative Troy Nehls from Texas, huge MAGA Republican, said that he will not work with Joe Biden on immigration reform because it will boost his poll numbers. So we have all this evidence to show that the Republicans blocked this bill to help them politically. So don't vote for people who block bills for political reasons. That's all. That's all I ask. It's very simple. Don't vote for liars, don't vote for criminals, and don't vote for people who block progress just so they can benefit. It's very simple. It's not that radical. There's no radical anything like that. It's just common sense.
Yeah, well, we'll have to agree to disagree that I think it was blocked by Republicans because it just wasn't an effective bill.
Yeah, written by Republicans. Okay, sure. Even though many Republicans have come out on it.
And Trump doesn't even have any and you're saying that so many Republicans are anti-Trump, and Trump is currently not in office in any way in America. You're telling me he has that much pull that he could call Republicans that are loyal to him and get the bill blocked?
Yeah, if you're the Republican nominee,
bipartisan bill.
yeah, if you're the Republican nominee for president, you definitely have pull over Republicans in your party, especially when it comes to Donald Trump, who has a cult-like following. So yeah, absolutely, he has pull. You don't have to be in government to be able to kill a bill at all. I mean, like, look, lobbyists kill bills all the time. They're not in government.
Right.
So don't vote for Donald Trump. That's all. That's the. I mean, that we should just wrap it up here. That's simple.
Yeah.
Don't vote for people who are criminals. Don't vote. Oh my God, he got kicked for community guidelines violations. Well, I'm glad we talked about wrapping up the conversation, because he literally got kicked for community guidelines violations. That is crazy, man. Well, there you go. Devon, thank you for the $20, saying I'm 37 and voted for Hillary. Never thought I could vote for one woman for president, let alone two, and hopefully many more. There you go. Vote Blue 2024. I appreciate you. Yeah, I saw that. You got removed for some reason. You got it said that community guidelines violations. I don't know, man. It's weird. Thank you for the $20, Devon. And Brent, thank you for the $5, saying I'm a blue dot in Texas watching the state flip. I love that. This Latina woman in Texas for Harris Walls. Let's go. I love it, Brent. Thank you for being here again. Naomi, thank you for the $5, saying I'll never get tired of hearing the mental gymnastics MAGA has to do, talking themselves in circle. Much love from Minnesota. Keep being you. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for being here. And oh my God, $50 more from Victor, saying these 50 did more for our relationship with South Korea than Trump's photo op. Damn right. Or sorry, I should say that's North Korea. North Korea than Trump's photo op. Yeah, absolutely. I like you were creative with it. You put the up arrow and the South Korean flag to indicate North. I like that. That's creative. I like that. Because I guess they don't have the North Korean flag on emojis, which makes sense. But thank you, Victor, for the $50. I appreciate you. That's very kind. W for Victor in the chat. Another $50. That's kind. Lee, thank you for the $25, saying, hi, Harry. The debate should always be over when they think pets are being eaten. Just FYI, love your work. I also think that's a pretty good rule of thumb, that if somebody tells us, hey, I think that pets are being eaten in Ohio, then I think that's probably when the debate should end, right? That's like someone saying that the earth is flat and that, the moon is a block of cheese, right? Dulce, thank you for the $10, saying, love you, Harry. You doing okay? Also, what do you think of David? I'm not actually sure who that is. He seems really ill-informed. I'll have to look into that person. But thank you for the $10. I'm feeling okay. I'm a little congested. And, I think everybody knows that the sickness gets a little bit worse at night, so I'm feeling it a little bit more as the live has gone on. But, we're doing good. Sam, thank you for the $1, saying Daniel Jones sucks. No objection from me. Amy, thank you for the $5, saying thanks for fighting for women and my LGBTQ rights. Thank you, Amy, for being here. And thank you for being a fighter as well. Jose, thank you for the $20.24, saying Hispanic military vet voting blue in 2024. Jose, my man, I love that. Thank you so much for your support. So glad to hear you're voting blue. And thank you for your service as well, brother. I really appreciate that. Autumn, thank you for the $5, saying you're amazing. No, you're amazing, Autumn. I appreciate you. Alyssa, thank you for the $20, saying Texans against bullshit. Autumn, put that on a t-shirt. My God, put that on a yard sign. Matthew, thank you for the $20 as well, saying I never get tired of admiring you. My love to you. I appreciate that, Matthew. Thank you for the $20. And thank you for all the support on Venmo Cash App, everybody. I appreciate all that, ladies, gents, boys, and girls. All right. I'm deciding whether I log off now. I mean, I probably should rest, right? I'm sick. I'm VP debate tomorrow, everybody, by the way. Dylan has been spamming for probably 20 minutes straight. So I feel like I gotta give him a shot. Dylan, hello.
Yo, what's good?
How old are you, bro?
I'm 18.
All right. Why are you MAGA, dude?
Honestly, there's a couple reasons.
You've been spamming for 20 minutes, man. So this better be good.
I know. I've been trying. I mean, religious beliefs. I mean, I am Jewish, so seeing what the Republican Party's done for Israel compared to the Democratic Party.
How do you feel about Donald Trump saying that if you're Jewish and you vote for Harris, you have to get your head examined?
I don't think he's wrong.
Oh, Jesus.
I mean, Israel was,
I think,
peaceful. And
that's not true. That's not true.
What wars happened under the Trump administration when
there was still conflict between the H group and Israel under Trump? That didn't not happen.
There's always going to be problems in the Middle East, but there was no mass killing as October 7th.
Yeah, I mean, there's different flare-ups in the war, but for example, like 85,000 children starved to death in Yemen under Donald Trump because of a continuation of U.S. policy, and an undisclosed amount of adults did the same. We don't know the number of adults. There's so many, so I don't know. It's pretty bad, no?
I mean, honestly, like I said, I mean, how old are you?
I'm 22.
Yeah, so I mean, I would say I'm not super informed on politics, but based off of my religion, based off of my family's status, like, I don't know what I would, not status, that's the wrong word, based off of the morals that my family follows, I just think that the Republican Party aligns best, but always open to hearing reasons why not.
I mean, what's your major issue that you're voting on, or like a couple, or just generally, what are you thinking about this election?
So I am pro-life, except for the exceptions, like rape, incest, and life of the mother. And I think that with that mindset, it would kind of align more with the Republican side than the Democrat side. I mean, I think that abortion is just a huge conflict, and it's really tearing up this country, no matter what you believe in.
Why are you against like I don't know, an 18-year-old girl has a mistake with her boyfriend, she's about to go off to college? Why would you support forcing that 18-year-old girl to have a child? Like,
Sorry, one more time.
So an 18-year-old girl has intercourse with her boyfriend. She's about to go off to college, and they have an accident, right? Like, they use contraception, or something went wrong, and she gets pregnant. Why would you support forcing that woman to have that child?
I mean, having sex, you gotta know what the risk is.
Why?
Why do you trust? Like, I get it. 18-year-olds, 20-year-olds, whatever. Like, people these days are like horny. I get it. They want to do what they want to do.
It's not okay.
But no, you wouldn't agree.
I just wasn't expecting. Anyway, just keep going.
But like, you got to understand that there's risk. There's risk you could get pregnant. There's risks you could obtain STDs even with condoms and with whatever birth control and whatever you're trying to go on.
Then why, if we obviously understand there are risks in literally everything. There's a risk in you sitting here and debating on your phone right now. There's a risk in like walking outside. But if we can mitigate risk and make it so that if you happen to fall into one of these possible consequences of an action, that you would be taken care of. That's kind of like the goal with a lot of this stuff. So why would we want to make it more risky for people to have intercourse, which we all know that teenagers and young people are going to do, and even like middle-aged people are going to do regardless?
Yeah. So, like, at the end of the day, like I said, it's just a really tough topic for a lot of people. I mean, my parents, just friends and family, even if they are Republicans, they might not, honestly, like, my family doesn't really agree with the abortion. Some of them like it. Some of my parents don't really like the abortion, and they're more on the left side for that. So,
yeah, but
it's really tough.
Can I propose something to you?
Yeah.
How about this? You yourself might be uncomfortable with the idea of an abortion, and that's okay. Maybe you're like, yeah, I just not a fan, and that's fine. I disagree. I'd be perfectly okay with my partner getting one. Even though it's not really my choice, I'd be perfectly okay with my partner getting one. No problems here. But maybe you're different. Couldn't you just have a view where you yourself and your family and your partner wouldn't get one, but that you wouldn't want to block other people from getting one?
I mean, it's not, and tell me if I'm wrong, but it's not really blocked from anyone getting one because, from what I believe, the power is given to the states to decide that, correct?
Yeah, as of now. But I'm saying that like Republicans
what do you
have
mean
proposed
as of now. You think that
could change
in the future? You think in the future that country with
yes,
the whole country won't?
Certainly a national ban, absolutely. That's something that Donald Trump flirted with in his first term when he was running for president. In his first term, he said that women have to be punished if they get an abortion, including like jail time and things like that. This is something that Republicans have proposed in Congress, a national ban, and also in a lot of these Republican states. They say that they have an ability to seek an abortion, but it's virtually impossible, right? It's around like a 6-week ban. Many women don't know that they're pregnant at 6 weeks, so they have absolutely no idea that they would be needing an abortion. So it's practically a ban. If you don't give them time to know this information, then it's a ban. So this is the reality for many countries, many states in this country. So my suggestion to you is, why can't you, for yourself, just be pro-life? Say like, yeah, I wouldn't want my partner to get an abortion. I'm personally pro-life, and allow other people to make choices that are best for them.
I mean, people are making choices that they think are best for them. Like I said, the power is in the states, and the states are choosing. And
No,
like
I recognize
you said,
that.
and you said before, in his first term, that he was thinking about fully taking it away, whatever. And like you said in the past with Kamala, for example, that over time politicians' views may change.
Yeah.
And Trump, I've actually been waiting for someone to say this, and not a single person has, but Trump was a registered Democrat.
Yeah.
You understand that? So he and you've said actually multiple times too, which I think is wrong, that Trump has never changed his political views, and he's just sticking with the same script since the first time he ran back in 2016. And even in the past, but he has in the past been a registered Democrat. So I'm kind of confused with that statement that you've brought up a couple times.
No, I just want to like hammer home this question. Like, why, like, I don't know if I'm phrasing it badly, but why can't you be pro-life and also support other people making their own decisions, regardless of what is the law in current states right now?
At the end of the day, like, I
you support that?
I can't control what other people want to do. If someone wants to get an abortion, like I can't like stand in between them and be like, nah, like you can't.
But are you okay with that? Like, are you okay with other people getting an abortion?
I don't think it's
my question
right.
is, would you rather state law be that a woman can get an abortion if she wants to, or a woman can't, regardless of what you would do? Would you want state law or federal law, whatever it might be, to allow women to get an abortion if they need it or not?
I think that sorry, wait, one more time.
So I'm asking, like, aside from your view, like you might be pro-life personally. Would you rather the law be that women can get abortions if they want to, or women cannot get abortion if they want to?
I think they should be able to, but
So you're pro-choice.
No. But
that's what it is.
No, but you're not letting me finish.
Okay.
But I think they should only be able to if it falls in between the rape, incest, and life of the mother.
It's so dumb, man. It's okay. That's just so you would want state law to bar a woman from getting an abortion, aside from the exceptions.
If it does not fall under the exceptions,
aside from that makes absolutely no sense.
I mean, I don't know. I have a question too. What state do you, if you don't mind me asking, do you live in? Oh, New York. Okay, same.
Oh, okay. So your vote's
nah. New York couldn't turn red. You don't know.
Yep. Just
Long
like
Island?
Idaho's turning blue.
Long Island, I'm guessing, or the city.
No, not Long
Okay,
Island.
I'm not trying to get you. Okay, never mind.
Oh no, you're good.
I don't want people to try and find out where you're at.
No, you're
And one more thing too. I mean, not only am I Jewish, but I'm also Persian, which kind of sounds a little crazy because of the conflicts between Iran and Israel. But Iran was definitely broke under Trump, and I don't believe that statistically, they're not broke anymore. They have a shit ton of money. So,
well, so Iran has had money problems over the years. They're not like exactly wealthy right now, but problem is with Trump's policy toward Iran, a lot of the sanctions that they put on Iran were not only inhumane, but also violated international law. This was the conclusion of international courts. So we shouldn't have illegal sanctions on people. I think that's wrong.
So you don't think that Iran is wealthier now than they were back from 2016, 2020?
They might have like more money now. But that's for a variety of reasons. It's not because the United States was like, oh, we're going to start doing this. Garth, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate you. It's more complex than that. It's not just, oh, Trump was president, now Biden is, and now they're more,
like, I just think that at the end of the day, like, having Iran with that much power, and also because it's not just them, they're giving money to terrorist groups such as Hezbollah and Hamas, and honestly, I'm not so sure about the other names, but I know there's other terrorist groups that they're also giving money to, and I just don't think that. I think that we should, I don't know, make some laws or whatever.
How do you feel about Trump undermining the nuclear peace agreement, which led to them developing nuclear weapons to a greater extent?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, the Iran nuclear deal, my man. How do you feel about it?
What was the Iran nuclear deal?
Trump undermined the Iran nuclear deal, which specifically led to Iran being even closer to nuclear weapons. They're starting to develop them again.
So honestly, like, I don't really know what the hell that means.
Okay, Jesus Christ!
But
it's very simple. Just limit their access to nuclear weapons. That's what it was trying to do. So if you think that they're such a bad state, why would you want them to have access to nuclear weapons?
I do think that Iran is a bad state, is a bad place.
Oh, okay. Well, regardless whether you think of that, I'm talking about the government. If you think the government is bad, you don't want them to have access to nuclear weapons, right?
Correct.
Okay, so if you don't want them to have access to nuclear weapons, and Trump pulled us out of the nuclear peace agreement, which brought them even closer to nuclear weapons, that means he had a plunder on foreign policy there.
But if they were closer to nuclear weapons, there was still no, or close to no Middle Eastern wars during his presidency. Is that correct?
Yeah, but like, was that caused by him? And was the extra conflict caused by the Biden-Harris administration?
That's also not true. Iran attacked the United States under Donald Trump.
Oh, and we also assassinated a top military general in Iran.
we assassinated. Yeah, exactly. Like it was not like there was no conflict in the Middle East with Iran, and they attacked Saudi Arabian oil refineries. Saudi Arabia is an ally of the United States.
I mean, the way I see it, just life just seemed much more peaceful in the U.S. and outside of the U.S. during those 4 years. I mean, my life was definitely better.
Even though more American soldiers died under Donald Trump than Joe Biden, and Donald Trump increased drone strikes 450% in the Middle East, and innocent Afghanistan deaths went up 330%. I mean, all sounds very peaceful, doesn't it?
I mean, I don't know. Where are the facts that there were more people dying under Trump's presidency?
Yep, 65 under Trump.
Where can you find it?
That's from the military data.
Yeah, it's actually from a database run by the government. I can pull up the article for you if you want.
Did you know in 2022 it was the first year, I think in like 30 or 50 years, something like that had 0 deaths in conflict.
In active combat, that's right. Yeah, so here's the Newsweek article on it. It's backwards. I can flip it if you want. It says U.S. troop deaths under Joe Biden compared to Donald Trump. And if we scroll down, let me find the exact paragraph for you. It says some 65 American service members died in combat while serving under Trump during his time in the White House from January 2017 to January 2021. There were fatalities every year of his presidency, according to the hostile action records compiled by the Defense Casualty Analyst System, which is maintained by the government defense agency.
Okay.
And now I think there's like 16 that have died under Joe Biden. All told.
Yep, you're totally right. 16.
16,000 or 16?
16 people.
16. Just 16 period.
16 period.
Not 16,000.
The fact that you thought it could be 16,000, but it was 16, I think demonstrates to you that there's probably an issue with Trump and not Biden here as it relates to this, because that's multiple times more than what happened under Biden.
So I have a question.
How could you say that there was so much less conflict?
Do you think if Kamala Harris gets in, that she'll be able to resolve either the Ukraine-Russia war or the Israel and Hamas war?
I don't know with either of them, and I mean I would say the same thing with Trump being president. I think you don't know, but I would think that Kamala Harris is a better shot at it than Donald Trump.
Yeah, I was actually just going to say that. I think we have like
Kamala Harris wasn't even willing to meet. Kamala Harris wasn't even willing to meet with Netanyahu when he came and spoke at Congress.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they met. I think she went to some sorority event while there was a speech of Netanyahu. But yeah, she met with him.
Yeah, when he was speaking. Yeah, exactly. So we actually met with him at the White House.
I was based off of my research, I was shown that he did not. She did not
show you a
meet
picture
with
of them
him.
meeting.
Yeah, you can literally see a picture. Of him.
Sure.
She got like a bunch of flack on the left for like shaking his hand. Yeah, but like here's my point: is like if you care about foreign policy, how do you feel about like Trump's third national security advisor, John Bolton, saying that he's a laughing fool to countries around the world, like to foreign leaders?
I don't think that Trump is like a fool. I mean, I think that the people that worked with him, like they really
that
just
he hired, by the way, handpicked.
Yeah. Obviously, not just appointed to him.
Third national security advisor that
the
he handpicked. Third one.
I mean,
And by the way,
that's
others
not
have
even the only
criticized
thing.
him.
Right?
Yeah.
Didn't he have like, dude? It's brutal.
There was H.R. McMaster who criticized his Afghanistan withdrawal, blamed him for it, and called him incompetent. There was Mark Esper who also called him incompetent. None of these people are voting for Donald Trump, by the way, but they were picked by Trump and complimented by Trump. John Kelly, chief of staff, four-star retired general.
It's not the common denominator Trump. It's definitely like all the people he handpicked and hired. Yeah.
Yeah, no, they're definitely all rhinos, even though he handpicked them. It can't be him, dude. It can't be him.
Yeah, and he's not at fault for picking all the rhinos. He had to pick the rhinos, right?
Yeah. It was a deep state that forced him, Parker.
But now he doesn't have to with this administration. No more need for rhinos, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Gaslighting King, thank you for the $5 for the daily DNC payment. Thank you.
Jesus Christ, dude.
I think honestly, like them working with Trump, he's not like, everyone knows what type of guy Trump is, and not saying that in a good or bad way, but like just knowing like his personality and stuff. After working with him, like honestly, I feel like people kind of I don't know, they
do you not hear yourself right now? I mean, Jesus Christ.
No, like
what are you saying,
very,
Dylan, bro? What are you saying?
So you're saying that after people work with Donald Trump?
Sometimes he says some outlandish stuff. Like I could agree with that, but like that just makes Trump the person he is. And these people.
Wait. These people aren't saying that Donald Trump just says outlandish stuff. They've said that he's incompetent, that he gets laughed at.
If this same thing were true for Joe Biden, you guys would have been harping on this for so long, bro.
I mean, I don't think. Wait, so you said that the other world leaders say that he's incompetent?
Well, I mean, there are world leaders who have criticized Donald Trump for sure. But what we're saying is that John Bolton, one of Donald Trump's former national security advisors, specifically said that Donald Trump gets laughed at by these world leaders.
I mean,
he's a laughing fool to
those world leaders also are the ones that endorsed Kamala Harris, and you don't think that's for a specific reason?
Yeah, I think that like when Putin says, "Oh, I endorse Kamala Harris," he obviously doesn't endorse Kamala Harris, right? It's just like games that he plays with U.S. elections. And we also know that he doesn't want Kamala Harris to win because Russia has been actively trying to get Donald Trump elected for 8 years now.
Leaked Kremlin documents indicate that they think Trump is easily manipulated. So I think it's like obviously they think that you guys are manipulated. So if they just say, "Oh yeah, I'm going to support Kamala Harris," you guys are going to be like, "Oh, Kamala Harris is more pro-Russia." So like obviously it's not. There's nothing to say that's bad with Donald Trump. It's all Kamala Harris because he wants Kamala Harris. Like you guys are so easily manipulated.
And
like,
you're doing it right now.
They're literally right. Like you guys are easily manipulated.
Jesus Christ.
Because like the way I see it, honestly, is if Kamala Harris is elected as president, then it will make it much easier for Putin to take over the rest of Ukraine. And I think that's
what? That makes no sense.
What?
It's literally it's literally the Biden-Harris administration. She's going to continue the same foreign policy with Russia.
Yeah, it was the Biden-Harris administration that united over 50 Western countries to send aid to Ukraine. Donald Trump has consistently argued against this.
Yeah, literally.
So if you're concerned about, which you should be, by the way, if you're concerned about this, with Russia taking over Ukraine, you would be voting for Kamala Harris, not Donald Trump.
Didn't JD Vance say he doesn't give a hell what's going on in Ukraine? Chris the Corky, thank you so much.
I mean, I don't know. There was one more topic I wanted to talk about. Hold on.
Good. Yeah.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much.
Honestly, I feel like these past couple of years, 3-4 years, whatever you want to call it, under their administration.
Oh my God.
I feel like what do you mean? Oh my God.
No, not you. I accidentally put in the wrong person, but if this person joins, that's fine. Oh.
Can you
I
hear
this
for a
person's
sec?
gonna be delusional. Yo,
Can you-
Grizzlies, are you voting Trump?
Okay.
Grizzlies?
Grizzlies, are you there?
Yep.
Can
Oh,
you
you're
turn off the
voting
TV in
Trump?
the background?
No. No?
You're not voting for Trump?
No, I think he said he can't turn the TV off.
Okay, well then I can't have you here. So bye.
Yep.
Okay, wait. So can I continue my last question?
Yeah,
Go
but
ahead.
look who else we
Okay,
have here. Who,
so-
by the way, said she's never.
Hey,
She literally
Harry.
said she's never coming back to the live.
Yo, she said that she would never come back
I had
here.
to come back because I'm just wondering.
You literally
if
said you're
saw
never
the
coming back to
ICE
live.
report.
You said that you're never
The
coming
ICE
back to
Cancel
live.
Harry. Cancel Harry.
13,000 murderers released under this
I'm
administration.
so glad you brought this up.
2,100. The ICE report came out.
Wait,
when
yeah,
she
keep
went down
talking,
for
keep
a
talking, keep
photo
talking.
op. She went down for a photo op. Harry, when are you going to get a soul and stop protecting this
Wait,
woman?
wait, so wait.
Come
Say again.
on.
Say
Come
again
on.
what you just said.
13,100 murderers, known murderers released into our country. You say immigrants don't commit crime. 2,100 kidnappers, 5,462 rapers.
Yeah, ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready?
So don't let them in the country as immigrants, but let them be president.
Wait, Michelle. I'm so glad. Wait, Michelle, stop.
Commit crimes.
Michelle, stop.
And you're voting for a president who commit crimes.
It's so funny, Michelle. I'm so glad that you're the person that brought this up because this fact has already been debunked
No,
by an
it
ICE
hasn't,
spokesperson. No, I'm
Harry.
not done
You're
yet.
the
I'm not done yet. I wonder if Law of the Wild is in here.
You're
I bet he's
the boss.
salivating at MAGA Michelle saying this. Ready?
Seriously.
Quote, this is a fact check I have for you. Quote, Trump's. So first of all, he said
Nobody's
things that you
fact-checked
said.
this
He said
bitch
that.
ever.
He said that.
You're-
He said that. Wait, I'm citing it. I'm citing a letter from ICE, by the way. This is like a letter from
the
ICE.
head of ICE
He said,
came out
quote,
and said it.
quote, Trump's claims are false in
Oh
two big
my
ways.
God.
First, the
Wait,
statistics he was referring to are not specifically about people who entered the country during the Biden-Harris administration. Rather, those are statistics about non-citizens who entered the country under any administration, including Trump's, who were convicted of a crime at some point, usually in the U.S. after their arrival, and are now living in the U.S. while being listed on immigration and customs and enforcement's non-detained docket, where some have been listed for years, including while Trump was president, because their country of citizenship, because their country of citizenship won't let them deport them back to the United States. Second, that ICE non-detained list includes people who are still serving jail and prison sentences for their crimes, and they are on the list because they are not being held in immigration detention in particular. So these people are in prison, and many of them came into the country under Donald Trump. Oh my God.
That's actually hilarious.
Yeah. This is a statistic that you and the Republicans have been circulating. It's completely false because a lot of these people came into the country under Donald Trump. Thank you, MAGA Michelle. Of all people, I'm so glad it was you who brought it up. I'm so glad it was you, MAGA Michelle.
Can I get two more? Can I get?
I think
Harry was waiting for that one.
I've been waiting all night for somebody to bring this
Your
up.
family is unsafe because
I've been waiting all night for somebody to bring this up, and I want Law of the Wild to talk about this too. Because wait, MAGA Michelle, let's listen.
ICE came out and released this on Friday.
Yeah, wait, I just cited to you a letter
you
from
didn't.
ICE.
You did not. You
Really?
recited
Because
some
listen, a
bullshit.
spokesperson,
Pull it up. Pull it up. Pull the
right
letter
here
up.
in front of me.
No,
right here in front of me.
No.
A
Pull what he
spokesperson for the
released
Department of
on
Homeland
Friday.
Security, which
Quit twisting
oversees.
the terms, Harry.
Listen.
That's all you do. You twist.
Michelle,
You actually have people believing
Michelle,
your bullshit.
listen, Michelle.
No,
Listen,
I'm
Michelle.
not listening to this anymore. I'm done.
Michelle, you got to swipe out of the app, swipe back in.
No, it's Dylan. It's Dylan. Dylan,
okay.
you got to swipe up out of the app and come back. Quote, Dylan, you got to swipe up out of the app, man. You have an echo. Quote, a spokesperson for the Department of Homeland Security, which oversees ICE, sent in a Saturday email, quote,
The head of ICE came out.
the data in this letter is being misinterpreted. The data goes back decades and includes individuals who entered the country over the past 40 years or more, the vast majority of whose custody determination was made long before this administration. It also includes many who are under the jurisdiction or currently incarcerated by federal, state, or local law enforcement. Fact check your shit.
One of them
first,
is my
Michelle.
client.
What was that, Law?
One of them is one of my clients.
Spokesperson.
All right. One more question. Two more questions,
Michelle,
and I'm out.
Michelle,
Two more
fact
questions.
check your shit
Damage
first.
control,
Michelle,
damage control by the
Michelle,
DNC
fact
plant
check your
area.
trash. Dylan, what were your two
plant.
questions? Yeah. What were your two questions?
DNC plant is a response.
Michelle, give some respect to he's your fellow. Michelle, be quiet. Listen to Dylan. Michelle, listen to Dylan. He's trying to ask two more questions, and then you
Michelle,
can have the floor.
I got you. Really
Go ahead,
quick.
Dylan. Go ahead. Let Michelle
First,
just take a breather.
How do you feel about the accents that Kamala Harris has been using?
I think you should shut the fuck up.
You don't.
I think this whole this accent thing is utter nonsense.
You don't think that she's speaking in okay.
No.
My last question. You play college football?
You mean NCAA?
College football 25?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
What team you picking?
If I want to win?
You want to have fun, you want to win? I don't know.
If I want to have fun, honestly, if I want to have fun and win, I'd go with Alabama because Jalen Milroe.
What about that 17-year-old? You like him?
Oh, Henderson? Dude, that guy went off the other night. That guy's crazy. Oh, my God.
I don't want to take this off topic. I'm out. But
all right, Dylan.
Nice speaking to you.
Man.
Have a good night.
Think about your vote, all right?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Dylan. All right, I appreciate it, man. All right, Michelle, now you have the echo. Swipe up out of the app and come back.
They need to fix that one. That one's so brutal.
So
that
bad.
That glitch is crazy.
It's really bad. Michelle, swipe up out of the app, Michelle. Get it together. I still
she can't figure it out.
She can't figure it out. She thinks
There she goes.
There she goes. There she goes. Come back, Michelle. Come back, Michelle. Come back.
Baby, come back.
It's a good song, ain't it? Michelle, it's not that hard. Come back. Wow.
Michelle can't get back.
She can't
now
figure it out.
She can't figure out how to get back into the app.
She can't figure it out.
That's brutal. That is really brutal.
Well, while she's figuring her stuff out, yeah, this is literally what I said as soon as this letter came out. And everybody was making hay of it for about 20 minutes until it got debunked. The non-detained docket just means people who are not in ICE's custody. The vast majority of people who are on the non-detained docket or on the criminal dockets for ICE are not in ICE's detention because we only have like 35,000 ICE detention beds. The vast majority of them are being held for other crimes in other jurisdictions, including one of my former clients who was convicted of a crime here in Minnesota. He's awaiting deportation, but he's one of the people who are on these this non-detained docket. And this is the current docket, and this is people who, even if you miss a court date, if you're out on warrant status, you can be out on warrant status for 30 years. You could not even be in the country anymore. You could be in a different country. You're still going to be on the non-detained docket. So this is all in history. And, the vast majority of these people are in custody, just not within ICE.
Right. Now, yeah, this has been like their new thing. There's been like 13,000 murderers came in under Biden. I mean, God. Jesus Christ. It's like it's very painful listening to these people talk.
They also mention like grapists, but then like they're okay, you don't want a rapist in the country, but you want one as president. So
yeah, they're like, oh, look at these criminals. I'm gonna vote for one though. What the fuck?
Seriously, like what are you talking about?
Steven, hello, are you MAGA?
Yeah.
Logan, thank you for the $5. Trisha, thank you for the $5. And Sherry, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Sherry.
1 second. Alyssa, thank you for the $31 on Cash App. I appreciate you, Alyssa. Thank you so much. Shout out. Give some W's for Alyssa in the chat, please. Richard, thank you for the $5. And Logan, thank you for the $5 saying MAGA is crazy ASF. Dude, I totally agree. Trisha, thank you for the $5 saying yesterday I tried to debate a MAGA and he was doing well until he said the government was putting digital thoughts in our cells. Yeah, that's probably, that'll do it. And Ashley, thank you for the $1 saying I was listening from across the room and heard the voice and thought, OMG, I know exactly who that is. Yeah, she's a character. All right, Steven, why are you MAGA? Thank you for the sunglasses. Appreciate you.
I think Trump is better on energy and the border and taxes.
Better on energy, border, and the taxes. Okay. So where would you like to start of any of them?
We can start with energy.
Energy. Okay. Why do you think Trump is better on energy?
Oil production was better under him, and most of the country runs on oil. So,
what's your source? Because the Energy Information Administration indicates you're wrong. There's oil production higher now, and there was more drilling permits accepted under Biden.
Yeah, sure, we can go over that. The oil production is up under Biden because of the leases that Trump had given out. You know,
He also signed more leases.
and then he signed those that had been done by Trump. And also, oil production is actually down. It's not keeping with the pace that Trump had.
He signed ones that were done by Trump. What do you mean?
So Trump leased the land for drilling, and then
Doesn't he have to sign to do that?
no, you lease them first. People put up bids, they get the bids, and then the permits are signed.
Okay, so you're saying that Trump was the one who got all of the leases set up, and Biden didn't do any leases. He just signed them.
No, Biden probably did do some leases, but most of them from Trump. And oil production is up under Trump way
Wait,
more.
what is your source? Because you're just saying like probably. It doesn't sound like you really have like a source.
Because I know what Trump did, but I'm not sure what Biden did. But I know that oil
Okay, well
production
then how
under
can you make a
Trump,
comparative analysis?
because I know that oil production under Trump was up 44%, and under Biden it's only up 18.5%.
Okay, so up 45%. Does that mean it was caused by him?
Yes.
Can I ask you that? Oh, okay. What did he do to cause that?
Leased more land for drilling, urged agencies to
He
waive
leased more land, but he
environmental
didn't sign the leases.
He did do his own. Yeah, he signs his own. It just takes a couple of years for some of them to get production up and going.
So
for a couple years,
he signed less than the Biden-Harris administration, right?
no, he signed more.
He signed more. What's your source?
That's why there was way more.
What's your source?
You're gonna ask for a source on everything, and just go look it up. I'm not lying to you. You can go find
Well,
it.
I mean, I've already have, and
You brought up the
he's literally
EIC,
signed
and
more
I
leases.
start talking about that, and
He signed more leases. So I don't know what you're mad about.
who signed more leases?
Biden.
That's not true. There's no way it's true because oil production under Trump was up 44%, and under Biden it was only 18.5.
That's still
how
up,
could-
isn't it?
How does he sign more?
That's still wait. When you say 44%, are you counting COVID? Because there was a decrease in COVID. So how are you getting 44%?
When
Without
Trump
cutting off COVID.
When Trump took office, the barrels per day were at like 8.8 million, I think. And then whenever he had left office, they were at 12.8 million, or right before he had left office, they were at 12.8 million.
So okay, I don't think that's true at all. Let me pull up on the Energy Information Administration. Have
Sure,
you
go ahead.
have you looked at the Energy Information Administration?
Yes, I have. That's where I got the numbers.
That's where you got the numbers.
On
Okay, so if I
Biden-
tell you U.S. Energy Information Administration data, you're gonna accept it?
Yes. And under Biden, they should be at 1.3 million barrels a day.
Okay, so here, yeah. So under
No,
under
13 million.
Yeah, 2017.
Sorry, yeah,
The
13 million.
United States was probably, it looks like 9.5 million. 2020.
8.8 when Trump took office in 2017.
2020, it was about what? It looks like
Should be around 12.8.
yeah, around 12. Yeah, and then it's gone up to what, over 13?
13
under,
point-
under Biden.
13.2 million was the last I seen.
Yeah, 13.3. Yes.
Yes. So,
So
there
that's
was a much
so what's your
larger-
point with that?
There was a much
Randy,
larger,
think the $5.
there was a much larger increase under Trump than there was under Biden, 44% compared to 18.5%. And, you know, every president's going to set new records because the drills and the pipelines don't just go away. The infrastructure is still there for them. But there is a steady decline upward with Trump, and that falls off with Biden and stays kind of flat through his presidency. Oil production doesn't continue to go up.
So they went up around the same, because you're not counting the last year. So they went up around the same.
No, they didn't. It goes from
Yes, it did.
8.8 million to 12.8
No,
million.
it's when you say 8.8 million. When you're talking about it was not 12.8. No, it's not above 12. It's under 12. It's like 11.5.
In the Trump presidency, there's no 12.8 million.
11 point. Yeah, it went down from 2019. So are you only going up to 2019?
I went to the highest number.
Okay, so you're not going to 2020. The end. You didn't go to the end of his administration. You only went up to the point which was the highest.
Because clearly COVID affected most of that. Oil production does fall off because of COVID, so we're taking pre-COVID numbers, which should have been 12.8 million.
Okay, so you're willing to take off pre-COVID data. Why? Why? Because you're not willing to accept something just because it's associated with it?
because
So if you're not willing to accept something just because it's associated, well, then how do you know Trump did stuff to cause this?
because he did. What do
You see what I
mean?
mean? Like this is what would he do?
He leased the land for drilling, urged agencies.
What's
to
your
make
source?
money.
What's your source for how much leasing?
Oh my God! Every time you ask me for something, you say, "What's your source?"
Well, I mean, there's a good reason for this because when you look at the EIA, the number of weekly active drills that we have has been consistently going down over the years. It's the rigs that we have currently are producing more, so our increase is coming from the production due to horizontal drilling, hydraulic fracking, and things like that from existing rigs, not necessarily new leases. There was a 40% decline in new leases over the course of COVID. We're starting to build that back up. But right now we're at like 600 active rigs, which is right where we were in 2016, but we're producing far more from those rigs.
And you think the only reason we're producing more is because of advances in technology?
Correct.
So there's no concession here that Trump had better energy, more oil in his administration. A better
To the Biden-Harris administration? No, there's no reason to believe that. What reason do you have to believe that?
because it went up so much more, 44% compared to 18.5%.
But you just admitted that because you cut off COVID, you admit that just because it happens under the administration doesn't mean it's caused by them. So
Yeah,
I think it's ironic that
COVID-
you use
was out
it
of
to
the
make it
hands.
look good, but you don't acknowledge like the entirety of like what's happening under the administration.
Because COVID's out of the hands of either one of them. I wouldn't blame
Okay,
Biden for that.
so
I
out of
wouldn't
the
blame
hands. So then,
Biden
what
for things
was
that
in the
happened
hands
because
of Trump?
COVID.
What did he do? But you have no clue.
I've been telling you.
No, you don't. You have no clue. You just said that he did these things. I asked you for a source. And you got mad when I asked you for a source.
Sure, Parker. If you want me to pull up the source, I will give it to you. Give me just a
Yes,
moment.
please. Please give me that source. Oh, yes.
What is he trying to say right now? I don't even. What is he trying to argue?
Does you want to say what you're arguing?
Yeah, I was saying that Trump leased more land for drilling, urged agencies to waive environmental reviews and loosen regulations to speed up permits for pipeline construction. But
okay,
And the only way he's basing that is that it
Maybe
happened under his
source.
administration, but he just said that just because it happened under the administration doesn't mean it's caused by them, and that's why he takes off COVID.
Okay, nice.
No,
nice,
I took off COVID because that was out of the hands of the administration.
Exactly, like just because it happens
like
under
I
the
wouldn't
administration doesn't mean it's
blame-
caused by that administration.
Parker, I swear you're dense on purpose. I wouldn't blame Biden for things that COVID caused under his administration either.
Oh yeah, just because it happens under the administration does not mean it's caused by the administration. So what did he do that caused it?
I told you about it. I'm going to go get your source for you real quick.
Yeah, you're gonna get the source for what just happened under the administration, not what he did.
No,
So
I'm going to
give you
get
the
I'm going to
permits.
get you the source for what he did. So give me just a moment
Yeah,
here.
yeah. Oh yeah. Go find that. If you want to add up another MAGA, you can, Harry. It's probably gonna take a minute.
Yeah, if you're MAGA, let us know in the chat. I'll bring you up. And if you want to come up here as well, if you want. Trump for president. Okay, why don't you come up here? Kashi, I invited you.
Hey, Parker, Columbia Law School has an article on it.
What's the title?
President calls on agencies to waive environmental reviews during pandemic. Looks like
Environmental regulations? Okay, yeah, so gut environmental regulations. Okay, so what's the title? Sorry, say it one more time.
President calls on agencies to waive environmental reviews during pandemic.
President calls on agencies to get rid of regulations amid pandemic?
Yes, pretty much.
I thought you were not taking into account the pandemic.
Okay,
I thought you were
here.
talking about the increase. There was a decrease during the pandemic.
Alaska Beacon. That was June 4th, 2020, so it would have been right at the beginning.
Yeah, no, but like the increase was from 2017, 2018, and 2019, and then it decreased from 2019 to 2020. So
Sure,
you would
you
point
can-
to 2020 as like evidence of like him doing stuff that made it better, or
You
made
can
there be more
also-
production because there was less production in that year.
You can also go to the Alaska Beacon.
Wait, no, dude, come on, bro. That was the weakest thing you could have brought up, dude. Unironically.
If you don't like it, I got another one for you. I mean, all these articles.
Oh
are
yeah, give me
connected.
the other one that you didn't even look at that you just glanced at. I'd love to see it.
AlaskaBeacon.com.
No, what's the title? What is it for? What's the point
Under
of it?
both Trump and Biden-Harris, U.S. oil and gas production surged despite different energy goals.
Okay, that doesn't prove your point. What does it say?
Are you going to pull up the source? You going to go read it?
Okay, I mean, have you read it?
I glanced at it.
Dude, okay, how about you take a look at it, you read your own source, right? And then we'll talk to someone else in the meantime, and then you come tell us.
Asks for a source, then doesn't even go look at it. Okay.
Well, you didn't even look at your own source.
Seems Parker. I've
You
read
didn't even
this
look at it.
I've read this article in the past, but I don't think I'm.
Oh, yeah, you definitely did.
Go read
bro.
it again while we talk to this guy. See,
Dude.
Stacey, are you MAGA?
Yeah, hey guys. Just wanted to start off by saying I do support Trump. Yeah, and I just want to say one more thing. We are all American, and there's a lot of division going on in the election here.
Thanks,
and
Trump.
I think it's important for us all to just remember that we are all American, and at the end of the day, we should just be looking for what's best.
100%. That's why you should vote for Kamala Harris, and that's why it's patriotic to vote for Kamala Harris.
All right,
Okay.
Parker, I'm ready for you.
Yeah, so and I would love to get your perspective and see where you're getting that from though. Are you paid off by Harris? Is that why you're saying that, or
No, neither Parker nor I know law.
Yeah,
Bingo.
we take so much Harris money, dude.
Yeah,
No,
we
I'm
just
serious.
they
I'm just
give us
wondering
literally
because,
me and Parker. They give us $5
Literally
million
$1 trillion a
alive.
year. $1 trillion alive.
Yeah, $1 trillion alive. Taylor Swift also gives us $1 trillion a second.
Oh yes, Taylor Swift. That gave me the bingo. That was the missing one on my bingo card. Thanks, Harry.
Yeah, we got to start playing bingo with these lives. I swear to God. Yeah, no, we're paid off by Taylor Swift. Oh, Hunter Biden as well. He pays us $1 billion. So does George Soros. All these people.
yeah,
It's all
no,
shadow money. All shadow money.
Yeah.
right? Yeah, no, and I'm just saying that because I do support Trump, and it's hard to actually see it from your guys' perspective. When there's just so much chaos going on in the past 4 years, are you saying that's all the past 4 years? All the bad stuff that's happened.
Lacey, I think
because
of the $5
Trump?
from the Harris campaign. Thank you.
I just think it's funny how you're we should all be united, and I don't disagree. I think the country should be united. And the first thing you said was, "Aren't you guys paid off to do this?" It's crazy.
Well, no, I'm not trying to be condescending at all. Actually, I was
condescending. I like that.
Yeah. So
no, condescending. Yeah.
Condescending. Yeah, I wasn't trying to be at all. We all are still American.
Just
We
think
should
of the
have
$5
more,
from money from
open
Kamala
ideas
Harris.
when it
Thank you.
comes to this, not just bash the other side, and we should really just try to come up with some solutions here. And,
Yeah.
just-
By the way, if Taylor Swift is watching and she wants to support any of us, our Venmo and our Cash Apps are in our bio. By the way.
Seriously,
Taylor
Taylor, please.
Parker, are you ready for this article? The source.
Well, you haven't even read it, dude. I want you to read the whole thing.
I did. I just read it. I'm ready to give you this.
Really? So just tell me what it's about. Logan, think of the $5.
It talks about the leasing under each administration.
So what was the leasing for each?
The federal acres leased for oil and gas production the first 19 months of each administration.
I asked you what it was.
Oh, why Biden's oil drilling permit surge is not what it seems, and it's by energyanddeath.org.
No. Wait, energyanddeath.org?
Yes.
Okay. So I have a question.
Okay.
You read the whole thing?
Yep.
Really?
Yep.
So what's the number? How much? What was the difference in the amount of permits?
The federal acres leased for oil and gas production under Trump, 4.4, under Biden, 0.13.
0.13 under Biden increase?
No, just 0.13. These are
What?
these are millions of acres.
For increase? Are you saying?
No increase. That's just the total. So Trump had 4.4 million acres leased in his first 19 months.
Oh, so you're saying he only leased 1.1 or 0.1?
Yeah, Biden.
So Biden did no leasing. That's your claim?
Yes, he has the. What did it say right here? It was the lowest.
Alicia, thank you for the $5 from the Harris campaign. Appreciate you.
It is a historic low of leased land.
Of leased land. And when is this from? Jordan, think of the $5. Logan, think of the $5 from Taylor Swift and the DNC.
February 1st, 2024.
February 1st, 2024? Okay, what's the title? I'll put it in.
Why Biden's oil drilling permit surge is not what it seems.
Oh, wait, so they admit that the surge happened. So, what?
There's more to it. Why don't you just go look at the article?
All right, I'll read through it, man.
Energyindepth.org. Can't wait.
Yeah, what are we talking about here? The land being leased?
Yeah.
Also, Harry, I want to do something else with you. Earlier, you were talking about talking with a guy about black unemployment, and you were asking what Trump did.
No, he was saying that Trump's tax cuts, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, specifically caused black unemployment to be lower. And I asked, what's his evidence for that? And he couldn't tell me anything.
Oh, he was saying it was just because of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act?
Yeah, he was saying the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act caused black unemployment to be the lowest it's been. I was like, what's your source for that? Or what's your evidence? And he couldn't say anything.
Well, that's not what caused it, but it did fall because of Trump.
Really? What did he specifically do to help that?
He signed the First Step Act, which reduced sentences for prisoners, which like 91% of the ones that received that were black.
Dude, this is citing something from 2022.
Hold on, Parker. So
it cites a Wall Street Journal article from 2022 as the source. How the hell would they have the data?
I'm also pretty sure that this group is like a pro fossil fuel group, but
it's the first 19 months, Parker.
dude, this is in 2020. This is not enough information, genius.
It's the first 19 months.
You understand that doesn't give you the entire administration at all?
Yeah,
I'm asking for can you give me the administration? Go find something better than this, you fucking weirdo.
But whenever I
find me something better than you. The fact that it took you that long, you did not read through this entire thing, by the way.
I did. I can read pretty quick, but whenever I gave all of the information earlier, you said that it didn't count.
If you read through this, you would have saw that. You did not click on it.
And you said I need to know what it was like in the beginning.
Yeah, no, I want the entire administration. I never said the beginning. What?
Yes, you did.
No, I said you were only taking into account the years under Trump that were like 2017, 2018, and 2019. You were cutting off COVID because you identify that just because it happens under the administration, it's not caused by that administration.
Yes, so we went pre-COVID to show what Trump was doing, and he was leasing more land.
What? Say it again? Wait, actually, by the way, also, Obama had more than Trump?
Yes.
By almost double?
Yeah, he had leased 7.25 million acres.
Yeah.
But we're not talking about Obama.
Trump needs to step it up.
Well, Reagan did 47.58, so we're not going to keep going back. We're going to talk about, current stuff.
Okay. So I seriously, I want something that's the entire administration. I don't want like this fucking.
And like I know this is like
2022 source.
This is not an argument against like the contents of the article. I just want to point out that the group you cited is a very much pro fossil fuel group. Like, for example, they retweeted something on social media saying, headed to the polls soon? If so, you'll be relying on products made from oil and gas to cast your vote. Like, they're very pro fossil fuel. So just as a heads up about who you're citing, just important context.
It doesn't matter. I know that Parker said the source was the Wall Street Journal, but it clearly says right above that, sources is the Bureau of Land Management and Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. So he's just picking whatever source sounds better.
That's not true.
That's what it sourced.
Oh,
It literally
right
says the
above
Biden
it says
administration
source,
pace
Wall
of
Street
listen. It says the Biden administration pace of oil and gas leasing isn't just slow; it's the lowest in the half century. A Wall Street Journal analysis of federal acres leased for oil and gas production over the 50 years revealed that Biden administration leased this much. Dude, it says source Wall Street Journal right here.
It also says source Bureau of Land Management and Ocean Energy Management. So you don't trust BLM.
Where? For where?
Yeah, but wait. The article
scroll down to the chart where it shows them.
That's for how much the sale was in Wyoming. This is only in Wyoming.
And also
No,
the
it's
Wall
not.
Street
This is
Journal.
the first 19 months.
Wait. The Wall Street Journal article you're citing is from 2022.
It's only Wyoming though. And it's from 2022 again.
So when Parker's saying the article that the source is from 2022, even if the Wall Street Journal is citing data from this group, that's data only up until 2022. That's the entire point.
So when Trump had a higher increase in oil, it doesn't count because what you said, COVID, and then I point to the first 19 months of the administration only, because then that would exclude the leases that Trump had put up for bid and that he signed. So I'm not sure exactly what you want to be proven here, right? That Trump was better on energy. Oil production was
You're
way
not looking at the overall administration.
more lease was land.
So we say more
land was
leases,
leased.
more leases that were signed under the administration. That's because we're looking at the whole administration. You're looking at just federal lands in the first 19 months, which we identify and we agree that Biden originally at the beginning of his administration didn't allow for it on federal lands, but then brought it back. Like everyone acknowledges that, and he literally has signed more on federal lands than Trump.
Go find you
if we
another
take into
one.
account overall.
I'll go find you another one. That'll
Yeah,
make me
buddy,
feel
go
better.
keep looking.
I don't know what it's going to take to convince you.
Convince me, maybe like an actual decent source, dude. I don't think Harry or Law would accept that either, and they just said that they don't.
The Bureau
so I
of
don't know what
Land
you're talking
Management's no good. I'll just go look up the BLM.
Up to 2022? No. We want the old source, like up until 2024. Tell us what they say up until 2024.
Let me go find that for you.
Yeah. All right. Look, Stacy, you're voting Trump, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm still here with you guys.
Yeah. So would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Well, I'm voting for Trump. Yes.
So that the answer
So
is
you
yes.
would. So yes. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
Well, sir, I don't want you to try to put words in my mouth here. I am voting for Trump.
He's asking you a question. He's not putting words in your mouth. He's asking
Would
you
you
a question.
vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
Well, it depends if he was actually
depends?
in a legit trial.
Wait,
here,
so in
that
some circumstances, you would vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
if they were actually prosecuted by a legit jury and not a crooked
Yes.
New York judge,
A crooked New York judge? What
yeah,
do
and
you
he was
mean?
acquitted on other charges as well.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, with the
I'll talk
with
about this.
the-
This is gonna be funny.
Huh?
Wait, what was he acquitted of?
With the classified documents.
He was not acquitted.
He wasn't acquitted.
Oh gosh.
Well, he wasn't found guilty for that one.
He
so,
was. It didn't go to trial.
Yeah.
The case was dismissed without prejudice, and that dismissal is currently before the 11th Circuit. And the general consensus among legal scholars on both sides is that the 11th Circuit's going to overturn the dismissal.
Right. And wasn't Biden charged with similar crimes for tampering with classified documents? No.
Tampering? No. There was a special counsel who was appointed to investigate classified document handling with Biden, and the special counsel concluded that there wasn't sufficient evidence to be able to secure a guilty verdict at trial, so he recommended against indicting.
Okay. And did Hunter Biden actually get indicted and he was charged? That's the president's son, right?
Yeah, he was found guilty of his possession of a firearm lying on a federal form, and he just entered into a guilty plea in his tax case out of California.
Right. And the same Hunter Biden that has, businesses in Ukraine.
He does not have a business in Ukraine.
Business ties, a lot of his income and checks that get written to him.
So wait, just out of curiosity, you're like citing
Ukraine, China.
you're citing the criminal cases against Hunter Biden as like a negative, right? Are you you're doing that to discredit him? Yeah.
Well, you're bringing up charges against President Trump.
Can you answer the question? Or you're bringing up these charges as like a negative for Hunter Biden, right? These convictions.
Yeah, just how you're bringing up charges on Trump
Okay.
as a negative.
So you
yeah.
recognize that being a convicted criminal is a bad thing, right?
Yes, yeah, I do.
And so you recognize the guy you're voting for is a convicted criminal, right?
Anybody, if you don't like someone and you have a lot of power, you can get them charged with anything.
Oh, so did Joe Biden convict his own son? Okay.
No, he actually posted all the evidence online, him smoking crack pipes.
Wait, Joe Biden posted the evidence?
No, his own son did.
Well,
So,
no, he didn't.
you know-
He didn't post it online. Those were private things on his computer, and the drug substance use was not connected to the trial, or at least in the way that he was being convicted of the drug substance use.
Just like the
but just to
drug
point out, you're
substance that was
bringing up
found
these
in the
criminal
White
convictions
House?
against
Yeah.
Hunter Biden as a bad thing, and you're also voting for somebody who's a criminal.
I'm voting for someone who actually already had a successful 4 years as a president, did a lot of good things without even knowing what he was supposed to do. Now he's going to go back in, knows what he's going to do, knows the right people to hire, and he's going to get the job done better than he ever did before. That's who I'm voting for.
But just, again, you just kind of completely dodged what I was saying. So you're bringing up these criminal charges and convictions against Hunter Biden is a bad thing, and you're like using that to discredit him. Yet you're voting for the guy who's been convicted of crimes.
Well, so if Trump being arrested is, that's such a big deal, what's wrong with Hunter Biden being arrested on?
We're not voting for Hunter Biden for president.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, but I'm just saying, what you could bring charges against one person as a negative, but for the president's son, it's no big deal.
We're not talking about like family members of the president. I didn't mention a single family member of Donald Trump. I'm talking about the person running for office.
Yeah, because none of Donald Trump's family members have ever been arrested for doing coke and banging hookers. Well,
neither has Joe Biden's family. He's not been arrested for any of that.
Hunter Biden wasn't arrested for doing cocaine and crack.
Law of the Wild, was he arrested for doing drugs?
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
Certainly wasn't convicted for anything.
Yeah.
All right, but yeah, let's move on to maybe some more important topics.
We're not done yet. We're not done yet.
Like the border.
We're not done yet. We're not done yet. You're bringing up these these criminal charges for Hunter Biden as a way to discredit it, but you're voting for Donald Trump.
In New York, the most democratic state in America.
Let law cook. Let law cook. Go ahead, law. Talk to this guy if you want.
Yeah. What specifically about the jury leads you to believe that they were corrupted?
They were hand selected.
By who?
By the crooked judge and his panel.
The judge picked the jury?
The whole entire, prosecutors.
So do you know who decides who's on the jury?
But you're just trying to get me to like
answer the question. Answer the question.
No, I'm asking you questions. I'm not trying to do anything.
Your question to me was, do you support Donald Trump?
No. Answer the question.
Okay,
that wasn't my question.
Support someone who was charged criminally.
Hey! Answer the question. Law of the Wild asked you a question. Answer it.
Yeah. What's the question?
How are juries selected?
That's not pertinent right now.
No, you said it was a corrupted jury selected by the judge. Is that what you believe?
Oh, no, see, Stacey, you gotta go. You got age restricted. That's unfortunate. Oh, man. I was waiting. I was hoping.
What do you mean? I'm still right here.
Yeah, it says your live content contains themes that some may find uncomfortable. If they remain in your live, your live will be.
Yeah, he labeled off some specific names of controlled substances.
Oh no! And my live got age restricted.
It should be okay if you dropped him.
If you drop him, it should take it away.
Wait, let me see. Hold on.
Did it say it went away?
Oh no, we're good. We're good.
Yeah, they updated it, which is really sick.
Oh, thank God. Oh my God. Jeez.
I still just to be.
All right, everybody, let's celebrate right now. We have 6,000 people here. Harry's sitting at 2.2 million. I need everybody to fill up the bar one time. One time will get us to roughly 2.7. So let's everybody fill it up one time. We do know that there's some people who aren't going to fill up the bar. So if you want to be nice, fill it up 2 times. Thank you.
There you go.
I'm having trouble finding the 2023 lease count, but it's easy to find up to 2022. Even the Bureau of Land Management doesn't have them, and I'm not sure why. But
I'll be right back.
You can pretty clearly see that Biden has had a sharp drop off in new leases issued and the numbers of acres issued. And if you'd like that source, I can give it to you.
You're just talking up until 2022. That's not an.
I can't find the 2023.
Okay, if you can't find it, well, then you can't make a claim on it.
Okay, we'll just use the first 2 years then only from each presidency.
You're just talking federal lands. Can you get it overall? Because we see more oil production. So, again, you should just look into policies and.
We don't see more. It's down. It doesn't have the same incline upward that it was maintaining under the Trump presidency.
So you don't see you don't see the same maintaining growth. So you're only talking about again the first very basis of it, and you're talking about for federal lands because the other types of permits continued.
Say that again. Why wouldn't we talk about only land?
You're only referencing federal lands.
What's wrong with that?
With what? Because we can talk about there's more than just federal lands.
Do you have a source that shows all drilling?
You don't think that there's more than federal lands?
Do you think
for development of oil?
Do you have an article?
So when Biden was not doing any, do you think we just like weren't producing oil?
No, we're just producing less.
Okay, so then why were we continuing to increase under Biden's administration every year?
Not continuing to increase.
There was continued oil production every single year.
That's not the same kind of increase. It's such a sharp drop off. It almost goes flat.
That was COVID, remember?
No, it wasn't COVID. This is post-COVID.
So why do you blame Trump? Why do you blame the Biden-Harris administration for things that came from the pandemic, but you don't blame the Trump administration?
This didn't come from the pandemic. The rates.
How do you know that the supply chains weren't affected from the pandemic?
Because the supply chains were still in operation. They didn't shut down. They were essential.
No, I'm saying certain aspects of it could have been affected because of the entire effect on the economy. Right, so like you would expect that a shock like that in terms of supply after such a pandemic.
I don't know what source it's going to take to convince you because the numbers are there, and I think you're just refusing to look at them.
The numbers aren't there. The numbers aren't there, and I'm demonstrating that to you. You just want me to accept it, and I'm like, there's not good reason.
Anything. I can say, 44% increase under Trump, only 18.5 under Biden.
Yeah, you keep making the same point. Again, just because it happens under administration does not mean it's caused by them. So I'm asking you, like, what's the reason why you think it's caused by them?
Because of less leases. Biden signed less leases.
So you said he signed less leases, but you gave no evidence indicating throughout the entire administration. You only just looked at the first, 19 months just for federal leases? That's not enough information to be able to make a claim that in their entire administration, they didn't sign as many leases. That's a ridiculous statement.
We're only missing 1 year from Biden, and if you think that he signed 18...
What do you mean only 1 year? Is 2022? Was that last year?
21, 22. We have
2022 last year, dude.
No, it wasn't last year.
No, it wasn't. So what are you talking about?
We have 21 and 22, but we don't have it for 23. We're missing a year.
I think what you're trying to do is you're trying to make an argument out of nothing, and you can try, but like I think you would do better off with other argumentation.
I think you just refuse to see the truth here, but it is.
Yeah,
it is.
What truth? What truth am I refusing to see?
I am enjoying watching the Democrats champion like record levels of oil production, even though they cried about climate change for the last 30 years. So that's been fun.
What we're doing is we're saying that you guys like it. So here it is.
We do like it.
Also, I'm just letting you know, it is the case that we can produce oil now and then transition off of it in the future. That's what my goal is.
Yeah, and we should transition off of it eventually, but not prematurely. Let it happen naturally. Don't have the government source it.
Wait. That doesn't make any sense. Because then you know that there's going to be negative impacts environmentally.
I'm not sure about that, but...
Do you believe climate change is caused by humans?
If it might be. But if we try to
just might, not the consensus in the scientific community.
I haven't done enough research into climate change to know.
Well, the climate scientists have. So if you don't accept the climate scientists, the consensus amongst climate scientists.
And if it is caused by humans, then we should do our best to get off of it using the free market, not government subsidies, to pick winners and losers. And
if you want to use the free market and only the free market, why do you support tariffs?
I only support tariffs against China or any other.
But he wants to do universal tariffs. Also, he wants border security. Are you support of border security? That's not free markets.
Yeah, I'm good with border security, but I don't agree with every policy position of Trump, and I'm sure I hope you don't agree with every policy position of Kamala, but maybe you do. But
did you know that the Scandinavian economies that have broader social safety nets actually have freer economies than here in the United States?
I don't support tariffs across the board like Trump wants, but I do support them against China, like hostile actors that want to force American businesses out of the market by dumping billions and billions of dollars from their economy into ours.
So say what you want. It is the case that the Biden-Harris administration kept those, right? And they don't want to do universal tariffs. So it sounds like you agree with their tariff policy.
Well, that'd be nice, but they've kept the same tariffs and extended many of them. They haven't dropped any of the tariffs yet.
I'm pretty sure they did drop some. I could be wrong with that, but
right. But also, I mean,
they're extending it.
China instituted retaliatory tariffs, and they're not going to reduce theirs. So we're kind of off in a trade war right now.
Yeah, so we wouldn't want to make it worse by
ours?
doing a 60 to 100% tariff that Trump wants to do. Jason, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much, Jason.
Like I said, I don't support the huge tariffs against every country or every import coming into the country, but I do support cutting off China from dumping billions of dollars into our economy, forcing small businesses or even larger businesses out of the market so they can dominate.
Do you support a 60 to 100% tariff on every good coming from China?
No, that's probably too high.
Okay, well, that's all that you disagree with all tariff policy for Trump. How are you going to pay for the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, for the no tax on overtime, for the no tax on tips, for the no tax on Social Security?
By reducing federal spending. I believe Trump wanted to in 2021.
What federal spending?
In his 2021 budget proposal, I believe that he had wanted to cut 5% of federal spending, which was, I think, $300 billion each year, or $3 trillion over 10 years is kind of what was expected.
$3 trillion over 10 years, and what is he going to cut?
It was for, what was it?
JW, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
It was for non-discretionary spending and mandatory spending. A lot of them were, social programs, non-defense spending, pretty much.
Which programs?
SNAP benefits was one of them. I would have to re-pull up the article that I read a couple days ago.
You're not going to get $3 trillion from SNAP, but you want to take people off of SNAP? Are you kidding?
That was just one of them. There were several. Do you want me to pull it up real quick so I can tell you exactly what it was?
Yeah, I do want to hear exactly what it was.
Most of them were social programs.
Yep. Let's hear the social programs he wants to cut because he wanted to extend Social Security. So, but cutting food stamps, yeah, that's interesting. If you disagree with cutting food stamps, type 1 in the comment section. I just want to see that real quick. It's not like that, literally provides food for children. You know what I mean?
This country clearly has a spending problem. That's why we have so much in debt, and we have to start making.
Yeah, and feeding children is the problem. What? Not providing money for war.
You're taking one of the
or like tax cuts to billionaires
out of proportion, and the cuts weren't huge. Children weren't going to starve to death. Nobody starves to death in this country, dude. We're the richest country in the fucking world. Nobody starves.
If you cut SNAP, do you think that there's going to be starvation?
No, I think people go to work.
No, people will just go to work. Yeah, like they're not working now.
Do you agree that this country has a spending problem? While we're 30?
I don't think SNAP is the spending policy problem. I think the spending problem is cutting taxes for rich people. I think the spending problem is, right?
That's
I think it's giving money. I think it's putting so much money in the military. We could cut the military budget in half, have the biggest military in the world by $100 billion a year, and bring back $4.5 trillion in 10 years.
Yeah, I'm fine with cutting military spending as well. I think we spent too much.
Trump wants to increase it, though.
Nice.
Trump says that we need to bring back, and on Agenda 47, it says here. Let me actually read it for you because it's actually like some of the most delusional shit ever. Agenda 47. It literally says like revitalize our broken military or some fucking crazy shit like that. Hold up, I got it.
I've got your numbers for you here. 10 years. These are total billions of dollars over 10 years.
Rebuilding America's depleted military. Are you fucking trolling? You think the United States has a depleted military? What type of delusional shit is that?
I didn't hear you say that again.
Yeah, he thinks that we have a depleted military. Rebuilding America's depleted military. Are you trolling? $890 billion a year into the military budget, and we have a depleted military.
We've got the greatest military
so
on the face
crazy.
of the planet.
What's up?
I said we've got the greatest military on the face of the planet.
Yeah, so then how is it depleted?
It's not depleted. I think that we should reduce.
Wait, so then how are we going to rebuild America's depleted military if it's not depleted?
That wasn't my view. That's Trump's. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with everything that Trump says.
You agree that's delusional, right?
Yeah. We have the greatest fucking military the world's ever seen. It's unparalleled. We could take on the entire world and win. It would be easy. But
I think that's a little delusional.
No, it's not.
I don't know. I don't know about all that.
We got big oceans between us, and nobody else has the boats to get here. I think we're good. But the
a couple neighbors.
like
Mexico.
If it was
Canada.
if it was everyone in the world against us, I don't know about that, but if we had like Canada and we had Mexico and like all of the Americas, that'd be like a continents versus continents. Like,
I've done a lot of research on that, and I think we would actually win that. We'd take out Canada and Mexico first, and then win the rest of the war through attrition. But if you want to get back to the
this guy
I just don't know about all that. I think like a war of attrition probably would not be the greatest strategy if all of our trade partners are cut off and things like that.
We've got everything we need here. It'd be a little tight for a little while, but we would be fine. We would. We would win.
That's crazy, man.
This is like prepper fan fiction.
Yeah, right.
I know he actually probably does like go through the fanfic stuff. Like I was getting those vibes. Like you like he has a YouTube channel where he writes these fanfics.
America versus everyone.
Or at least you thought about making one, Steven.
Yeah, right.
No, I don't have the time or the skill to do that. That's why I'm up at 1 a.m. talking.
But he would if he could. He would if he could. There we go.
He would if he could.
Yeah, if I had the time, yeah, that'd be a lot of fun. Do you want to hear the 5% cuts that he was going to make to which programs?
Yeah. Wait, I want to hear. Yeah.
NDD programs, non-defense discretionary, mandatory programs. They were Medicaid and Affordable Care Act, and that.
So he wants to cut the Affordable Care Act and cut Medicaid? Jeez, bro. Fuck.
Wow.
This is $1 trillion over 10 years.
Wait, what does he? Wait, so he wants to repeal parts of the ACA. What is he going to replace it with? What's his healthcare plan?
Probably just the free market, man. You don't
concepts.
Yeah. I'm
just the free market.
Concepts of a plan.
I don't have.
So nothing. That's his plan. Is nothing.
I don't have insurance through the Affordable Care Act, and people didn't before it either. So get it through your employer, pay for it yourself. It's not the American taxpayer
is he going to
subsidize your lifestyle. It's not.
Wait. Are you in support of the getting rid of the Affordable Care Act?
I'm in support of cutting government spending. So yes.
So what about Social Security?
I think that Social Security is a program that's going to fail on its own eventually, and we should get out of it while we can.
What about Medicare?
We should phase out.
What about Medicare?
No, I think some of it is necessary.
Okay, some of it's necessary, but SNAP isn't?
I think SNAP is a good thing. It's not one that I would cut. The amount of money that we spend on it is negligible. It's not a top priority.
Wait, didn't you say that you brought up SNAP as one we would cut? What?
No, I said if it was cut that we would be okay. Like people wouldn't starve to death in the streets. We would be fine. But it's not. If I had it my way, that's not the ones we'd cut. But I think.
What would you cut if it was your way?
I think
would you cut taxes? Wait, I have a question. Would you cut taxes for rich people if you could?
I would cut taxes for everyone. I would go straight to a sales tax, and the federal government would be very.
You understand
small.
sales taxes are regressive, right?
Yes, I do understand that.
So you're okay with regressive taxes? Wow. So
I'm okay with a flat tax. Everybody pays the same based on what they spend. So 5% sales tax.
That's also regressive because cost of living affects people who have lower income to a greater extent.
Right, but a 5% sales tax is still less than you're paying now by a lot.
Yeah, but that we also wouldn't be able to fund the federal government.
That's not a terrible thing. A small federal government's good.
Yeah, so you wouldn't be able to fund Medicare based on that, just so you know.
I think you could. It wouldn't take too
much. What's your flat tax? What percent?
5%.
You're not going to be able to fund Medicare off of that.
But I mean, that's overwhelmingly going to be felt by low and middle class, right? A consumption tax like that.
Oh, okay, so you think that that's going to be felt by the low middle class, but the current tax rates aren't, where it's 8, 9, 10% sales tax everywhere? Or so you're okay with those? Because
so you would eliminate the state sales tax?
Yeah, because he would only have a federal sales tax of 5%. So he would get rid of the state ones. Screw states' rights, am I right? So like he would just do that. So that's going to reduce revenue. We wouldn't even get the same revenue that states do currently. Like you think we would be able to run programs like Medicare?
States would have their own sales tax, but the federal government would only have 5%.
Oh, okay. So you support states' rights for that, but not the federal government's rights for it?
Correct. I mean,
okay. Wait, why?
Let me ask you, Parker. What would you do to fix the debt crisis in this country?
Rich people pay taxes.
How much?
How much? Like,
Yeah,
it,
because
it
if you
depends
took,
on like what we want to talk about.
if you took every single billionaire in this country and you took all of their wealth, every ounce of it, you could
I'm
run
not saying
the
you
government
take
for 8 months.
Yeah, you're saying you'd be able to run it for I know you're talking about. That doesn't
But
mean
that's a
that long
spending
term
problem.
That doesn't mean long term you can't tax enough to be able to offset the spending that we currently need right now. Also,
What would we
the
need to
military,
raise the taxes
military is definitely way too big. I already explained that earlier.
You're right. We should bring it home and stop sending money overseas, and we should stop sending bombs overseas, and we should close down drone
And
programs.
I also think we'd save money by expanding access to healthcare, right? But a universal healthcare system, I think, would save money.
There's good evidence for that. There is.
Yes.
I could get on board if I could have just. God, if I could have like 50% less in taxes, I would support the healthcare for all. I would. But right now, I'm paying close to 55-60% of every dollar that I make to taxes, and it's just too much.
You live in California?
No, I live in Missouri, and it squeezes the average American.
55% in Missouri?
For
You
every
must be
dollar,
making a lot of money if you're paying.
no. For every dollar,
No, there's
you
no
earn,
way you
that
can't
much.
even. That's not even possible in Missouri.
I'm not talking just income.
Yeah, on state
I'm
taxes,
talking-
no, you can't.
I'm not talking just income tax. I'm talking about every dollar that you make eventually ends up in taxes. It's 55-60%, something like that.
What? What are you trying to say? Are you accounting sales tax or some shit?
Yes, every single tax that you would pay.
Okay, so how you don't spend your entire income on what's it called, goods, right?
No, not all of it, but my energy bill.
Okay,
has,
so then you'd only take into account the amount of your income that you spend on goods.
Thank you,
a
Scott.
proportion
Appreciate you for the
of the
subscription.
sales tax. Scott, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much.
Yes, goods, vehicles.
And also, wait,
Yeah.
you're okay with that sales tax anyway? That would exist under your worldview anyway.
Yeah, but right now it's too much. It's that on top of everything else.
Wait, but like you already support that, so it's fine.
I make like, I don't know. I think I'll make like $80K this year, and I've already paid like $13,000.
You're paying 55%?
And I paid like $13,000 just in income taxes.
That's not 55%.
Yeah, Parker, I meant like everything for every dollar you earn. So you get $1, and then it's
Dude,
taxed,
if you paid
and then it's taxed
13,000
income.
of 18 of 80, that's nowhere near 55%. Jesus Christ, dude.
Listen,
Dude, come on. That's not even close,
I said,
dude.
as you earn that dollar and spend it, 55 to 60 ends up in taxes, not just in income. So you get
Okay, I'd like to see the Excel sheet of that math, bro. Jesus Christ, dude.
I think it's actually pretty easy to find if you want.
Bro needs a new accountant. Bro told you that your effective tax rate was 55% with $13,000 paid. Jeez, bro.
I think you're intentionally ignoring what I'm saying.
No, I'm not. That's kind of ridiculous, bro.
I know. I think you are actually intentionally ignoring because I'm talking about the sales tax that you pay, the income tax that you pay, taxes on property.
You paid 16.25%. So please math that for me. Where's the missing 40%? Dude.
Well, you think I'm lying, but I'll go find it for you because it is true.
No, I'm serious. The 40%. Where's the missing 40%? Because the sales tax could not possibly be that much. Like, I'm serious. Like,
It's not
sales
just
tax
sales
can't be.
tax.
What are you paying?
It's not just sales tax; it's every tax. Hold on.
What else? What other tax?
Just a second. I'm gonna find you this article. I'm gonna find you.
No, what other tax? Tell me. What other tax?
I'm gonna find you the math. Don't you worry.
What? Seriously, what other tax? Like, we might get to 30%.
Hey everybody, we've got almost 6,000 people here. Let's see if we can get to 3 million before we get to a Google result here. So everybody tap the screen, fill the bar up 2 times, see if we can get to 3 million before our friend Steven comes back with a Google result.
The different types of taxes you'll pay. First is the ones paid on your behalf, like Medicare, Social Security, unemployment. And then you have sales tax, and then you have excise taxes, and then you have property taxes, and then you have taxes on the sale of your home, you have gift taxes, estate taxes, business taxes, any local taxes.
Yeah, on a yearly
pay.
basis, you are not going to be paying an extra 40% of your income on those taxes. Okay, that math did not math. You said 55%, dude. You were not getting taxed 55%, dude.
What do you think it is?
You actually have a relatively low tax rate. Like, dude, 16% is a pretty low tax rate.
I swear these are a lot easier to find when I'm not on the spot. I'll find this shit really easy, and I'm like, oh, I got to bring that up later, and then you just can't find it.
You should make a doc. You should make a Parker script. You know what I mean? People always say I got the Parker script from the DNC, bro.
Yeah.
You should do the same. Ask the Kremlin. Thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yo, Jason, thank you for the $10, my man. And Rob, thank you for the $25 as well. I appreciate you. Anthony, thank you for the $10. Alicia, thank you for the $5. And Jordan, thank you for the $5.
Isa, this was a while ago, but thank you for the $5. I will put it to good use. I appreciate
you guys
it.
Can send me $5 too.
And Jamie, thank you for the $2 as well.
Tomorrow. My Venmo is
all right, buddy. Yeah, keep trying.
Yeah,
keep
sorry,
trying,
buddy. Ashley, thank you for the $1. I'm MAGA, but I enjoy your content. Wow, that's interesting. I appreciate that. Well, thank you for being here. Even if you're MAGA, maybe we can change your mind. Ashley, I appreciate that. And Leslie, thank you for the $2. Money from Miss Kamala. That's how we do it, everybody. I always say it's how we do it. We funnel it through all these people around the country, man. Also, everybody, make sure to drop a follow if you haven't already. We do these lives all the time. Follow Law of the Wild and Parker. Drop them both follows. They do lives, and they're also both great. So I'd highly recommend you tap on their face and follow while we wait.
Dude. We should probably add up another MAGA.
Yeah, if there anybody else
searching.
If there anybody else who's a MAGA that wants to come up quickly. Oh, this guy. I think I saw this guy earlier. I'll bring him up. Let's see.
Federal income 17 is the average. FICA 7.65. State and local 10.1. Property tax 1.3. Sales tax 9.75. That adds up to 39.4% of every dollar you earn going to taxes. That doesn't include excise taxes.
Nice name up there at the top. Jeez Louise.
How's it going, guys?
Oh my God, it's his actual
What's
name.
good?
My
What?
bad.
Are you voting Trump? I'm just saying it for you and giving it up.
I am voting for Trump.
Why?
Well, so I am a Gen Xer, right? So, you know, I'm above 50 years old. You know what? Things were easier for me. Well, the past three and a half years, and I think a lot of people would agree with me, that has been pretty damn hard. And 4 years ago and beyond, yeah, we had struggles, but things, you know, they weren't so bad. But things are kind of seem a little bit extreme right now. Prices, just rent, food, gas, everything's expensive. But I did come on because I just kind of wanted to ask you guys. So you guys have been talking a lot about policy and politics and this and that, and this definitely has to do with politics. What I want to bring up is just the issues that are going on today. So there's a hurricane, you know, and the way it's being handled by our current administration.
So thank you for the subscription.
I'm sorry?
No, it was. Keep going. You're good.
No, I'm just saying the way this disaster is being handled is kind of just it's never really been handled.
Really, what's your critique? What has Biden done wrong?
Well, he's okay. So what he did wrong basically is that.
Thank you, Tara.
Thank
you so much, Tara, for the $20.24. Thank you so much, Tara.
I don't know how many millions that he has given towards it, this hurricane, but I do know that there was a budget, and Biden gave up his budget even before the storm hit, and there's been so much more. Yeah.
Wait, who's more likely to give help for like situations where there's
hold on, listen, please.
natural
I'm sorry.
disasters?
Can you? So there was a budget for this hurricane, and it was set even before the storm hit because they expected so much damage. But you know what? The storm is way more damaging and it has caused way more destruction than expected. And Joe Biden yesterday, there's videos out there of him saying that there's no more aid, no more money to help.
What?
With this,
are you like actually following for AI video? Is that what I'm hearing right now?
Look, yeah, there's no AI video. Come on, look it up. Look.
Are you
look
sure?
up the
Because a
video.
lot of people, there's no video
Look
of
up
Joe
the
Biden
video.
saying there's no more aid.
So within 3 days.
Joe Biden has approved aid for a disaster declaration for every state that's requested one the same day that they've requested it. Every
Within
single
3
governor
days of
has
Joe Biden
complimented
giving
Joe
away
Biden for his handling of this.
$2.5 billion to Ukraine, and then
Why is it with you and why what's with middle-aged Republicans and falling for this crap? I mean, is this whole there's this meme going around?
Really?
Oh, 2.5 billion for Ukraine, zero for the American people. That's not true.
Okay. So when you say the middle age falling for this crap, so do you fall for the Pact for the Future, the UN's Pact for the Future, which Biden and Kamala pretty much signed us
What do you
up
even
for?
wait? Hold on. Stay on the hurricane right now. Stay on the hurricane.
This is a perfect deflection. It's a
well, as long as
deflection.
well, at least you acknowledge it's a deflection, but you can't.
So are you on board? Are you on board?
Can we finish?
With
Wait, can we finish on the hurricane really quickly? Because just want to point out that every Republican governor has had their disaster declaration approved. And
Are you
governors
on board?
like,
Are
I'm
you
not,
on
I'm not
board
done
with
yet.
the
Hold
Pact for
on.
the Future?
Hold on. You made a topic. You made a claim about the hurricane. Let me finish. Republican governor of Georgia, Brian Kemp, has complimented President Biden for his response, saying that Biden called him, offered him whatever he needed, whenever he needed it. Today, Republican governor of Virginia, Glenn Youngkin, praised President Biden for the federal government's fast response to what's taken place. The governor of North Carolina, Roy Cooper, has praised President Biden for his fast response. So it seems like you're just manufacturing outrage about this hurricane because all of these actual elected leaders who are dealing with this are saying that Biden's doing a really good job.
If you think Biden's in charge, then that's just
well, okay.
ridiculous.
You can just be delusional and say that Biden's not in charge.
I'm
But
not
the point is,
delusional.
all of these really because all of these Republican
answer my
governors.
question, though.
These
Answer my
Republican governors.
question.
Wait.
Are you on
We're not
board with
pivoting,
the Pact for
buddy.
the Future?
We're not pivoting yet. The Republican governors have said that they spoke to Biden on the phone.
No,
Governor Brian Kemp today said that he spoke to Biden on the phone. This is coming from Joe Biden himself.
Okay. So the question I'm asking you, though, it's really the most important question that really needs to be answered in U.S. history. Are you on board with the UN's Pact for the Future? Because
What are
that
you
is the
talking about?
number one. That is the number one question that needs to be asked.
What are you talking about?
That gets rid of the Constitution. That gets rid of.
How does
our
it get rid of the
rights
Constitution?
and our
What?
freedoms?
How does it get rid of the Constitution?
Because, for example.
God, you guys are so again. I said this earlier in the live. You guys just scare
Okay,
yourselves.
hold
You
on.
make up
For-
stuff to
for-
be mad about. You get scare yourselves. It's funny.
For example, so now if Kamala, I'm sorry, I'm not going to, whatever. If Kamala wins this election and we join this Pact for the Future with the UN, you know what that means? For example, if there's a pandemic in the U.S., we don't have a choice as U.S. citizens no more to take or not take a vaccine. You will have to take a vaccine.
Okay.
And-
So
and
this
it's-
is just
it's
utter
the truth.
delusion. This is
No,
really.
it's not delusion.
This is utter delusion. What's your source on this? Please,
If
please
you
provide me a source on this.
If you do not take this vaccine, the UN will put you
Yeah.
in jail. Guaranteed.
What
And
are
they're
you?
gonna
You
take-
guys are so goddamn crazy. You're so utterly delusional. You
you
make
guys-
up
you
stuff.
guys are
Where's the
too young-
UN jail
You guys are
located?
too young to understand.
Yeah.
this
Wait.
what
Can
it
you
is.
tell us this? Where's the UN
I'm
jail
a Gen
located?
Xer.
Where is
I'm
that?
a Gen Xer, and I know what the hell I'm talking about.
You do
You've
not know.
probably seen-
If you think
you've
that
probably
the
seen
UN
two
has.
elections. You've probably seen two elections.
Do you even Law of the
I've
Wild?
seen 10.
Can you be quiet for 1 second? Can you stop? Law of the Wild. Does the
Go ahead,
UN even
go ahead.
have
Go ahead.
criminal authority over any country where they can arrest somebody?
No, they have no jails. They have no courts. They have no enforcement mechanism to try to incarcerate anybody.
Joe and Kamala surrendered. If there's a pandemic, then the UN's going to take control.
Where's your source on this?
Look up. Man, I wish I could remember right now. I know what I'm talking about, but look up.
If you have to keep saying I know what I'm talking about, it's probably a bad sign.
Well, look up the UN's the pact for the future. There you go. I got it.
Summit of the Future?
Look at pact. PACT. Pact for the future. Look it up YouTube anywhere. Google. I don't know if Google's going to show it. Look it up on YouTube. There's still videos on YouTube about the pact for the future, and look up the Republicans' briefing on the pact for the future.
Yeah, I'm reading this pact for the future. I'm reading it on the UN website. It says the summit for the. Can you be quiet for 5 seconds?
Wait,
can you be quiet?
That ends the Constitution. I'll
God, you guys are so goddamn delusional. It's actually it's painful.
Wait,
to listen
Trump
to you
wanted
people.
to terminate articles found in the Constitution, right? And you don't care about that.
What pacts? Or what issue?
He said himself he wants to terminate articles found in the Constitution so that he could stay in office. One.
What articles?
Two, he also
what articles?
He just said articles.
He just said articles. That's all he said.
Okay, so you guys don't know what articles are.
No,
that's all he said.
That's all he said. He didn't say specific articles he wants to terminate. He just said articles generally.
And that's probably misinterpreted, but I
pull it up. You want to pull it up?
Yeah, let's show him the tweet.
All
Let's say it's
rules,
a fake tweet.
regulations, and articles, even those found within the Constitution.
No, you guys have to just look up pact.
No. We're going to talk about this right now, really quickly.
No. Just look it up, and I guarantee you guys.
Ready? This is a post from Donald Trump. A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in our Constitution.
Wait, read that again. I'm sorry. Read that again. One more time.
Quote from Donald Trump.
Christ.
A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
So what fraud is he talking about?
Non-existent fraud. Fraud that does not exist.
fraud that was not sufficient to overturn an election.
What is he insinuating that was fraud, though?
There's no fraud. He's just saying that he should have the ability to terminate the Constitution.
What is he insinuating? That
Wait, are you saying that Donald Trump should have the ability to terminate the Constitution?
You can't give me an explanation on what he's insinuating.
Just out of curiosity, are you trying to justify this statement? Because you're over here crying about the UN pact that apparently can terminate the Constitution, and then when Donald Trump is putting it in goddamn writing saying he wants to terminate the Constitution, then you're like, well, what does he mean by this? I mean, give me a break. Give me a break.
You can't even insinuate what he's trying to say is fraud.
So what do you think he's trying to say?
What do they? Well, obviously, they're saying that he committed fraud. So what did he commit?
What?
Or what are they insinuating that he committed as fraud? That's what I want to know.
What are you talking about? Who's they insinuating he committed fraud?
Perfect sense. Are you?
Paying David $2. Kennedy.
Wait, I said nothing about him committing fraud. What are you talking about?
Right, you said.
What's your blood alcohol content, sir?
read what you read me.
Hey, sir, what's your blood alcohol content?
This is what Donald Trump said. A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
Okay, so what massive fraud? You're not saying
Donald Trump is insinuating that there was election fraud that never happened, which would give him the ability to terminate the Constitution.
It's the same.
So now you're okay with terminating the Constitution?
No. The same fraud that happened in when he lost to fucking whatever Biden. It's going to be the same fraud that happens this year. And if it's not fraud,
so you're just goddamn crazy. So okay.
No.
Right. So you'd be okay with Donald Trump terminating the Constitution?
Up, you know what? Like I said.
Wait. I'm asking you a question. You'd be okay with Donald Trump terminating the Constitution?
He's not going to terminate the Constitution.
Well, he just said it right there.
Well, he was lying. I promise you, he was lying.
You know who's going to terminate it? And they already.
He lies all the time, Harry. He lies all the time.
So why was he lying here? They already surrendered the Constitution to the UN by joining.
They already surrendered the Constitution. We're not even operating off the real Constitution anymore. Trump's in Mount Vernon. Right? He's not even. We haven't even operate with the real Trump. You know, the Trump that got shot out. That wasn't even the real Trump.
That was fake. Yeah,
that was a fake one. Trump's from a different planet. He's here to save the human species.
You know what I love?
It was a fake
from the evil Democrats.
It was a wax statue. It was wax. Everybody.
Argument you guys have had all night because you know it's the truth. That's why.
I don't even know what nobody knows what the hell you're talking about. You are in fantasy land. You saw on Facebook on Jenny said, "Oh, they're coming after the Constitution. The UN, which has no enforcement power, is going to come after you."
All right, this is silly. Can I cut back in?
Look up Pact for the Future and tell me that is not non-American.
Yeah, I just looked at.
I'm reading it.
That is not non-American.
You said it talks about forced vaccines.
It'll happen. I guarantee.
It'll happen. I promise you.
They're going to take our guns away.
So the signatories.
It's written.
This is like Donald Trump at the next debate. He's gonna be like, I promise you, if she wins, I promise you, they will be literally giving every single person vaccines at the very doors. They're breaking down the doors. They're coming in, and they are taking your kids and they're vaccinating them.
Oh, they will. They will take if you. That's another thing. They will take your kids if you. Refuse,
dude. Okay, seriously, all the while, break out the bingo card, dude. We got a good one here. You can definitely win with this guy.
Vaccination for your child.
So we have forced vaccines, Constitution gone. They're taking your kids. What else do we have? I mean, my God.
Guarantee you,
have you heard about the lizard people?
Oh, we need him to like say something about like gender reassignment surgery. We'll get there. I promise. He'll say something about it.
What is that?
Oh no, he doesn't even know what it is.
What is that?
He doesn't even know what it is. We can't complete the bingo.
Gender reassignment surgery.
You don't know what that is?
So I exaggerated.
No, I do know what it is. They want to
9.6%.
They want to have all that for all the illegals that want.
Bingo.
Seriously, we need a bingo card.
This is like blackout bingo card stuff. Like this is like all 25 boxes.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Well, you know what though, guys? Hey, I'm gonna let you guys go, but I just do.
Oh, I'm so sad. All right, get the hell out of here. Goodbye.
All right. Anyway, I did exaggerate it a bit. It was closer to 40%, not 60, that ends up going to taxes in one way or another. And there are 97 taxes in the U.S. tax code.
Okay, I'm tired.
Yeah, I'm kind of tired too.
And that's too much.
I'm gonna go play NCAA.
Yeah, I'm cooking in 2K right now.
Parker, you play NCAA by any chance?
I haven't. I should play it though.
Oh, dude.
You play on? What do you play on?
I play PS5.
Okay, I play on PC. Is it cross-platform?
Yeah, I think it is.
Oh, I'd actually play that then.
Yeah, just warning you. I cook Chris all the time. Just saying.
Oh, bud, you'd get cooked.
An NCAA? Oh,
yeah, I will cook you in any sports game, bro. I've been playing sports games so much recently.
I've been playing FIFA since FIFA 11. We're now at like FIFA 25. Just for the record. Okay. And I've been playing. PS servers are down. Stop lying.
That's crazy.
No, I don't buy it.
All right, Colin.
Someone said PS5 Pro is $700. Thanks, Bidenomics. What?
Dude, they're actually down. They're actually. First of all, whoever said that, screw you. Second of all,
not even an acknowledgement.
Oh yeah, Steven, sorry man, we kind of got off the rails a little bit there.
All good. Thanks for having me on. I'll be back.
All right, man. You're welcome to come back anytime. All right.
Molly, thank you for the $3 on Venmo. And yes, guys, somebody was, two people mentioned that my Cash App is locked right now. They think I'm a business, so they locked me out until I get the appeal going through. So Venmo's all I've got for the moment, but I appreciate the donations and we'll put it to good use.
Amazing.
Cash App realized everyone was a business.
Yeah, I think I switched to it being a business as well. So.
Yeah, me too.
Anyway.
Yeah, I might have to.
Man, I'm sad about the. Anyway, all right, gentlemen. Thanks, guys, for coming up. I appreciate you guys.
Of course.
My pleasure, Harry. Anytime.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate
Parker,
it. Good
night,
everyone. Good to see you as well.
Night, Parker. Appreciate it, man. All right, everybody. Thanks, guys, for joining us. We went longer than expected on the live. I was only going to do like 2 hours, and then we did like. Now it's 4.5 hours. Let me talk to some people really quickly. Make sure we're all good on Venmo, Cash App. Kennedy, thank you for the $5 saying keeping or fighting the good fight on Venmo. I appreciate you. Yeah, Isaiah R. Martin is live. If you want more TikTok live debates, go over there, rate him and say Harry Raid. Let him know that you came from me. Of course, remember to register to vote, check your registration, donate to Red Cross. But before you go, make sure to follow on all platforms. Also, let's try to get to 3 million likes. Double tap the screen. We're like basically there. We're only less than 100,000 away. So we can do this. If everybody double taps the screen, we can get to 3 million. But while we do that, make sure to follow on all the other social media platforms. All of those links are in my bio. I post on YouTube, Twitter, Snapchat, Instagram, All of those, and of course TikTok. Make sure to drop a follow here if you haven't already. I post on all these platforms. Jason, my man, thank you for the another $10 right now on Cash on Venmo. I appreciate you. So go follow on all of those platforms. It really means a lot. And shout out 3 million likes. That is crazy, guys. 3 million likes is insane. So I appreciate that, guys. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Follow on all of the platforms. All of those links are in my bio as well. Guys, have an amazing day tomorrow. It's a Tuesday, if it's not already Tuesday for you on the East Coast, if you're still on the West Coast, whatever it might be. Have a great Tuesday tomorrow. Enjoy your day. Work hard. Sleep in if you can. Eat some good food. Drink some water. Shout out Law of the literally Law of the Wild pretty much got us a 3 million likes tonight. So shout out Law of the Wild for that. So have a great day tomorrow. Enjoy your day. See some people you love, you care about. Watch the vice presidential debate, guys. It's tomorrow night. VP debate, Tim Walz versus JD Vance. It might be the last debate we see before the election because Donald Trump is too scared. He's running from a presidential debate. So do all of that, and I will talk to you guys soon. Yeah? Follow on all the social media platforms, and of course, raid Isaiah R. Martin. He is live right now. Go let him know that we're thinking of him, and go send some love his way. All right, everybody. I appreciate you guys. We will talk soon. Thank you, everybody. Have a good one. All right, bye, everybody.